All right, this is May 4th, 2022. Once again, we have another severe weather day expected here today. Very interesting, too, and how there is different, inputs, different setups that could potentially steer towards this event being one way or another. But regardless, any type of severe weather that we are expecting from this event here could potentially be significant. If you are watching this after the fact, then I highly recommend going onto my channel and finding more recent videos and or live streams so that you may be able to stay up to date with all the latest information that, I do provide on this channel. But otherwise, I recommend, or at least I would ask you guys to please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, whether it's on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Without further ado, let's get straight into it, shall we? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome to the event that is here today on May 4th, 2022. We have a pretty strong day here today, pretty strong event here for severe weather, whether it is baseball-sized hail, hurricane force winds, strong tornadoes, you name it. One of those three, or all of those three, is all possible here today, and we are already starting out here with quite the risk so far. We have immediately, as we look at this, we have a huge expansive area for severe weather here today. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale once again in the red. It seems like the past 4 out of 5s on the severe weather scale have not really lived up to its full potential, so let's hope that this one doesn't. But I am watching an area out in front of the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale over here to where there could potentially be some storms that could maybe even live up to a 3 out of 5, if not a 4 out of 5 at maximum. But regardless, we have a huge event here expected today. If you live in Wichita Falls, Vernon, Seymour, Childress, Altus, and Lawton, you need to be watching the stream here today. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, you need to share the stream with them. If you know anyone that lives in Sherman, Oklahoma City, anywhere north of Abilene, all the way up towards the Muskogee and Tulsa area, you guys need to be watching the stream here today. If you're in eastern Oklahoma, you actually have a lot of time before the event actually gets to you. But if you're also in some of the areas like Abilene, San Angelo, all the way down to Sonora, as well as Sanderson and Del Rio, if you know anyone that lives over there, or even places near Fort Worth or north of Fort Worth, you need to also be watching the live stream here today. So we have a bunch of stuff that we're going to be going over here in this stream. We already have a tornado watch that has been issued out in front for places like Tulsa, Oklahoma City, McAllister, Ada, Ardmore, Lawton, Wichita Falls, down towards Denton, and further on towards Eastland. So there's already expected to be the potential of some showers and thunderstorms that could form and potentially be severe, maybe even be tornadic. We also have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. One is relatively consistent for the most part. It got issued and is now heading through the Weatherford area. Let's see if we can get the closest radar to this. I'm going to have to pull up because I have a bunch of my radars across the board. There it is. So here's a radar right here. We got a lot of hail that's falling from the sky from this cell that just went through Weatherford, Oklahoma. And so if you live over in the portions of Watonga, Greenfield, Fay, and Thomas in Oklahoma, I highly recommend you go ahead and seek some form of shelter because you do have some strong severe weather that is anticipated within this environment. So do keep an eye out for that very closely, as this is expected to continue to move on through, produce some large hail, could easily break windshields and windows, which is the reason why we ask you to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because that hail can come in at an angle and break all the windows and stuff like that. So please be sure to stay safe if you guys can, if you live over into places like Watonga and Greenfield in Oklahoma. We also have reports of about $half size hail from the storm near New Cordell in Oklahoma. So this storm has had a history of producing large hail. Definitely something to consider as well as that continues to move on through. Now, I want to draw our attention to this cell that just formed over here near Amarillo. And when I mean just formed, I mean just formed, all right? It really just, popped out of thin air, more or less. And that's kind of what we are anticipating here today with this event. I'm going to try and download more frames, more or less, as to how we can see the progression of this thunderstorm and how this, basically formed out of thin air. But you can see as we go back further and further in time, you notice how the storm gets smaller and smaller. And then as we get closer and closer to Amarillo, this thing gets larger and larger, and you can see how it also has some hail, which is the reason why there is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Amarillo and the surrounding area. So if you live in Amarillo, if you live in Zeta areas, specifically south of Amarillo, near the Beltway there, south of 40, and eventually towards the areas near the international airport, I highly recommend you also get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because once again, hail can do damage to windows and windshields, potentially even break them. And if they're going through that window and you're right next to a window or a windshield, then of course you may be able to get impacted by it as well. So please be sure to make a note of that as this continues to move through. So once again, we do have quite the expansive risk. We also have a marginal risk over here for portions of the East Coast, extending from the Carolinas up into Virginia. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are approaching the general area of Williamsburg, so watch out for that. Potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail over there. But for the most part, this is the main area to watch here right now. You notice how we have a very expansive risk of dark green, yellow, orange, and red. If you are in the yellow areas, the orange areas, or the red areas, you need to watch the stream here this evening, because you have the potential of some significant weather that is possible within this area. Once again, we have a 1 out of 5 in severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and a 4 out of 5 in this red right here. And you notice how it gets closer and closer to the higher echelon, or the higher echelon values of that severe weather scale, to where it's closer to a 4 out of 5 or, you know, it won't be a 5 out of 5, but you notice how it's closer to that fuller value. So the Storm Prediction Center is expecting this to be on the higher end of the severe weather events. The last 4 out of 5s in the severe weather scale have not been up to that. It's more of 3 out of 5s. But we just have to continue to hope that we don't see that happen. We don't have that tornadic event or that, you know, large hail or hurricane force event that warrants that moderate risk. So let's hope that that isn't the case here today. But on the off chance that it does, we need to continue to spread the information to as many people as possible. So that's the reason why I keep asking you guys to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, especially if you know anyone who lives within those areas. Share the link with them from text message or direct message and whatnot. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So if you haven't done that already, please be sure to do so. That would be greatly appreciated. I also have posted a tweet. I've posted a tweet saying that I'm going to be going live as well. And so if you want to help me spread this tweet out with more and more people, the link is in the chat right now. If you go to that, you know, like it, retweet it, quote tweet it specifically, because people tend to read more if it's a quote tweet. If you do that, then we may be able to get this out to more and more people on YouTube as well. That would be greatly appreciated by going through Twitter and all sorts of stuff like that. Now, I want to go through here real quickly. I want to show you all the risk of this and how this is going to progress. And to do so, we're going to be taking a look at the models. And the models here, I'm going to make sure that I have everything set up on my screens. There we are. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. I was looking up for a severe weather event in Canada that was in the future, so that was kind of funny. Regions, we're going to go South Central. And we're going to go with our reflectivity type here. So once again, the time is above me. It is in Eastern. So if you're in Central, you're going to have to subtract an hour. And of course, you know, if you're in some of the other areas like the Mountain Daylight Time, then you're going to have to subtract 2 hours as well. But the main area to watch is going to be here in Oklahoma and Texas. So let's push it on through here. Let's actually go with the state of Texas. I think the state of Texas might actually be a little bit better. If we do that, zoom in. Yeah, that's a lot better. So you can see here that as we progress to the 2:30 time frame here, to eventually even towards the 3 o'clock time frame, we're going to start to see more and more storms that are going to form within this just band right here. This would be extending from areas near Frederick, Oklahoma, and south of that through Abilene. And that is expected to continue to uptick as this continues to move over time. You notice how there is a lot of showers and thunderstorms that form over here and continue to sustain as you get into central portions of Oklahoma. But you also notice these other showers and thunderstorms on the backside here. This is along the dry line to where you can get your significant hail and maybe even the threat for other tornadoes as well. You know, both of these storms, whether you're out in front of the dry line or you're along the dry line here, both of these storms can produce tornadoes. So the thing of it is it's one of those things where you're going to have to pick your poison as to which one can get what. But you notice how these other showers and thunderstorms form back over here sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock. We'll even backtrack here. Yeah, these storms officially start to fire off sometime around 3 to 4 o'clock Central. And that'll really, you know, continue to anchor and move on through. And then, of course, you have your other showers and thunderstorms that are in Oklahoma that'll continue to sustain. Once you get past the late evening hours into the overnight hours, so past dusk, that's when things become a little bit messier. You still have some showers and thunderstorms that form near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but this entire mess over here in Oklahoma comes into question a little bit more. And you notice that as this continues to progress and we zoom into Oklahoma, this starts to form into a little bit more of a line. You see this linear segment that begins to develop, and you have a lot of hurricane force winds that can form off of this linear segment as this pushes off into portions of Arkansas. So definitely something to watch out for with that. Maybe even a localized tornado threat out in front of that with the prefrontal showers and thunderstorms that can move off over there too. So definitely something to make a note of as that continues to exist even past midnight towards the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock hours over here for Oklahoma and Arkansas. Just getting news that there's a new tornado watch that was issued, and indeed that is the case. We have a new tornado watch here with 80-60 probs. 80-60 probs. That is a heck of a probability there. So crazy stuff. Let me do something here real quickly. Copy. Go back to this. Paste. There we go. And yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna put that over here. Actually, we're gonna put that like over here. Should be fine. There we go. But yeah, 80-60 probs, and for the people who don't know what 80-60 probs mean, all right, when you have the 80%, all right, so we're talking about 80, the two numbers that we're talking about, so 80 and 60, they're a percentage, and it is representative of the chance of tornadoes within your environment. So we'll start out with 80. The probability of 2 or more tornadoes within that environment within the new tornado watch is 80%. The probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 60% over here. So they have a high confidence, more or less, that a strong tornado is possible over here in towards portions of the Childress area, as well as Silverton, Plainview, Amarillo, Lubbock, Pampa. Maybe not the Amarillo and Lubbock area if these storms continue to move off past them. But still, something to note as this continues to move on through is that this giant tornado watch that they have issued, and it is including areas for Elk City, they have the potential of getting a significant tornado. And once again, that does include areas like Altus and Snyder and El Dorado, Quanah, Childress, Paducah, as well as Vernon and Seymour. So that is going to be something to note. That is going to be something to watch. I'm going to pull up Google Maps here real quickly so I can have it on my side screen if I need anything. If I need to call out any specific stuff. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting event here, guys. That's the main thing to say. I want to take a look at the meso analysis here. From a temperature perspective, that's nice. From a dew point perspective, that's really intense with dew points. Your dew points are starting to rise more and more. You see a lot of these yellows. These yellows indicate 60-degree dew points, and that's what you want for severe weather. You can get lower to that. You can get lower than that into like the greens and stuff like that. The greens could potentially indicate that there is some severe weather within your environment, or could be possible within your environment, I should say. But the other thing about it is that you want those yellows, you want those oranges, because that's some very high moisture content within the environment. And of course, the higher amounts of moisture, the more condensation there is going to be, the more, or at least the better the chance for showers and thunderstorms to form or sustain. So yes, the dry line is on the backside here. I was talking about a dry line. You can see how the greens and yellows cut off just like that. And you have a lot of these blues and pinks. These are some relatively dry temperatures and dew points. And we call it a dry line because typically a lot of showers and thunderstorms form where the dry air and the warm moist air form, because all the warm moist air gets channeled along that dry area. So that's what we got there. A big dry line setup that's going to move on through in areas like Odessa and Big Lake, San Angelo, all the way up to Lubbock, Spur, Childress, Amarillo. They're going to get a lot of activity here in regards to some tornadic potential and some very large hail at that because of that giant dry line. But out in front of it, all right, out in front of it, you can get the chance for quite a few showers and thunderstorms. Quite a few showers and thunderstorms to form or sustain. And it's going to be really interesting to see how things continue to progress with that. I'm going to delete these two. I don't need these two. There we go. I know you guys, I need to change my background so that it's a little bit more appropriate for the streams and whatnot. I can't do my own favors anymore. But, oh well. Catch myself in 4K. But there are some showers and thunderstorms that are starting to kind of, pop up here. You see this, guys? You see we do have a couple spotty showers and thunderstorms that are appearing across the board. And those are not, quite there yet. They're not there yet. and popping up and stuff. But that's really interesting to note. Alrighty. So let's take a look back at the cell in Amarillo, and I want to get a sky camera over here, or at least a traffic camera. I know they have traffic cameras over here. So let's pull that up. Let's go Texas traffic cameras. There you go. Where's the map? 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 Amarillo. There's the map. All right. Image unavailable. Well, that's very nice. That image is also unavailable. We have a lot of images unavailable here. Amarillo is not very nice to us. That's an interesting image, so we'll use that. Open image in a new tab, and we're able to see that. Also, does anyone know if there's any sky cameras in Amarillo, too? So that we may be able to watch it? Amarillo sky camera. Yeah, there is some stuff around here, actually. New Mexico, Boise City, Oklahoma. These are all, like, actual pictures and whatnot. But we're going to try and get a perspective of this thunderstorm that's coming into Amarillo. I think we might be able to get something here. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to save that to our live camera collection and make an interactive map a little bit later. That'll be really helpful for us. But we do have a sky camera over here from Amarillo. You can see the giant thunderstorm here right within this area. A lot of the rain that's falling down. You can actually see the rain band right within here and how the visibility just drops. And so I wonder if we will be able to see. I wonder if we will be able to see any hail that drops from the storm here on this camera. If we can, then that's going to be really interesting and a really good view for us. But if we can't, then that's really good for us because that means that there won't be any showers and thunderstorms that are producing significant hail. But we think that it probably will. And that'll be something to note as this continues to progress. But how's everyone's day so far? While we're looking at the sky camera here, I really do appreciate everyone coming out to the stream. Our video the other day, or last night, did really well. So I appreciate everyone coming out to the video last night and help sharing the information. And we actually cracked over 31,400 subscribers last night while the video was going. So we rarely get over milestones with videos. It's pretty surprising that that's the case when that happens, but we did. And that just means that we're expanding our community. I know some people are like, oh, don't talk about subscribers and stuff like that. You know, that's boasting. The way I look at it is that we are growing our community to the point to where we have more and more people that are helping us get information out. And that's kind of the best part about that. So I really do appreciate it and what people do. You know, once again, I'm going to need your guys' help here today. We're going to need to continue to try and share information. So right now we're looking beforehand. All right, we're trying to help the people of Amarillo. If you know anyone who lives in Amarillo, all right. So actually, you know what probably would be good. We're gonna put this on our second screen, and we're gonna have a half and half screen up. There we go. Look at that. So much better for us, right, guys? But If you know anyone who lives in Amarillo, which would be right above us, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and seek shelter and stay away from windows. If they could, that would be the best case scenario, because there could be a storm here that's approaching your area that is producing some large hail and upwards of the size of quarters. And that can do damage, that can hurt people. And so we want people to be safe as these storms continue to progress. So copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media, put it on Facebook and Twitter, especially if you know anyone who lives within those areas, as well as the areas over here, even further to the east of Amarillo, because believe it or not, if you're new to the stream, we have a expansive risk for severe weather here today, indicated in all these different funky colors. We have our light green, which is just a general thunderstorm risk, and you can see we actually have a little thunderstorm over here in Mississippi. We have a dark green area that is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5. The orange is a 3 out of 5. And the red is a 4 out of 5. So basically, if you live within the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to watch out for severe weather today, and that's the reason why we are here as well. So please be sure to share it, and please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below if you haven't already, to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information, because that's what we're going to want to do here. We're going to want to try and continue to get information out to people who may need it. I also want to make a note that there is a new severe thunderstorm warning north and east of Weatherford. So I'm assuming this is the new thunderstorm that is forming about here. And this may not even be the new thunderstorm. This might be an old thunderstorm. Yeah, this is the old thunderstorm. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for places like Fairview and Longdale, as well as Isabella and Clio Springs, Orienta. And this is right near where the Loyal tornado touched down earlier on this week. So if you guys know anyone who lives over there near Orienta, as well as Clio Springs, Ringwood, Fairview, Isabella, I would highly recommend telling them in Oklahoma that they need to get into a sturdy structure as well, because of the fact that there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm that's capable of producing ping pong ball sized hail. Yes, you heard me correctly. Excuse me, I'm stuttering all over the place here today. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is going to be something to note as that continues to move on through. And then, of course, we have our strong severe thunderstorm warning over here with the damage threat considerable tag for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you live in Watonga, Oklahoma, if you live in Greenfield, Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure as well and stay away from windows, because I've seen it before. I've seen multiple videos, multiple counts of golf ball sized hail doing damage and breaking windshields and windows and actually impacting people, whether it's while the person is driving on the interstate or on a US highway or just some sort of highway, whether they were sitting next to a window and the hailstone came through and hit someone. You know, I've seen all sorts of instances where that was the case, and it's one of those things to where I would rather that not happen to any of my viewers that are watching right now. So please heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Get indoors. Stay away from windows. If you have any valuables outside, if you have a car, put it under some sort of shelter. If you have pets outside, please bring them inside, because that is a concern. Pets, you know, are people too, as most people typically say, and you do not want your pets hurt or impacted by this large hail. And if you have any sort of valuables outside as well, please bring them inside as well. So that way you may be able to at least salvage them and whatnot. But yeah, we have a pretty strong severe thunderstorm warning here. Once again, damage threat considerable tag, which is the second scale out of 3 on this severe thunderstorm warning. I want to take a look real quickly at the maximum expected hail size indicator real quickly, and you can see that we do have a plethora of large hail within this storm here. You can see a lot of these greens, and you even see a little bit of the yellows over here back near the Greenfield area. So there's 2 distinct areas to where there could potentially be large hail, and that's kind of the dual threat here. Areas near Greenfield and Watonga, once again, that's kind of the reason why the National Weather Service issued this warning. It's because of the fact that there is some larger amounts of hail. Now, if you want to stay up to date with the scale and stuff like that while I'm looking at radar, look at the left-hand side. There's always going to be a scale there that indicates as to at least the threshold of whatever I'm looking at. So you can tell that the further up you go, the worse it typically is, unless if you're looking at this product right here, into which the lower it is, it would be more concerning, more or less. So that would be the correlation coefficient. But otherwise, that's what we got here. Do I use TweetDeck for Twitter? No, I actually just uploaded it myself and stuff like that. Thank you, Leanne. Are they actually like real cameras? Like they... Oh, wow. Leanne, that is perfect. That is absolutely amazing. I'm going to save that to my live camera collection and keep that on the side here. Because Leanne actually sent to me on Twitter some of these weather cameras that are over here near Lawton, Big Blue, Wichita Falls, areas near Quanah, Seymour, all these areas over here. And they're right in the thick of things for the severe weather event today. So I appreciate it, Leanne. That really does help me a lot. And thank you much. Thank you much. I will definitely have these with me when these storms continue to move on through. And hopefully, you know, you guys, for the people who have been on my channel for quite some time, they know I'm really good at kind of navigating with sky cameras and traffic cameras. And usually we can pick up tornadoes and stuff like that from them as well. So hopefully we may be able to, pull that up here as well. But yeah, thank you, Leanne. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. One final thing, if you're on Twitter, if you know anyone on Twitter, or if you have a Twitter account, please be sure to like and retweet this tweet that I posted. It was about an hour ago to 2 hours ago, to where it actually says that I'm going to be going live and whatnot, and it puts an actual link. And so it basically is a good way to help get the information out to more and more people. And hopefully that works. Hopefully if people go to social media, if they don't have power, if they don't have service and stuff like that, our live stream will be able to get information out to them so that they may be able to stay up to date with all the latest information that may be happening. The rain is starting to come down in Amarillo. We'll go full screen here, and you can see that across the board we have some very shiny pavement. Characteristics here on the bottom part of your screen. You can see that right in there. I should probably make this this drawing pen white so that it would be easier to see. Or actually, let's make it red. But you can see down here at the bottom part of your screen, very, I should say, wet roads, more or less. You can tell it's really wet. You can also tell the visibility on the left-hand side right there is getting lower and lower. So that is probably the center of the thunderstorm that is approaching the city of Amarillo, Texas. So if you're in Amarillo, once again, please be sure to stay in a sturdy structure. All right, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. And if you're specifically near the Zeta area and the Haney area, as well as areas near the International Airport, near Pullman, St. Francis, and Washburn, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure because there could potentially be some large hail within that storm and upwards of the size, or the large hail in that storm and upwards of the size of quarters. So let me do that. Let me do that. We'll go back to our half and half screen so that we may be able to stay up to date with that. And we also have Morgan with us here today. I'll bring in Morgan here in a second. But we do have Morgan. He is going to be helping us out. And so if there's any extra stuff that I don't see, Morgan will see it. But interesting thing to note, there are some showers and thunderstorms that are starting to form along the dry line near the Cress and the Happy area. That should sound familiar to the people who were here on my stream last year, because Happy actually had 2 large tornadoes similar to Pilger, so that's really interesting to note. I'm not expecting the moderate risk to be extended to OKC. I'm not expecting it. If they were to expand the moderate risk, it would be for places like Wichita Falls, Chickasha, areas near Ardmore. that would be probably where they would expand it if they were to do so for the prefrontals. But other than that, right now, the moderate seems to be all right. Baka Flint with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the support to the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much, my friend. There's also, I see some storms south and east of Wichita Falls. Let me take a look at that. And yeah, so these storms are starting to increase in activity as well as in coverage. So that's going to be something to note. We'll see how that continues to progress. I want to take a look at the satellite imagery here real quickly and see what we got as of late. We have a lot of clearing, which indicates that we have the sun shining through all these clouds to the ground, and it's heating up the ground, creating a warmer environment. And that basically tells me that we're going to get some more severe weather, or at least possibly some more severe weather. But a lot of pretty active conditions here with that. Let's go back to the storms that are over here near Watonga, because once again, we have some very large hail within the storm. And I actually want to take a 3D of this here. I'm going to take a 3D of the supercell. Yes, we can take 3Ds on this channel, and we'll be able to actually, dissect these storms as we look in all sorts of different levels. But you can see here, from the looks of it, that we have a lot of very high values of rain in the upper levels. Very large storm. You can see how it expands very, up into the 40,000 foot scale, even almost up to 50,000 feet. So a really interesting thing to note there as well. I want to see if I can find anything else within this. Maybe a little bit of an inflow notch, but it's not really all too organized right now. This is definitely very messy, and the KDP represents that as well. Very messy. If I tried to find any sort of rotation here with a normalized rotation, I mean, good luck. It's all very elevated above the ground, and so we wouldn't be able to see anything that would really extend down towards the ground. But yeah, we will have Morgan here in a second. Let's actually bring Morgan in here. Let's actually bring Morgan in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I had to talk about stuffs. We also have sky cameras that are over in Lawton that someone graciously sent in. So that is amazing. So that's already quarter-sized tail over in that area. Yeah, there's the report. We have a bunch of those reports, actually. One north of Umbarger. All ready for the storm, at least. So yeah, look at that. And we still, on the maximum expected hail size, too, that even says that it does have some larger amounts of hail as well. Now, for the people who are curious, right above me, the webcamera up there, that is Amarillo. All right, so that's actual downtown Amarillo. And, of course, you notice where all the maximum expected hail size indicator actually is. It's a bit further south of Amarillo. It's near the Zeta areas. It's approaching Pullman towards I-40, heading off towards the Washburn area, and then eventually towards the International Airport. And that's kind of the area that we are watching out for very closely for some activity. That's where the most intense aspect of this thunderstorm would be from the Amarillo area. It would be in the southern side of the Amarillo Metro. It would be also on the eastern side of the Amarillo Metro. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas near Zeta and Pullman, as well as areas near the International Airport, I would tell them that there would be the threat for some strong showers and thunderstorms that could potentially produce some large hail and upwards of the size of quarters, I should say. Geez, the sides of quarters. That's classic. But the size of quarters possible within this environment, and that can hurt people, that can do damage to cars, create dents and stuff like that, as well as crack windshields and windows. So please get into a sturdy structure, bring in pets. All right, if you have any pets that are outside, please bring them inside, so that way they may not be injured from this storm. And if you have any sort of other valuables, please bring them inside so that you can salvage them, or at least salvage their worth and whatnot. Let's see. Someone said that the new NATO cast came out, and I'm considering the following, because the NATO cast not only says that the prefrontal environment is Monka S, but this is the new model run that just came out that they apparently fixed. So if you don't know what NATO cast is, NATO cast, yeah, you can say the dry line, although there is a 10%, a little small 10% right along the dry line, so that is something to note. But what the NATO cast basically does is it's kind of like this robot, this algorithm more or less, that takes a look at all these weather models, which are basically opinions as to what type of event you can get and where you can get the event. And it also tells you in this instance as to what the percentage, or at least the chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. You can see the scale in the bottom part of your screen, and how once you get to the greens, that's 2%, brown 5%, yellow 10, 15 is in red. And then we also have little localized areas of pink dots, one in northern Texas, one in southeastern Oklahoma, of 30% chance for a tornado within a 25-mile radius. So that is something to note here. Now, of course, this model also gets some stuff wrong, so we're not actually, thinking that that probably could be correct. As a matter of fact, the only thing that we can really trust at this point is what's currently going on right now, because there's only so much that models can do for you once you're this close to an event. All right, now you're just kind of hoping for the best for the most part, but for right now, that's kind of what we got here for the most part. That's what we are expecting. And so that's the reason why we're trying to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, I keep asking everyone, if you guys could, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to, spread this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to spread the information to as many people as possible. But what is pretty much set in stone is the Storm Prediction Center has its own version, its own opinion as to what could happen in the event. And if you are in the yellow, if you are in the orange, or if you are in the red blobs here in the United States, this is the convective outlook, and this tells you what your chance for severe weather could potentially be, or at least on what type of scale you're actually in. So the 2 out of 5 is in the yellow, the 3 out of 5 is in the orange, the 4 out of 5 is in the red. If you live within any of those areas, such as Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, Amarillo, Childress, Elk City, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Muskogee, areas towards Sherman, as well as areas near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro and north of that, especially near the Gainesville, the Bowie, the Wichita Falls area, as well as into areas near Lawton and Altus. You need to be watching the live stream here today, because some form of significant weather could be possible within your area, especially as you get into the higher parameters of the severe weather scale. So, definitely something to watch out for. Yeah, there's a lot of that rain too. Moderate risk to be extended east according to the chief med at KOCO. I wouldn't be surprised. That's the area that I'm watching very closely, the prefrontal showers and thunderstorms that could form and actually expand in coverage. And once again, we already have those showers and thunderstorms that are trying to really fire off over here in Wichita Falls. It's just whether or not they really, they actually take advantage of that environment. And is that for the southern portion? Yeah. Yep, so there you go. That is already, we have our environment that is starting to expand more and more. We said that the areas in the yellow could see something severe. We said that that could potentially be the case, and that is indeed the case here. We have a new tornado watch for portions of Abilene extending down to San Angelo, as well as portions near Del Rio and whatnot, as well as Fort Stockton. So if you live in those areas, okay, you need to monitor the weather very closely here today. We have a couple tornadoes possible, 40-20 probs, so you have a 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes within an environment or within that tornado watch, and then you have a 20% chance of a strong tornado. So not a very huge chance. It's just more or less a tornado watch for just general tornadoes. So I would monitor with that. Yeah, Fort Stockton, notice how large that county is. Notice how large the county is. Yep, you're right. You're right. Yeah. That is a giant county in Texas, but they do, once you get into the western panhandle of Texas, those counties are particularly huge.
So
yeah, Morgan may be muted. That is true.
Excuse me.
Good call, chat. Good call. Might as well do that now. Might as well have
Thanks.
the issues. Might as well have the issues now compared to when we actually are in the event, right? Might as well have the issues now. New mesoscale discussion concerning Watch 176. Quote, increasing and intensifying thunderstorm development through 4 to 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time, including a few supercells posing a risk for large damaging hail, as well as tornadoes, 1 or 2 of which could become strong. Trends are being monitored for the possibility of an additional tornado watch east of 176, which would be near the Paris area, as well as McAllister and Fort Smith. So, wow. They are expecting, or at least not expecting, they are monitoring the potential expanding threat here today, and they are trying to see, or they're trying to really note here if it's worth expanding the tornado watch, and that's kind of crazy. You don't really see that all too much, except for towards the latter stages of the event. They don't really do that in the beginning of the event all too much, so that is something to note here. Yeah, that is the Wichita Falls camera. That is indeed the Wichita Falls camera. But like, I want to make this here real quickly. I want to make this clear here, or not really make this clear. I want to like just kind of give you guys a perspective more or less as to what this environment could be like here today. Okay, I've turned off everything except for the watches, all right, the tornado watches and the outlook for severe weather here today. And take a look here. Take a look here, guys. Notice how you have a bunch of these red boxes that are spread across the entire areas of the yellow, the orange, and the red. Of course, you have some areas that aren't covered by the orange and the yellow, but you see those red boxes, and those red boxes are tornado watches. And they just look at how expansive they are. I mean, they cover from one end of Texas to the other, and they cover a lot of central to southern Oklahoma as well. So it's just a very expansive risk here for the potential of tornadoes. But, and even then, even if you don't get tornadoes, you could have hail. You could have large hail. According to at least the Storm Prediction Center, but at minimum up to baseballs, they are saying an upwards of softball-sized hail possible at most within these showers and thunderstorms. So that is going to be something to watch out for as this continues to progress for the most part. But yeah. The reason why we have those rules more or less is to not start drama. The whole purpose of this channel and the live stream is for everyone to come together more or less. And if we can try and limit that drama more and more, then we may be able to at least
be very quality if we can.
clear our minds and be able to get information out together, you know. So that's the main purpose of the rules and whatnot. I know they seem strict, but it's for a good reason, at least in my opinion.
It has validity.
The storm in Amarillo is casually on 55-degree dews, so that's nice. There's also a thunderstorm that's starting to fire off here south of Amarillo. It actually just formed along an outflow boundary, actually. Wow. Yeah, this storm just formed off of the outflow boundary. Yeah, Cress. Cress is the next storm to watch here in the future. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the other cell that just passed through Amarillo as well. So, yeah, these storms are expanding in coverage.
Oh, gosh.
And once again,
let's also talk about the fact that there are numerous showers and thunderstorms that are forming in Virginia as well right now off outflow boundaries.
Yeah,
some of which have hail approaching quarter size, even exceeding it.
Oh, and there's even a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina too.
There is one couple that are north of Charlotte, and then one that's northeast of Fayetteville,
South and east of Raleigh, yeah. But yeah, if you live in any of those areas here, I'll actually pan the screen over to what we got there. You can see we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see these yellow boxes, more or less. And these yellow boxes indicate severe thunderstorm warnings here. At least on this channel it does. And we have two of them. One near the Lincolnton area. So if you live in Lincolnton, highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure, as there could be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that cell. And then you have another one that's approaching Mooresville, and eventually towards the Kannapolis area as well. So if you live in Mooresville, North Carolina, highly recommend you watch out for that as well. Because, once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail possible with those storms. We also have another cell that is kind of very small. It's north and east of Smithville, and it's south and west of Wilson, near the Kenly area, crossing over I-95, and eventually going to cross over the I-795 areas as well. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas over there near Wilson or south of Wilson, near Kenly, as well as Lucama and Black Creek, I highly recommend you tell them to also go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure as well. Stay away from windows, bring in all your valuables, including pets, because no one wants to get hurt, and that is including animals as well. So try and salvage all of your valuables if you can, if you are outside, and get them to some form of shelter. And the same goes for cars as well. So you have that. You also have these other severe thunderstorms that are over into portions of southeastern Virginia, one of which is now approaching the Hampton areas, or at least north of Hampton, near the general area of the Newport News Williamsburg International Airport. So if you live near the International Airport over there north of Hampton in Virginia, along the I-64 corridor, there is a thunderstorm over there with some large hail, maybe even a little bit of rotation, but very, very weak in that. So I would say 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail for the most part with that storm. And I would highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, because that storm does seem to be severe, or at least a lot more severe than some of these other showers and thunderstorms that are within that area. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that actually has moved out of the severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of weird, but they issued a new one for this area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So something to watch out for if you live near Drake's Branch. I would say stay in your safe space as well, because there could be some strong damaging winds and spotty hail there too.
So, in between the storm in Amarillo and the storm that's down by Talia at this point, seems like there's another one that's starting to form by Happy as well.
Yeah, there is.
So, maybe you have to watch out for these storms as they continue to progress.
And then even another one north of that near Canyon, just due south of Amarillo. So, yeah, these storms are increasing in coverage. And that's kind of not what you want to see. That's kind of not what you want to see, especially this early. You don't really want to see these thunderstorms expand in coverage.
Work, computer.
Yeah, that's a mood, isn't it? Where is...
it's along the dry line. Who would have thought?
Yeah. where is Clay County, Texas? So that I can get a reference, because that is east of Wichita Falls, and that is
It's
near
that stuff.
Midway. Where is Midway ISD?
Midway, what?
That's south of Harrietta. Okay, so that's where that camera is there. I know where Quanah is at. Is there camera in Quanah? Is that working? Uh, doesn't look like Quanah's camera is working, which is unfortunate. So that's two cameras that might not be working. We'll see if that fixes itself. New day one is out. They have expanded the moderate significantly. They have expanded the moderate significantly. They've expanded the 15 significantly. Oh my goodness. They're taking into account the prefrontals. They're taking into account the prefrontals, Morgan. They've done it. They have expanded the moderate until Kingdom Come. Oh my goodness.
That's way...
That is...
I think that's way too out there, frankly.
That's huge. And they include
That's way too out there.
They include OKC in the moderate as well. Wow. Wow.
That's a big risk.
That is a huge risk. And they are taking into account the prefrontals. Wow.
They're really banking on that. That's
wow.
Ugh.
Because that right there. You guys remember where the original moderate risk was. The original moderate risk was right in this area right here. They have not only expanded the moderate risk, they have doubled it in size. They have doubled the moderate risk in size. And for people who don't know what a moderate risk is, that is basically a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Okay, so for the people who are new and are tuning in right now, we are expecting a severe weather event here today with a strong severe weather episode here that is possible, whether it is strong damaging winds, large hail, or even the threat for strong tornadoes. All right, the thing of it is that I never, all right, you can ask Morgan, okay? I never bet on the prefrontals. I never bet on the prefrontals to do anything. There is something here right now, or that has been telling me since last night, that the prefrontals are the storms to watch here today. I didn't say it in the beginning of the stream. I'm going to say it now, though, okay? All right. The prefrontals are the storms to watch very closely. The dry line, you know exactly what you're getting from them. You're getting large hail, you're getting strong damaging winds, you could even potentially get the threat for tornadoes within them as well. But there's going to be storms that are going to form in front of that line of, just scattered showers and thunderstorms. And those are the ones that I am very concerned about, because they are not only going to be in their own environment, but they won't also be limited by anything, as well as with high moisture content. There's some very high moisture content within that environment. And that's kind of the reason why I'm watching this very, very closely. So I'm going to be here for a while, guys. I'm going to be here live streaming for a while. If you know anyone who lives within any of these areas here, in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, I highly recommend telling them that there is the potential for some severe weather possible, including the threat for significant weather. So I would tell them that. And you can even send them to the stream as well. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or send them to their send it to their direct messages, text message, and stuff like that. Because we are trying to spread information to more and more people. That is what we are trying to do here. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you guys actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's actually the best way to help spread this information. People are asking, what prefrontals are. Okay, so cold fronts and warm fronts, okay? Those are fronts in general, okay? So usually before those fronts move on through, these fronts move from west to east more often than not in the northern hemisphere. So in this case, the United States. And before the fronts move on through, you can get thunderstorms that form in front of the front. So we say prefrontal, which is just the storms that form out in front of the line. So, excuse me? Is that real? What do you mean we have a 5 sig? Where's the 5
Do
sig?
we have a...
I don't see it on on Earth.
There is kind of a 5 sig. It's barely though. Barely.
Yeah, we barely have a 5 sig though on that southeastern side. I will say that much. Now, I want to say here one thing real quickly, okay? Because I won't really be able to talk about it during the event, all right? Because, you know, if there's like a tornado ongoing, I'm not going to talk about tomorrow or whatever, okay? But there is a risk for severe weather tomorrow. We have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale indicated in this orange for portions of eastern Texas, central and southern Arkansas, as well as northwestern Louisiana. I will be live streaming here tomorrow as well, okay? I will be live streaming tomorrow. There's a 5% chance for tornadoes, so not as high as what we are expecting here today, but I am watching an area. There is an area that I'm watching very closely in extreme eastern Texas over here, heading towards the northwestern portions of Louisiana. Could potentially see a risk for some tornadoes within that environment, maybe even a strong tornado, if it can get discrete. If it can form out in front of the line, then yes, we can potentially get some stuff. So I'm watching that. And then this 5% over here in the portions of southwestern Kentucky and northwestern Tennessee, so basically the Mayfield, Clarksville area, as well as Nashville, they are going to basically get some storms that can produce tornadoes as well. So I'm going to be live streaming that event tomorrow. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, then you can send them to my live stream. I'll be able to get the information they may need. And then the other thing about that as well is if you want to watch the live stream as well, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. You hit that notification bell so that you may be able to stay up to date with all the latest information that I will be providing. Because believe it or not, tomorrow is not the only day that we are expecting severe weather besides today. We also have severe weather on Thursday. All right, severe weather on Thursday that is possible. And then on Friday, because today is Wednesday, so Thursday, and then we have severe weather on Friday here with a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to live stream there on Friday. You know, I can if I wanted to, but if the risk is not high enough to the point where I feel like I don't need to live stream, then I won't. But I definitely could live stream if this event gets pushed up to like a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Then I wouldn't mind actually live streaming that event. So on Friday, we can get some stuff. And then on Saturday, look at this. We have a risk for severe weather on Saturday over here in the portions of Nebraska and Kansas. So that's something that you guys need to watch out for. If you live in Nebraska and Kansas, I would watch out for that. And then we also have Sunday. So once again, all right, still going here. Sunday, we have severe weather for portions of Omaha down to Kansas City, Topeka, all the way up to the Des Moines area. Even Lincoln can get some activity. So Sunday, we could potentially be live streaming. And get this, we're not done. Monday here. Look at this. Monday, we have severe weather extending from Omaha to Minneapolis. Yes, Minneapolis over there in Minnesota gets into the severe weather fray. We are expecting some severe weather possible for some of those areas, as well as the surrounding general vicinity in Wisconsin, the Dakotas, and Iowa as well. So that is basically one of those things to where we have multiple days that we are anticipating severe weather. I will more than likely be live streaming most, if not all of them, if I do believe they are up to standard to where they can impact people, their life, and their property. So please be sure to stay tuned, because we have a lot more to where this is coming from here, as a multi-day severe weather event is possible here for the United States. What does a 5 sig mean? A 5 sig is basically the 5 is the percentage of your tornadoes, and then a sig is a significant risk for severe weather within that area. So that's basically what that means, long story short. But yeah, May is definitely doing May things. And we got a lot of activity here that we're going to have to cover. So, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the plains starting to become the traditional tornado alley. This is when things start to really ramp up here. So once again, we also have our severe weather, not to go too far out in the future, because we're going to want to take it one day at a time, of course. But we do have some severe weather here right now that just passed through the Amarillo area, passed through the Amarillo International Airport. We've had reports of half-dollar sized hail to ping-pong ball sized hail south of Amarillo near the Lake Tanglewood areas. And so we do have a severe thunderstorm warning because of that for the areas of Conway, Lark, Groom, Claude, and Panhandle here in northern Texas. And that will actually be in effect until about 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live in those areas, I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure and you stay away from windows. If you have any valuables outside, if you have any pets, if you have cars, bring them inside, because they could potentially sustain damage or get injured in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And you need to be able to heed the National Weather Service's warnings, especially as this thing has had a history of producing large hail. So hail can break windows, they can break windshields, they can do damage, all sorts of stuff. It's just better if you get the stuff that you have outside and bring them into some sort of shelter or some form of, some form of housing. Bring them inside. But yeah, we have this storm here. It is starting to arc a little bit. We are starting to get a little bit of a hooking characteristic with this storm. It actually is in a pretty decent environment in general. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm to kind of run some diagnostics, more or less, as to what this storm is actually doing.
If you're looking at Washburn, it's so close to the radar.
I know, but I'm looking... Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why I'm taking a 3D of it, because I want to see what the actual...
3D won't tell you much, though.
No, at the lower levels it will. That's the reason why I'm looking at it. I'm only looking at the lower levels. I don't care about the upper levels right now. I want to actually see if there's anything coming in inflow-wise. So if I take a look at BV or SRV and use it to a specific wind, I could be able to determine as to whether or not this thing is ingesting any sort of inflow. And it kind of is, but it really is just very weak at this time. It's not really doing a whole lot in regards to ingesting a lot of moisture. If we take a look at the reflectivity, then we kind of would be able to determine as to where there could potentially be an inflow notch, but it's just very weak at this time, very immature as a thunderstorm. And so we're not expecting this to do very big things tornadic-wise. At least not at this time. This thing could very well do so a lot later on. Of course, it could also deteriorate a lot later on, too. That's the thing about weather. You can have storms that can form and sustain. You could have other storms that form and then just die off very quickly. So that's kind of the double-edged sword of weather. But we're here to interpret it all. So we're trying to figure out as to whether or not this thing can do anything. And right now, it's producing a lot of hail. I mean, look at this. The maximum expected hail size tells you all you need to know. You have a lot of purples, you have a lot of these greens, even some yellows in some of these areas. So a lot of very vibrant colors that are more or less telling me that there is some large hail that is just dropping over I-40, all right? We have people that could be on the interstate here along I-40, and they're getting pelted with large hail within their area. So If you know anyone who's on I-40 near Conway and Lark as well as Groom, I highly recommend telling them to pull off to the side and get into some form of shelter. I wouldn't go underpass. All right, do not, take shelter under an overpass. That is the one thing you should never do, is hide under an overpass, because that is basically asking for danger there. That is basically asking for you to get some very strong damaging winds that could impact your storm and even flip your car and whatnot. So please do not hide under an overpass. Instead, try and go to like a gas station and hide under the shelter that they have over there next to the gas pumps. Or you can try and go around these storms by going down to the south and then going around that way. That is another way of bypassing these storms, more or less, and staying safe. But that is kind of what's going on with that storm right now. The other storm that's down to the south near Tulia is still in its infancy stage. ZDR isn't very strong with that at the moment, so I'm not anticipating this to be...
That may be the storm to watch, though, later on.
I agree. Along
the dry line.
Especially since that's the more southernmost one of these cells so far. And of course, as you and I know, Morgan, the further south you go, the better the environment is. So...
Salado moment.
We're just going to have to watch out for that and how that continues to materialize, more or less. So if you're just tuning in right now, we're looking in northern Texas. This is where the severe weather event is anticipated today, as well as into portions of central and southern Oklahoma. I'm going to pull up our outlook once again. There is the storm that we were talking about, or at least the two storms that we were talking about over there in northern Texas. You can see one of them has a severe thunderstorm warning, and they are in the yellow outlook, the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right now, and are moving into the 3 out of 5 and eventually into the 4 out of 5 environment. So that is going to be something to note, especially as this continues to move along over time. Can it get into the better environment, and will it be able to take advantage of that, more volatile environment for it to be able to become a significant storm? That is the big question here right now. We also have another thunderstorm over here that is due east of Wichita Falls. I want to actually take a look at this thing, because this thing has actually kind of been around for quite some time, and it is trying to break through the environment here. This thing is trying to actually materialize more or less. And whether or not this thing actually ends up being something to watch later on is another thing to take into consideration. All right, this environment is right around where the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is. This is in southern portions of Oklahoma into central portions of Oklahoma as to where this could move on through. So this is, another thing to watch out for. Can these storms out in front of these other storms in Texas do anything as well? That is another thing to watch out for. 100%. But we have a lot of activity here. We have a lot of activity anticipated here today, and we have a lot of activity this early too. I don't think a lot of the models, besides the prefrontal stuff that they saw in some of the models, were anticipating a lot of stuff in the dry line. Was it, Morgan?
Well, the models weren't really depicting the dry line all too well as what's actually happening right now. Obviously, what is happening right now isn't amounting to all that much. But the fact that cells are even really firing along it is something strange to take into account at all. That area isn't a slight risk, although those cells are about to enter the western portions of the moderate risk.
Yep.
Within the next foreseeable future. Like Nate said, unfortunately, the main threat is the prefrontals, but that's also a big gamble in terms of how that's all going to evolve, because there is this possibility that everything clusters.
Yeah.
Almost instantly. And that's the one thing that the SPC is taking a gamble on, is that there is actually going to be the larger threat for significant tornadoes this afternoon, as stated by the 15 SIG tornado probabilities. Now, with that also being said, the fact that the 15 SIG is this large does not mean that everyone in that area is going to see a tornado today.
Oh,
that's
100%.
not going to happen.
Yeah.
But the what they're basically outlining is that these areas from Childress all the way down to areas just south of Tulsa,
Mhm.
North of Caddo, excuse me.
Yes.
Those areas are in the higher chances of seeing a significant tornado today. Does not mean it will happen, but means there is a higher likelihood of it.
Yeah. So I mean
What?
that's the one thing to take into account here, guys, is that there's all sorts of different ways into which these storms could form. These storms that even do damage. But as Morgan said with the prefrontals, all right. So I said I was going to gamble on the prefrontals doing stuff, and that's the area that I'm most concerned about. But the thing of it is that, and similar to any sort of situation, even along the dry line, the storms that form over here in northern Texas that eventually will move off into western Oklahoma. These storms, the way to at least limit activity, at least tornadic activity, would be the amounting of multiple thunderstorms that could cluster together. They basically won't be able to get by itself. All these thunderstorms that are around each other are going to be fighting over the same environment. They're going to be trying to fight over the same energy that's present in the atmosphere. And if you have that, then there's not a whole lot of energy to go around. These storms are not really going to be able to get strong by themselves. But if you have a storm that's all by itself in a volatile atmosphere, all right, to where it's able to get by itself, take advantage of everything that is around it, and have it all for itself, then it'll be able to intensify. It'll be able to strengthen and be able to materialize into a bona fide strong thunderstorm or a supercell that could potentially produce tornadoes. And that's the main concern here that we have here today, as to whether or not we can get those types of showers and thunderstorms that can do that. If we can, then that is a big concern there, especially for the people who could potentially be impacted. Let us see. Security guard with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, sorry, this is late, but happy birthday for last week. Sorry not been able to send this to you, but here you are. Have a 10 on me. Go grab myself a drink when I can. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, security guard. Really does mean a lot to me. But yeah, I really do appreciate what everyone has done so far. Once again, we are trying to get this information out to more and more people. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we continue to spread this live stream out to more and more people. And it's not just on YouTube. If people don't have service, if they don't have cable, they may be able to go onto social media. Typically, they go onto social media and they try and find information that way. And so if they see our live stream on social media, they'll click on it, they'll be able to watch it. And if they live in some of these areas, then we'll be able to provide that information as to what could potentially be happening within their area so that they could make the right decision. They can make a safe decision so that they may be able to be all right as this event pushes on through. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream. Once again, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. That would be greatly appreciated. So, once again, thank you guys so much for coming out to the live stream here so far. We surprisingly have almost 1,000 people watching right now, so I really do appreciate you guys coming out to the live stream. And hopefully we may be able to work together as a team to try and continue to get information out to more and more people. That is what our job is here, more or less. Not just myself and Morgan, but believe it or not, for you guys too, for helping us out and whatnot. So it's all just one giant team that we have together here. This is Tornate Alley. That's what we call it. Now, I want to talk about one more thing, and I said this was probably going to be the only time I was going to be able to do it, but surprisingly, we do have a little bit more time. So once again, if you're new, we also have severe weather that's not just here for today, okay? We have a risk here for tomorrow as well for severe weather. I will be live streaming that as well, so if you live in southern Missouri, as well as western Kentucky and Tennessee, even in portions of Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana, I will be live streaming this event as well. So if you want severe weather coverage for your area, or if you know anyone who lives over there and they need information, please be sure to come back. Once again, subscribe and then turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I will provide for you all. And I'm actually looking for a potential tornado threat over in the portions of eastern Texas, being at least the pinnacle of the event, more or less. That's where the highest parameters I see actually exist within this environment. And that is where I could potentially even see a significant tornado possible within that area. So I'd watch out for that, potential for something tornadic in that environment. We also have on Friday a severe weather event over here for portions of the deep south over into the southeast, extending even into portions of the southern Ohio River Valley. So I would watch out for that as well. Not sure if I'm going to be able to live stream that day. It really depends upon the severity of this risk. If I feel like that I don't need to live stream that because of the fact that the environment is just not strong enough to impact life and property to a significant value, then I won't live stream. But if it does, then I will. We still have a little bit of time before this environment, gets a little bit closer and closer to us so that we may be able to understand as to what this thing is doing. And then we also have on Saturday, we have a risk here for Nebraska and Kansas. So if you live in Nebraska and Kansas, I'd watch out for that. We have one on Sunday here for eastern portions of Kansas and Nebraska, as well as into Iowa and Missouri. And then over here for Minnesota, the Dakotas, Wisconsin, as well as, once again, Nebraska and Iowa. We have some severe weather over here on Monday. So if you live within any of those areas, please be sure to stick around. I'll be able to give you information, whether it's through videos or it's through live streams. I will be able to tell you as to what's going on within this environment. And who knows, I may also be able to track them live for you all so that you guys may be able to know exactly what is happening with almost every single shower and thunderstorm. Sent live cam for San Angelo, Texas on Twitter for use. Beautiful. That's actually the case. Nice. Nice. So if there's anything that's over in San Angelo, we may be able to see something. That's perfect. We're getting all the live cameras here today, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting all the live cameras. Where is Guyman Tower? Where is Guyman Tower? That is in Guyman, Oklahoma. Oh, wow. So there's a sky camera over there in the Western Panhandle. That I did not know. And that's really, really nice to know for future events. There you go. So good stuff with that. Good stuff. Yeah, that cell near Tulia is still trying to amplify ZDR, which just basically tells me if a storm is intensifying or not. It's not really on the higher scale, so we are kind of fine right now. We'd need a lot more reds to tell me that that storm is trying to intensify. Compared to this cell that's over here on Conway and the Panhandle portion of Texas, you can see that we have a higher amounts of ZDR, which is indicative of a strengthening thunderstorm. So we do have, or I should say we are expecting this thunderstorm to continue to sustain within this environment. It may not look the strongest, but it definitely is, still strong, and it is still producing some interesting amounts of hail. So we'll have to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to progress over time. Okay, so now we're starting to get an uptick in prefrontals now. So there's a lot of prefrontal activity that is extending from Abilene all the way up to Wichita Falls. And there's a cell that just formed off near Burke Burnett. And it has some heavy amounts of ZDR as well. Not the higher echelon values, but the it's in the 4 to 5 or a 4 to upper 4 values. So that is
I
something
think
to
the
know.
Vigo Park, formerly Talia cell, is now starting to pick up a little bit more. Maybe
So-
just a little bit. It's got a bit more lightning now. Showing signs of inflow for the first time as well.
Yeah, yeah, and I see that too. It is also dropping hail. Look at ZDR.
Mm-hmm.
That thing within the next scan, the latest scan, that is dropping a lot of hail. It also, it may be very weak, Morgan, but from 0.5 to 0.8 and even 1.3 tilt. If you go to ZDR and you notice it actually has a ZDR column. So
Does have a column right in that right
yeah,
in where that hook region would be.
exactly. So that is something to note there as well. I'm going to put the cam there and go half and half screen. So right above me is Wichita Falls, Texas, for people who are curious. That's going to be the live camera over there. And of course, we'll have that camera all throughout the stream here for you all. Soul Inferno with the 5 says, how does the ZDR interpret if the storm is intensifying? What does it take into account? So basically what ZDR does is ZDR tells you as to what your particles look like, your rain in the atmosphere, or your particles. Yeah, you can just say particles, whatever. And if it's a higher value of ZDR, your particles are more vertically stretched and they're more of a vertical oval. Whereas if they are in the negative values of ZDR, they are kind of more like a flat disc, almost like a frisbee on the side. All right. And so basically, if you were to throw a baseball and you were to frame it so that, you would have the baseball that would, it would still stay in frame even after it passes. That would be similar to how a raindrop would look if it were to go up and it gets stretched vertically so that you have a lot of rising air that is denoted more or less within the storm, indicated by higher ZDR values. And of course, if you have more rising air, that usually indicates stronger updrafts, which could indicate stronger showers and thunderstorms. So that's basically what we got there. And then of course, if it's negative values of ZDR, then it's, once again, more horizontally stretched, and that indicates that you have a lot more hail. You even have potentially even debris within that environment as well. So that's why we use ZDR after we look at a correlation coefficient if there is some debris, because that would be a good identifiable factor as to whether or not it is debris. If it actually is lifting, cars, trees, houses up in the sky, yeah, anything that it can lift up, yeah.
You're talking about a very strong
Oh, yeah, I mean, but
tornado if it's lifting cars to the point where radar will identify it.
well, usually radar identifies any sort of large particle, so it'll narrow that out compared to smaller
Speaking
particles.
of radar identifying any large particle, new frame shows a lot of more hail, rather, I should say.
Yeah, a lot of hail,
especially on ZDR.
And you can take a look at the maximum expected hail size. We'll go over the past few, frames, and you can see how originally when it was over near Tulia, it was a lot more smaller, a lot more confined. And then as it continues to expand, the hail has not only shifted to the south and east, but it has also expanded a little bit more and is heading off across State Highway 207. So, yeah, the storm looks like to me that it is trying to amplify a little bit more. And it also looks like a healthy thunderstorm as well. So this is similar to what Morgan said, about a half an hour ago. This would probably be the storm to watch right here as this continues to advance further east. But thank you, Soul Inferno, for the 5. I really do appreciate it. And then Kilo Charlie with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thank you for keeping people safe, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming into the stream and even just communicating in here. It really does mean a lot and helping me spread information. So I really do appreciate it. So it's just Tulia. That's kind of the same thing.
Tulia?
It's So it's not Ia.
Close
it's,
enough.
It's like
God dang
Tulia.
it.
Tulia. But yeah, we are starting to get a little bit more showers and thunderstorms to form over there. I want to take a look at the Lubbock radar. Ooh, do you have Lubbock radar up by any chance? It's not a necessity if you don't. You can just look at my stream.
I don't. I have
Big
Frederick.
outflow.
I don't know why I have Frederick to see the prefrontals that aren't forming, I guess.
They are forming. They're just...
But
look at the
I have
outflow
Frederick
boundary.
and Amarillo. Why am I looking at your stream?
Big outflow boundary
My
there.
Wi-Fi is dying.
Yeah, his Wi-Fi is
Oh, that
dying.
is an outflow boundary.
Yeah, that right there. If there were thunderstorms to form, they'd be right on that line right there. That is the edge of the dry line-ish, kind of. But for the most part, if there were showers and thunderstorms to form,
Ish, kind of.
it would
That's
be
very
right
nice.
within that area, right along any of those little boundaries. Can I explain why prefrontal storms are so far behind the warm front in Oklahoma? Good question. The basic thing for me to say with that is that there is a lot of convergence, a lot of high humidity values within this area. And if you just even have high humidity, that would be good enough for showers and thunderstorms to form or sustain. But it wouldn't be like, super strong. The only thing that would be really strong with this is because that there is a lot of rising motion within this part of Oklahoma. That is the reason why there's a lot of large hail within these storms. So that's the reason why there's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here. Which, by the way, if you live in any of these areas over here in Oklahoma, this would be near Orlando, Mulhall, Lavelle, as well as Marshall. You have some large hail that is approaching your area, as well as some strong damaging winds. You can see on spectrum width, which is an indication of turbulence. You can see that there's a lot of turbulence over here congealed within a line as well. So you could potentially get some strong damaging winds within your general area in, the next, I'd say, 5-10 minutes. And I highly recommend getting indoors, not underground, more or less, but get indoors, stay away from windows, and bring in your valuables.
Muscle memory moment.
It is muscle memory, isn't it? It's just rinse and repeat. Broken record. But yeah, we do have a pretty strong thunderstorm. You can see the maximum expected hail size indicator with a lot of these greens in this area. Indicating above 1-inch size hail to maybe even 1.25 inches possible. So that would be about quarter-sized hail. And you can also see that line right there, that line for the strong damaging winds here from spectrum width. You can see that right here on radar. Very strong damaging winds that would be approaching the Lavelle area. So if you know anyone that lives over there, once again, highly recommend telling them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Can I explain the relationship between lightning frequency and violent tornadoes? Well, I wouldn't say it's a direct correlation to violent tornadoes and more to just tornadoes in general. If you have a lot of lightning, that means the thunderstorm is going to be intensifying more and more. Or at least it is intensifying in the process of intensifying, or is at that point to where it's relatively strong. And usually when you have strong showers and thunderstorms, they produce tornadoes. If there is enough wind shear for it to do so. And wind shear is just basically the, if you can think of the atmosphere, the sky as a river, and how the river at certain point, or certain points, I should say, flow faster than another. That's what wind shear is. So if you have stronger points to where the river flows faster, then that can correlate to potentially stronger showers and thunderstorms, and maybe even tornadoes. So, yeah. Strongest tornado we've seen so far, if we had any, just joined. Not yet. We are in the process of tracking these as they start to form now. So they are forming now, these showers and thunderstorms, not the tornadoes. And we're trying to see as to whether or not these ones actually do something. more or less. So we have a giant environment here. We have a giant area for severe weather. And if you know anyone who lives within the yellow, the orange, or the red, highly recommend telling them to stay tuned to the channel, to live stream, or be weather aware as this continues to move on through. But no, we have not had any activity quite yet. What's that camera above me? That's in Wichita Falls, Texas, which is in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right now. I'm gonna pull this up here real quickly. Need to talk to that, and there you go. All right, that's all good. All that is done. All that is fixed. And
Report quarter-sized hail from Daniel Shaw on the Vigo Park actually. So
oh, so that would be this one over here north of Silverton.
mm-hmm.
That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Oklahoma. That's the cell north of Watonga. So that's another hailer. Another hailer. Unsurprisingly. It doesn't matter to me.
Watonga forever.
Doesn't matter to me for what I have for dinner.
It's only 4 o'clock, my guy.
As a family, we usually have dinner earlier. Like earlier than most people. So like at 5 o'clock, 5:30.
Bruh moment.
Jeez, yeah, this storm is starting to uptick in the amounts of hail. Ironically, though, the storm that just went near, Panhandle, that storm actually deteriorated very quickly. So now that storm's not really doing a whole lot. I wonder what the lapse rates are in this environment. I'm actually very curious about the lapse rates in this environment.
In which environment?
The
Triple Point or not Triple Point?
Northern Texas environment. So lower levels, it's right on the border. Right on the border. In the mid levels, it is not bad at all, actually. So if anything and everything can just take advantage of it, if the lower levels can just get there, then you'll see it start to amplify. They just moved the camera in Wichita Falls. So this camera in Wichita Falls does move, and that kind of tells me that if we do get anything tornadic in that area, we'll be able to see it because they'll be able to control it. We'll be able to watch it. And you know how I am with my sky cameras. So yeah, lower level lapse rates, really interesting. Southern Oklahoma, right where that thunderstorm is. Seems to be the area. Seems to be the area to watch. So yeah. That'll be something to note. Here, I'm going to put this over here. I don't really care about what I'm looking at right now with that. Let me take a look at satellite. And it looks like those clouds are starting to billow up in the northern Texas cell, the one that we've been watching. That's south of Amarillo. The other one that's over into Oklahoma, that one looks like it is trying to billow more, but it's kind of stuttering at the moment. So whether or not it breaks through is the big question.
Excuse me.
Oh, you're excused?
There's a tour possible in Virginia.
There is?
Spotsylvania County.
That's the one that's south and west of Fredericksburg, right?
Yes.
What radar would be best to view this?
Probably Sterling, which is pretty bad.
And there is rotation on that too. Look at that here, guys. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is over in Virginia. And we have our
True to moderate. This is the main event.
yeah, here's the storm right here from a velocity standpoint. All right, look at this here. And
it's got better echo tops than the one in. It's got better echo tops than Vigo Park.
Yeah, this storm's going places. But no, for real. We have some pretty interesting rotation here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere near the Centerville and Lewiston area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, and eventually near I-95 near the Arcadia general vicinity, as well as Golinsville, you know, you could potentially have a storm that could produce some spotty hail, strong damaging winds, and maybe, just maybe, even, you know, the threat for some tornadic conditions as well. But yeah, that is an interesting storm there. The storm in Virginia is definitely considering the following. NASCAR fan with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says that's my cell. I'm looking right at it. Oh, that's pretty cool. If you're in a safe spot, feel free to send pictures because I'm kind of curious as to what this thing is actually doing. But otherwise, stay safe and stay in a sturdy structure. But yeah, that is just to the south and west of Fredericksburg in Virginia. Structure collapse and damage per law enforcement. Possible tornado touchdown near Mooresville, North Carolina in Iredell County. Oh.
Really?
Interesting.
Where was that, did you say?
Iredell County. So that would be Mooresville, North Carolina. And I think Mooresville is the one that's... Yeah, Mooresville is due north of Charlotte.
Yeah.
So I'm actually curious. They have a radar nearby, so it actually does have a little bit of a hook on it. I mean, look at that, guys. It does have a little bit of a hook. If I go over and try to make it so that I have... There you go. You can see how it wraps around just like that. The rain wraps around just like that. And then the inflow comes in that little inflow notch right within there. So it is taking in energy. It is allowing thunderstorms to, or at least this thunderstorm to form or sustain more or less. So that is kind of interesting as this continues to move on through. Now I'm curious about the rotation, if there is any.
A little bit.
Base velocity. Yeah, kinda. Let me go see the past 7 frames. Hard to tell. Let me go 14 frames. Yeah, there was a little bit of rotation before. There actually was, just south of Mooresville. And that's north of Charlotte, North Carolina. So that's really interesting. They're saying it's along Wiggins Road. I'm trying to see if I can find it here. If I can't, then it's not that big of a deal. It's not like I'm going to purposefully try and stalk out a road, whatnot, but I can't find it. Can't find it. It is what it is. But yeah, there is definitely, or at least there was some rotation right within that area. And you can see because greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. So the same thing, it's still counterclockwise spin. And there even is still a little bit left right now, actually. There is still a little bit of rotation over the Cottle Creek Highway along State Highway 3. So if you live over there in North Carolina, I highly recommend watching out for some severe weather in your area too. There could definitely be some activity over there. Would not be surprised. Let's go to Frederick. That's a new thunderstorm or new prefrontal that just formed near Roosevelt. So that's interesting. Oh, and they're starting to increase. We're starting to get a lot of pop-ups that are starting to move about. Oh, there's a cell near Abilene. Where did you come out from? Let's go over here. And yeah, there's a little cell over here near Blackwell, heading towards Abilene. This is heading straight for Abilene.
Why is there a mesoscale discussion in Colorado?
Because of the cold core, dry line-ish type setup that we got there.
Dry line-ish. It's 50 degrees. Wow, and there's like 0 radar coverage.
Yeah, there really isn't.
There's also a special weather statement near I-25 for accumulating hail.
Yeah, this cell right here, south and west of Abilene. This is the one to watch, Morgan, because we got tops over 40,000 feet. Real quickly, let's move the sector down a little bit further south. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. It's punching through. It's punching through.
R2 won't load.
There it is. It's starting to punch through on satellite, so we are starting to get some storms that are starting to form. And they are out in front of the dry line too. I hate the fact that we have all these stratus clouds. It's hard to see what's happening at the ground. But that just tells me that the upper air is a little saturated too.
Where is this cell?
South and west of Abilene, Texas. So if you use KDYX.
Southeast?
Yeah, southwest of Abilene. You can definitely tell that his what's his face is dying, his Wi-Fi is dying because he's turning into a robot, right? No, this is not a Cape Bomb environment. This is not a Cape Bomb environment. You live in Abilene?
Oh, that?
Well, I'll be sure to tell you what happens with the storm as this continues to get closer and closer to you. Yeah, how did you not realize that that was there? It's got 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE around it. Thank you for the subscription, Uzumaki. This is in Texas.
I was looking at San Angelo for a little bit, which may have been part of the problem.
Yeah, probably. By the way, ZDR on the storm is like high. We're starting to get into the higher values of ZDR, into some of the pinks. So this storm right here, that is near Fort Chadbourne, heading towards the Abilene area eventually. This is going to be a storm to watch, and it just erupted over the span of the past few minutes. So that is something to note here, especially as this continues to move on through. So this is a picture that just came in. Picture that just came in here from Mooresville, North Carolina. Look at this. Really ominous cloud base there. Very ominous cloud base there. I'm not really sure what to make of this. I don't want to say that is a wall cloud because it doesn't really look like a wall cloud. But, I mean, at the same time, that very well could be where there could be some tornadic rotation. So that is something to note over there in Mooresville, North Carolina. Really do appreciate that.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, they are, Donna. They are. I will say, when you've been through so much severe weather, you know, eventually they'll get it right, right? But yeah, this storm is little teeny one. Little teeny storm here still. And I guess we're just gonna have to see what this thing does. Fix that. Do that, fix that. Boom, put that up. Appreciate you guys getting me over 500 likes. Really does mean a lot to me. We've been spreading this information with more and more people, so thank you so much. Anybody gonna talk about the fact that there's a town named Lawn in Texas? Especially in this portion of Texas. It's not really a lawn anymore. It's just, you know, just dirt. It is really just dirt. Oh, where did the Echo Tops go? Oh, it just straight up did not work for a second. So that kind of makes sense. But the Echo Tops on these storms are now, which by the way, for people who are trying to wonder what Echo Tops means, that basically is the tops of these thunderstorms. That's basically telling you how high the thunderstorm is in the atmosphere. And we're looking at 44 KFT, so 44,000 feet, almost 45,000 feet actually, which is the crazy thing. So something to note with that. Yeah, it looks like those storms that were over near Loco, that was near the Ringgold and Henrietta areas, kind of deteriorated a little bit. So that's kind of the good news. I still see a couple other showers and thunderstorms that are trying to develop. So we're going to have to pay attention to that. There's also some cells near Burke Burnett. And then a cell south of that near Archer City. So eventually these storms are expected to really rise and fire off. So that's going to be something that whenever we see that, you know, that's when we're really going to more or less not just call it out, but also, you know, watch it very closely.
There's a cell that just blew up south of Amarillo that may be taking control here in terms of the energy and all that. There's also a tour possible in Colorado, so consider the following if you can.
I knew it. Is it currently severe warned? Yeah, it is. There it is. That's classic. What would probably be the best way to go about this thing? Letting it alone, probably, right? Leaving it alone. Let's move Lubbock's radar over there for right now and go see what happens. Tyler Morgan with the 7 months of becoming a weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, where do you think tornadoes will hit if they do, in fact, form? It's going to be basically anywhere in southern Oklahoma, northern Texas. That is where I'm thinking right now. Can the jet stream be measured? Yes, as wind shear. Yeah, Altus is under the gun. Other areas near Lawton, that's under the gun. Basically anywhere in southern Oklahoma is under the gun if they're prefrontals, if you can get them. All right. They need to form first. And we got one over here near Abilene. Already looks like it's producing some spotty hail as well. But yeah, thank you so much for the 7 months, Tyler. I really do appreciate it. Earlier you said Zeds or something like that. What is that? ZDR. So ZDR is a product that you can use with radar. Okay, if you have radar, like, you know, Radar Scope, Radar Omega, any other radars, like My Radar and whatnot. Although My Radar doesn't have the other stuff. If you have those radars that I called out, it'll have a product called differential reflectivity. It might have some extracurricular names for it, like high res or whatnot. But that basically tells you as to whether or not you have rising motion in storms or not. And so the higher the ZDR, so the more reds and pinks there are, you know, the higher the intensity of the storm more or less is. Tanglewood cell, watch out for that. Yeah, these storms over here really just fired off. Is that a left flank velocity enhancement that's trying to develop with this storm here near Washburn? That doesn't make any sense if that's the case. But yeah, these storms, and this is an upside down. This is an upside down supercell. What is this? Ren. This is weird as heck. But yeah, there's a cell over here near Lake Tanglewood. Don't be surprised if they could potentially issue something over here. I'm actually curious right now. I want to take a look. I want to take a look at something. North Carolina, Mooresville just had a tornado. There's been reports of damage over there. So maybe either strong damaging winds or a tornado, but have to watch out for that very closely. I was going to pull up something. That's what I was going to pull up. That's what I was going to pull up. Let's go take a look at the vertical wind profiles, and this will tell us what our supercells basically will look like. Survey says for Amarillo. Very linear at this time. Lubbock. Very linear at this time. Not surprising, though. Lawton and or Frederick. It does veer at the lower levels, but it's very weak veering. Oklahoma, specifically OKC. Oh, that is a heck of a, that's a heck of a photograph right there in Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma and OKC. Okay. What about Abilene? Load, please, because that's where the prefrontal thunderstorm is currently at. There is some veering in that, too. It's just weak veering. But yeah, that's another thing to watch. Abilene, that's that cell right there that's by itself. And then last but not least, someone asked Tulsa, so we're going to do Tulsa here. Yeah, the Frederick, Lubbock, and Amarillo soundings were all, or VWPs I should say, were all pretty linear. So not that big of a deal with that. Is Tulsa going to load? Is Tulsa going to load? Is it going to tell me something? Probably not. Probably not. All right, so we're going to take a look at Frederick one more time. Take a look at Frederick one more time. And let's go half and half screen. Half and half screen tell us a lot. Above us is Wichita Falls. All right, so let's actually... this is not in Iowa, by the way. Wichita Falls, Texas. We got that right there. Put that right there. Make it a little bit smaller. And boom. So we have a little bit easier time so that people know where this is at. So that's Wichita Falls. Yeah, Hodograph. A little bit of veering in Frederick, but it's kind of meh. Kind of meh. What isn't meh is these thunderstorms over here near Washburn. This is starting to fire off now. Look at that. Unironically, Morgan, the storm that was near Vigo Park actually deteriorated. And then we have a bunch of these other cells that are formed.
The one north of it's taking rains. There's also severe thunderstorm warning in Florida because that makes a lot of sense.
Florida's gonna Florida, man. Florida's gonna Florida. That's all I gotta say about that. But yeah.
Look in the Washburn vicinity. There's something strange going on with that set of storms over there.
Were you looking at velocities?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Look at ZDR.
Yeah.
There's
if that merges.
Yeah.
If that merges, then we might have something to watch.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Looks like it. Looks like it, Ethan. But yeah, yeah, that did look like a funnel cloud on that storm that you were asking about. Yeah, storms are starting to increase in coverage, more or less. Can we go ahead and take a look at the stuff that's happening in Colorado for the tornado possible? Yeah, there is rotation on that thing too. That's kind of funny. That is really funny. So there is some rotation approaching the Bon Carbo areas here in Colorado. Bon Carbo, Colorado. So if you guys know anyone that lives over there, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and seek some form of shelter. Specifically, not just because there's rotation there, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So Bon Carbo, Colorado, Golnair, Colorado, as well as Ludlow, Colorado. Could be some activity over there, but yeah, there is some rotation with the storm right now. Surprisingly enough, and we're only looking up 8,000 feet, so it's not like we're looking as high as, you know, say the sun here. But, you know, you can see that there's a lot of rotation here. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. So, good call on the National Weather Service to put a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. It might actually need a tornado warning in the future, but as of right now, may need a little bit more time.
ZDR on it.
On that cell? I mean, the ZDR on the Bon Carbo cell is non-existent, but the cell near Walsenburg, north of that, also doesn't have ZDR there. The interesting thing about that, Morgan, though, funny thing about that is that you would think that it would show up on CC if it was hail. which is kind of weird, you know? Everything is just the highest values, but is Buncarbo still a town still? Maybe. There's like 1 or 2 houses over in Buncarbo, Colorado. So I guess if you're north of Trinidad, Colorado, then that would be the best way to point it out there. That would be the best thing to point out. Oh, wow. Morgan, are you on Frederick's radar by any chance?
No.
Are you on any radar in Oklahoma?
No.
Well, then, if you want, you can just take a look at my my stream. Yeah, the prefrontals have begun. It's literally, it just popped out of nowhere. Everything just popped out of nowhere. It really just popped up out of nowhere. All these thunderstorms just came out of thin air. And this is the concern here, guys. Oh, there's a cell that's really starting to precipitate a lot over near Duncan and Marlow. That'd be north of Comanche in Oklahoma. That actually might be closer. No, it's not. I was gonna say it might be closer to Frederick. But we also got some other cells over here near Purcell. And the cap is broken, everyone. The storms are now going. If there even was a capping inversion to limit this environment. Which
There was some at one point.
Yeah. Really? Hold up. I want to take a look at this. Because I just saw from a sky camera here. North of Lauderdale. You know, north of Fort Lauderdale, north of Pompano Beach. Yeah, that storm does look pretty gnarly. It doesn't have any rotation, so I probably won't look at it all too much, but yeah, my goodness, they just bless you.
Thank you. That hurt.
But yeah, these storms just popped up. They fired off out of nowhere, and now here we go. This is the beginning here. One of these thunderstorms out in front could potentially be the one that, you know, creates a strong, you know, could be what stronger than others, I should say. Why does Roosevelt still look like it's just there? Oh, it's because I haven't updated the frame. That's classic.
It scared your entire chat.
Jump scare of the day. Yeah, I know, right? Is everyone awake now? Oh boy, Morgan.
Oh, Washburn merged. That might be a problem.
Did it?
Holy ZDR. Yeah.
What in the world is this thing? Let me take a look at the upper levels with this thing. Yeah, it looks like Washburn in itself is like a mini supercell, but there's like thunderstorms to the south of it that's making it difficult for it to be able to, you know, do things.
It's gonna merge. They're tied to each other at this point.
Yeah. There's also another cell near Pomeroy.
Because your mic is so loud. No, that sneeze was just loud. That was not my mic.
True facts. You are a little bit loud, though, I will admit. So let's turn you down just a little. What happened?
It downgraded entirely to a 10.
Wait, what happened? NATO cast?
NATO cast.
I gotta see this. And the funny thing is, the NATO cast is in the area that I was talking about. It's the prefrontals. NATO cast doesn't believe in your dry line.
Yeah. I'm starting not to either, to be honest with you.
Hey, we're not done yet. We're not done yet, all right?
Aren't. That is definitely true, but
I'm telling you, the prefrontals. As I said, Morgan, I have never bet on the prefrontals to fire up showers and thunderstorms until today, and you know. Yeah, is that a little bit better, chat? Hey, Morgan, can you speak real quickly?
hi.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit better. I fixed it. You also
Morgan,
are
quick tip,
echoing.
don't die. It's bad for your health. Thanks.
Yeah, for real. NATO cast is butt cheeks for the planes. No, it's basically the significant tornado parameter. That's what it basically is, so. Yeah, you are echoing, Morgan. Consider the following.
Why am I?
All right, let's go over here real quickly. Let's go to the latest HRRR run, and let's see when things fire off according to the HRRR.
That better?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
It works. So the HRRR says obviously these storms are going to fire off more and more. There's actually a supercell that's south of Wichita Falls that really fires off over here in a half an hour. It also says the dry line starts to convect here within the next half an hour as well. And that's when that supercell really goes. That the HRRR says it's a full right mover. There actually isn't as many other showers and thunderstorms unless if it's behind it. So that's interesting. And then it has a conga line of supercells that form. That's nice. There's also the prefrontals have hooks on them too, so that's another thing to note. So basically what I'm saying here is over the next hour, guys, specifically 30 minutes, we're going to see stuff that's going to just explode according to the HRRR. But that's according to the HRRR, and we all know how the HRRR is sometimes. So, you know, we're going to have to consider the following when we can. But still, I mean, this is a lot more productive than most other prefrontal events that were anticipated to happen, right, Morgan? Usually when people say there's going to be prefrontals, they don't do anything. They don't form.
Usually when people say there's going to be prefrontals, there ends up being nothing at all. So I suppose this is progress.
This is already, you know.
Oh, look at Washburn. Oh
boy. Okay,
ow.
that's gone. Ow. That's an ow. It has an SVC, Morgan. It has an SVC.
Yes,
that is a hook. That is a supercell that is developing. Let's see if it has any mid-level rotation. It actually does, but it's not, of course, the best because, you know, there's a thunderstorm in front of it.
It's not the best because the storms are merging at the moment.
Yeah, but that is that is a heck of a supercell that is starting to develop.
Maybe the thing that we have to watch out for along United States 60, moving northeast.
I'm actually curious here. I want to take a look at the satellite for that sector and see what that thing is doing.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
that sneeze from like 10 minutes ago is still making me die.
Yeah, that storm is starting to billow up. It's not completely there yet in regards to maturity from the looks of it, but it's a lot better than what these other showers and thunderstorms were doing in northern Texas, so. Yeah, this is starting to congeal. A lot of large hail with this now. You can see some of the yellow particles, yellow pixels here of the radar that are indicating over 1-inch sized hail, even 1.5-inch sized hail in some spots. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag for hail in upwards of 2 inches, 2-inch sized hail within this storm, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we have a lot of that activity here that is starting to kind of materialize, and that's going to be something to watch out for. Kay with the membership, thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. I really do appreciate it. That's the best way to support my channel, and it really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. You know, you get emotes, you get shouted out as well because you'll have your name and stuff like that down below. You'll see here when the thing moves over to the side again. So when it moves over just like that, you'll see people's names and stuff like that on there. So you'll have your name up there. You'll get exclusive perks and whatnot. So I really do appreciate it. If you want to become a weather watcher or a tornado tracker, please be sure to do so. You hit that join button down below. That would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, this thing...
Finally out of work. How's it going? I had the most aggressive sneeze in history. So there's that.
Yeah. Oh, wow, Morgan. This thing's ZDR column goes up to 10,000 feet. Actually, I think we hypothetically can slice through this.
I'm not gonna yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer.
That is a skinny updraft, but it's there.
But it exists.
Skinny ZDR column, but it's there.
Dryline truthers, stand up.
Actually, I think I might be able to 3D this thing as well to take a look at lower levels. Might be able to get away with it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I hate to sound like the Kool-Aid man, but oh yeah. There is definitely an inflow notch there.
You could already tell that just from radar presence.
Well, yeah, but like you can see the updraft now in place. That is some crazy stuff there. And basically what we have here, guys, is you see this like little cave on the backside right here? You see this little cave? Right in there is where this storm takes in energy to allow this thunderstorm to either form or sustain. And that's what we have here. This thing has a lot of space for this thing to ingest inflow and energy in the atmosphere. So if this can, if this front thunderstorm can move out of its way, we can be talking about a significant thunderstorm here soon. That is paralleling I-40 in Texas. Sam with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been a minute since I donated to this cute himself. Dryline Truther, stand up. Hey, all I gotta say is next year, I could be out in the plains, so we'll definitely meet up and whatnot. I'll definitely have fun chasing out there too as well. I'll probably be out there for like a month. That's what I plan. So I'll catch you out there. For sure, for sure. It'll probably be in March and April. Maybe May. Maybe May. But, I mean, I don't want to be out there for forever. But yeah. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam, for sticking around. And then Ride Freestyle Ohio, thank you so much for the 20. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. That's a huge donation, a contribution to the channel. So everyone say thank you to Ride Freestyle Ohio. It really does mean a lot to me. It isn't a girl, it's a guy. His name is Sam. consider the following. Consider the following. Hey, I really do appreciate you guys. I really do. It really does mean a lot to me when you guys stick around and whatnot. Let's go full screen here to Wichita Falls. All right, this is in Wichita Falls right now, Wichita Falls, Texas. And you notice how hazy the sky is. That just kind of shows you how much moisture there is in the atmosphere because there's a lot of relatively high humidity. Usually when you have high humidity, you have a lot more condensation. And the same implies for clouds and stuff like that as well. So, cool stuff with that here. A lot of relatively high humidity. Yeah, that is a bye-bye moment for Missouri and Iowa on Wednesday. Yeah, Morgan, can you... Actually, you know what? Morgan, you can do it yourself if you want to. Oh, NATOcast just updated itself. What? What? The latest NATOcast for the new 2021 models. The one that... That's not legit. So we'll take a look at the Euro in a bit because I want to show you guys that funny. This is the NATOcast with the new models. All right, the new stuff that's ran. And we have a localized 15 over into portions of Childress. We also have a 30% over here into the classic southeastern Oklahoma. Now that is more for the overnight threat, so I'm not really anticipating that all too much. I'm more concerned about over here in the border of Texas and Oklahoma, and that's kind of the thing there. So don't pay attention to the high risk all too much. Don't pay attention to the 30% chance for tornadoes, okay? Pay attention to the 15% areas, specifically the southern portion of that. That's where I'm more concerned about, and that's where I'm more concerned about. So don't look at that. Just imagine that as a giant, yellow area, or even better yet, brown area. But I do think the older NATOcast kind of hit that one more. The nail on the head. But yeah, that is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. So I want to show you guys here real quickly. I want to show you guys what the Euro says. And I know this is for a long time out, but I just want to show you guys, get you a general idea as to what the potential for next week would be. And I know people are like, well, I don't care about next week. Well, according to the models, you probably should. This is the convective available potential energy numbers here. So higher the CAPE, the higher the chance for thunderstorms to either form or sustain and maybe even intensify. And typically when you're in the yellows and stuff like that, that's when you're in a good environment for thunderstorms to form or sustain. So here we go. That's Friday. We get to Saturday here. This is Saturday's environment. Pretty interesting. You got some activity in Texas as well as activity in Nebraska. Oklahoma, maybe a severe weather event for Oklahoma as well again on Saturday. Go into Sunday here. Take a look. You can see how much CAPE there is for portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas. That's pretty crazy. Go over here to Monday, and yeah, that's gone. You can see how much CAPE there is for Monday. Let's go over to Tuesday because why not? And you can see that's gone. We have an upwards of 8,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE within this environment, which I'm really curious. I kind of want to go ahead and take a sounding somewhere because that's kind of funny. But this is, yeah, there's a bunch of energy, and that would tell me that there is going to be some very large hail within this environment. I don't think I've ever seen 8,000 joules per kilogram live, like actually in person. So I'm kind of hoping that that isn't the case. But yeah, there is There's a lot of energy for thunderstorms to form or sustain there next weekend. And that's kind of not very nice. And the GFS sees it too, but the Euro sees it more. So the Euro thinks that there's going to be more energy. So real quickly, all right, I want to try and take a sounding of this environment here. I'm just curious. We'll get back into the coverage here in a bit. ML Cape. Oh boy. Let it load, let it load. Let it load up all day. There you go, that's Tuesday. Yeah, so dude, these Echo Tops are gonna be the tallest things I've ever seen. But these photographs are absolute garbage. The only way you're gonna get tornadoes is if you're over here in Minneapolis. Even then, they're not even the best, so. I'll tell you what, though. Sleeper event is Monday. Sleeper event is Monday in central Iowa and even into Kansas, all right? That could be an event for long track tornadoes if that verifies. But it's way too far out, so we can't say for certain. But yeah, this is the stupidest thing known to man. Can confirm. What in the... On Sunday... Yeah, there's a little bit of capping inversion on Sunday. 93-degree temperatures with 73-degree dews. That's very nice. When I mean very nice, I mean not very nice. That is on Saturday. Wow. I mean, this is just practically a heck of an environment. That's a heck of an EML, too. My goodness. If the temperatures weren't as high as they were, we probably would be talking about a much more significant event. Or even if the dew points were a lot higher. You know, either or. The fact of the matter is that we're going to have an extensive amount of severe weather, more than likely significant hail, between now and Wednesday. So yeah, expect this channel to be very active, whether we're going to be live streaming or posting videos. We're going to be very active over the next week. Highly recommend you guys stay tuned to the channel. You know, if you want to, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so that you may stay up to date with all the latest information. You know, we can even take a look. This is the outlook here for Saturday, but this could easily expand. This is the outlook for Sunday, but this could also, you know, easily expand. That's Monday. You can see that portions of the Dakotas as well as Minnesota and Iowa, that could easily expand. This is the outlook for Friday for people who are curious. And this is the outlook for tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming tomorrow as well. And so, you know, we just have so many areas here to watch over the next week that, you know, there's just going to be so many things to talk about. How significant are we talking about? Probably, you could have some hail in upwards of softball size, maybe even grapefruit size if it gets bad enough. There's a severe thunderstorm warning already over here south and east of Fort Stockton, so that's going to be something we should probably look at here in a bit. What radar would be the best for this? San Angelo? Jeez, radar is very far away. One thing I can say, there it is. That's a pun and a half. One thing I can say is that storm down there near Bakersfield, it's gonna have a heck of amount of hail. There's some golf ball sized hail that is possible with this storm according to the National Weather Service. But luckily it's out in the middle of nowhere, so that's the good news. But if you're along I-10 near Bakersfield and Sheffield here in Texas, just to the east of Fort Stockton, I would watch out because the potential for a storm to cross over I-10 is possible here. Within the next, I would say, actually, not even within the next few minutes. It'd take an hour. Irish for the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, how's Chicago looking for Monday and Tuesday? I heard those could be bad days. It says sun for us, though. Yeah, you guys might be a little too far east, in my honest opinion. But of course that could change as well. So we'll have to see. But I think you guys are too far east. Look at the storms in Mexico. Why? The storms in Mexico are doing what they typically do. Take a look at some of these cells that are moving across the board. Here in Wichita Falls. Nothing really well confined quite yet. We have a lot of rising motion. All right, we have a lot of storms that are trying to rise here. Can it root, though? Can it take care of business? Ironically, the ones north of OKC that just went on through, those are the ones that are actually starting to really materialize. And then there's also a lot of storms that are increasing in activity over towards the Norman and OKC general vicinity. So that's another thing to note. Go for it.
Have you looked in Florida at all?
I have.
Have you seen the like shockwave of outflow boundaries that's existing down there?
I have not.
Go look at it.
I shall here in a second. Let's go to Amarillo. I want to take a look at the progress of the cell. And the other thunderstorm may or may not have... yeah, there's a lot of... There's just so much... It's over-convecting on the southern side. So it's just... We're going to continuously have mergers after mergers. And storms are just not going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to form anything until a little bit later on. And that's kind of what I was fearing. Was that if they keep doing that, these storms are not going to be able to eventually produce a tornado. But we still, once again, have a lot of time. Lot of time. Let's see the Cape. Let's take a look at the Cape numbers right now, actually. Let's take a look at our just general environment. Surface-based Cape right now. Yeah, we have a lot of it. We even have a lot of it in Mexico, which is not surprising. Let's actually see. Yeah, we have 7,000 joules per kilogram of Cape over there in Mexico. That's very nice. That's very nice. But over here in the portions of southern Oklahoma, got 3,000 joules per kilogram, 2,000, 2,500. The areas over there in the northern panhandle of Texas have about 1,800, so not exactly, the best. What is that? What is that? Hold up. Time out.
Where? What?
Time out. I'm looking east of Lubbock. I was looking at the general MRMS on Earth.
Oh, that. Yeah, that's a thing.
Let me take a look. Yeah, it looks like these are starting to try and form little cells
It's
here.
not raining there though yet. That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
That's actually quite intriguing. That may be your dry line.
This event is weird. This event can go home. Speaking of going home, the storms that are over near Abilene somehow are still sustaining. And there's also
make any sense.
And there's also a cell that is trying to develop near Breckenridge, north and east of the KDYX radar, and that'll eventually head off towards like Jacksboro and Henrietta. So we're getting
There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama.
Yeah, there is. There's like 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in tandem in North Carolina.
Yeah, there are.
Let me move my radar off to that. I'm kind of curious as to what's popping over there. Oh, Morgan. You remember that boundary that I was talking to you about?
Yeah.
That models we're starting to see?
Yeah.
You can see it from KDYX.
Really?
Yeah, it extends from Lubbock all the way over to Elk City, and it's going to be moving through Frederick. That's going to be the thing right there that sets off the prefrontals. That's going to be the thing that sets off the prefrontals. It's starting to come together like what the models are saying.
There's a damage threat considerable for the freaking thing.
The freaking thing. That is very helpful, Morgan.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look at some of these storms over here in North Carolina, because I am curious. From a reflectivity standpoint, yeah, they look like they could be producing some quarter-sized hail. Velocity standpoint, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation besides one that is right over Charlotte, but that's not very strong. So I'm not really too concerned with that. It's more of a strong damaging wind threat in my honest opinion. For those cluster of cells that are moving on through into South Carolina now. The storms that are in eastern North Carolina.
There may actually be a little bit of rotation with the cell over Grover. Just a bit.
In what?
Border of south and north.
Oh. So it'd be that cell right there. Yeah, there might be. I was looking at TCLT, which is not exactly as high resolution as you typically want it to. And there might even be a little bit of rotation over near Cherokee Falls, south of Blacksburg, in South Carolina as well. So that's another thing to note. But I don't really foresee them doing too much. I want to take a gander on the severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama because yes.
Because yes.
And I see just some spotty hail within this for the most part. Don't really see too much. Not really a strong damaging wind threat over there. There's also some spotty showers and thunderstorms over here in Bonaire and Centerville, as well as Marshallville. So I would pay attention for that as well. Make a note of that. Could potentially get some activity.
The thunderstorms in the Carolinas have better echo tops than the ones in Texas, I'm honestly done.
Yeah. It's classic.
Actually, sorry, I beg to differ. Fort Stockton's doing things. I forgot about that.
But that looks to be pretty much it. Let's go take a gander on what Vince is doing here. I don't know why. There you go. Fix that. And Vince is just kind of driving west, so.
West, man. Never mind.
Yeah, he is considering the following over there, for the most part. Let's go back over. Let's go half and half screen. Actually, let's go full screen here real quickly. To just the general radar. And go to Lubbock real quickly. Because these storms over here, due east of Lubbock, are now starting to get higher amounts of ZDR. These might be the storms to watch that can actually put down your tornado. Oh, wow.
That's your dry line. That's a thing.
Yeah, dry line's already passed through Lubbock. It's already 37-degree dews.
Yeah, I'm saying those storms by Crosbyton. That's your dry line.
I think
that's your dry line storms.
Yeah, the storm that formed along the dry line. Yeah, I think the dry line's actually a little bit further to the side. I want to pull something up here real quickly. Yeah, according to the Storm Prediction Center, the warm front hasn't officially lifted north of the Oklahoma-Texas border yet.
No.
But you also have another boundary and or dry line that's in place over there near Oklahoma City.
Ugh.
I want to show you guys this here real quickly because this is new video that came in from a tornado that happened, a while back. The Andover tornado, which actually isn't really that far back, but this is new video from the Andover tornado. Look at this here, guys. Look at that. I mean, that is crazy. Classic gore. That's classic. That is a heck of a video there, though. My goodness. If you guys have any pictures and or videos that you want to send in about the weather, please be sure to do so. All right, at Nate_Snyder. That way we may be able to get information out and perspectives out to more and more people. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of surprising. But yeah, if you also want to, so if you have a Twitter account, please be sure to share it. Share this live stream with friends and family on social media. I actually have a link in the chat that is a post of me saying that I am going live. So if you want to retweet that or quote tweet, quote tweet and stuff like that, that'd be greatly appreciated. That way we may be able to get the information out to more and more people, of course. But yeah, there you go. Link in the chat, just sent right there. Wow. Look at the storm that is over near Crosbyton.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
It's starting to go. It's starting to go.
Yeah, a little bit.
And the funny thing about it too is actually in the previous scan, take a look at Cap Rock, right? The one that's south and west of the highest DBZ storm. It has a hail signature. It's dumping hail.
It does have a hail signature.
It's dumping hail without dumping any rain. That's the crazy part about that thing. That's the reason why there's a moderate risk for hail in this environment, because this environment is insane for hail. Insane for hail. There's a 70-degree dew in southwestern Oklahoma? Really? Oh yeah, there is. It's Lawton. Lawton has 70-degree dews, Morgan. Check please. Check please.
Still not too certain about that environment, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, everyone is uncertain, including myself. But if I were to bet, I'm a betting man, and I'm being a little risky here. I'm going over there. Yep, this thing, Rapid Satellite is officially picked up on the Cap Rock storm. It's officially picked up on it. Oh, hey. Here. Just had to get that real quickly. I received my dinner, which I appreciate my mother for. Love my mother. 93% humidity in OKC. What's the humidity in Lawton? I'm curious. 83% relative humidity. Yeah, consider the following, if you will. Consider the following, if you will. I don't know why they've done this, but they issued. Oh wait, did it left split? Morgan. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable in Texas for a left split.
Really?
Yeah. That's quality.
That's nice.
That's some crazy stuff right there. True facts. Cameron Nixon spoke out on the cells in northern Texas, capping inversion, as well as a lot of dry air in place in that environment. So, northern Texas Panhandle doesn't look like it'll really fire off. It's up to the dry line cells near Lubbock. You haven't missed a whole lot, Joe. We've been tracking these storms, and we've been trying to get the word out more or less about these storms and how they could potentially become significant later on in the day. And we're kind of watching it grow. But yeah, those storms in northern Texas, not doing it. It ain't happening. What are these cells over here? Go to OKC. What? What? One of the thunderstorms north of OKC rooted, or at least not really rooted, but like actually went through into the mid and upper levels. It actually, did something. Just south of the Texas border? Yeah, Mexico is having a whale of a time. Hey, Morgan, you want to know something funny?
It took you a little bit to remember my name. What?
The storm chasers, or at least most of the storm chasers, went to go chase up to Memphis. They're now booking it south to get to the cells that are over near Crosperton.
S.
Yeah, everyone's booking it south except for the people who banked on the prefrontal. Which that's what I would do. I'm holding steady. Well, we did say that if you waited for another 30 minutes, storms would start to increase in coverage. And, here we are now. I wonder what the HRRR now says. Oh, HRRR, our Prometheus, what fire of knowledge do you bring to us mortals today? It says the thunderstorms. What? That doesn't make any sense then. It said the thunderstorms really increase here right now in Texas.
Not how that works.
Now it says at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, that's when things really start to like put tornadoes on the ground. What is that, Supercell in Mexico? Yeah, Del Rio Magic my foot. Del Rio Magic my foot. Edmond, Oklahoma. What about them? You guys are getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms right now, actually, which is kind of the funny thing. I think you guys will get a lot of strong damaging winds, especially overnight. So I'd watch out for that. But they won't be within the next 4 hours. It'll be kind of like the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock hours for you all, which we probably will be live as we get to that point, so. The storm in, or at least east of Lubbock, has now been severe warned. There you go. But yeah, there you go. We're getting there. Here it is. I'm actually curious here real quickly. I want to take a look at the environment. What we can do. Where would be the photograph thing on the SPC mesoanalysis? There it is, photograph map. So I mean, it's not bad in that environment, I'm not gonna lie. Jeez, it's very linear up though in like Amarillo. That is a consider the following moment. But yeah, it's not bad in that Amarillo environment. Take a look at the SKU-T maps. Yeah, it's not bad. Higher EML over in western Oklahoma, though. But it's not terrible. This is definitely something to watch very closely. Does Mexico get tornadoes? Yep. Southwestern Oklahoma's going to do it today? Oh, I agree. I do believe that Southwestern Oklahoma is going to do it today. Whether it's from the prefrontals or the dry line, pick your poison. Speaking of picking and poison, yeah, this cell now is finally really firing off. When is hurricane season? It officially starts in June, but it really ramps up at around, August and September, right around that time frame. Let's see. Hello, historian. How do? This thing still has a lot of hail. I want to take a slice of this storm. I'm gonna take a slice of this storm. I just took a perfect slice. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a lot of hail and reflectivity. A little bit of upper level rotation actually with this storm. Just a little teeny bit, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. ZDR doesn't really sell me all too much. It sells me there, actually. If it were to sell me at any point, it would sell me there. with a ZDR column and upwards of 15,000 feet. KDP. Oh wow, yeah, that's a heck of an updraft right there. So it's still going. We even have some hail in that portion of the storm too, so that's interesting. But yeah, this storm's been progressing. It also is producing over 2-inch size hail now. Look at that. Look at that. So now we have an orange pixel, which tells me that we have 2-inch sized hail within this environment. That's crazy. Yeah, strong tornadoes are possible today. That's the reason why I am live streaming here. Which, by the way, all right, real quickly, if you know anyone that lives in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you need to tell them that strong to significant severe weather is possible within their area. All right, you know, make sure they have a way of getting information, getting weather information like warnings or watches. Well, they already have a watch out right now, so that wouldn't really be too helpful. But any way they can get warnings, that may be beneficial to them here today, even tonight. Even if you just share this live stream with them, copy the link to the live stream and share it with them. Put it on Facebook in a Facebook group, put it on Twitter, whatnot. That may be able to help us get this information out to more and more people. So, please be sure to do that if you haven't already. By hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. And already over 600 people have done so. So I really do appreciate what you guys have done so far. But yeah, we have a lot of activity here. We have areas in the dark green right here. If you're in the dark green, that is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. If you're in the yellow, it is a 2 out of 5. If you're in the orange, that's a 3 out of 5. And if you're in this giant red, you're in a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And you need to pay attention to the weather very, very closely. Is Eufaula going to be okay? I think they're going to see more of a strong damaging wind threat. More than anything, but they could see the threat for some spotty hail. And maybe a tornado. I do see that as a possibility. If you can recall, what's the largest hail report I've ever seen while live streaming? It was an 8-inch hail report over in Texas. I believe it was. It was like near San Antonio. It's not. KDFX. Look at that. No, it wasn't 8-inch. It was 6.5. Okay. So it's 6.5. Thanks for correcting me. It was something like that. Something that is astronomical number. Some absurd number. KDYX, what is that? These storms are weird over here. Oh, there's another storm that's trying to form near Jayton, south and east of the cell near Crosbyton. A lot of lightning with this cell. It's now approaching the Dickens area. So now, guys, if you live anywhere along US Highway 82 here, near Crossbyton, it's probably pronounced Crossbyton. If you live over there, if you live near Dickens or Elton or Glen here in Texas, specifically in northern Texas, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure and start getting your valuables that are outside and bringing them inside. That way, you may be able to, get all your stuff into safety, protect all your property, your valuables, your pets if you have some. Because that would be something to watch out for. Hey, Morgan, are you still here? He may not be. But there's a cell that just blew up over here near Claude. Just straight up blew up. That is, really interesting. I mean, it really just, like, opened the heavens down upon Claude. That is a really interesting thunderstorm right there. So we're going to have to see as to what that thing does. We're also going to have to see as to what this thing in Pampa does as well. Yeah, that thing in Claude has very high ZDR value. So it could have broke the cap. Potentially. There are now 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, there are 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. Across the board. But yeah, that cell in Claude just popped out of nowhere. Like, no joke, alright? So this was 439, 435, 431, 426. It's almost as if it wasn't there, and now it's there within the span of literally 10 minutes. Within the span of 10 minutes, this thing blew up. That's a heck of a storm right there. The chasers went south. I'm not too surprised. Del Rio magic happening. Jeez. I'm probably going to move my radar over to Del Rio just to see what's happening with that. Really interesting. That's the case. Let's take a look at all the spotters. Look at the conga line of the spotters. That's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. Who are half of these people? I don't know any of these yet. That. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there are any of these spotters. Oh, Tim Marshall's booking it south. Tim Marshall is booking it south. Yep, Tim Marshall's booking it south. He's out in front of people like Norman Smith. And David Drummond. Brandon Clement's really far north. Yeah, some of these people are like really far north. Throwback. Spurlock. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few chasers out here today. There's quite a few chasers out here today. I'll say that much. The actual conga line of storm chasers. And then we have the storm chasers in Oklahoma still for the prefrontals, which I still think could be the play. But I mean, we got two storms that just absolutely blew up. Yeah, those storms in Mexico are rotating, but it's also contaminated, the absolute get out. Because of the 3-body hail spike. So that's a thing. Let's go back to the cell in Amarillo. Has this thing updated yet? Probably will here. Nope, not yet. Look back to Amarillo. It looks like this storm is 2 storms. Left split, left split. It just did a left split. I mean, it did a left split like, what? 10 minutes ago. That's a certified left split. This thing might be trying to get a lot more organized. Left split. It just did a left split. Yeah, that's a left split, all right. So basically, there's a portion to where the storm actually, separates portions of itself in order for it to try and organize. And that's kind of what it's doing right now. It's basically just trying to get its act together. And by doing so, it's shedding off the part that's not helping it. So yeah, this is a left split. Storm is splitting. And it is going to try and intensify a little bit later on. We'll see what this actually does for, this thunderstorm. Whether or not it actually has to split again. But yeah, it looks like it just did perform a left split. Afternoon, Peyton. And or evening. Can I check the storms in southern North Carolina? I sure can. Let's actually go over to this here. So here's our storms in southern North Carolina. And I'm assuming you're talking about Charlotte specifically. This is Charlotte. You can see there's a lot of these reds over here south of Charlotte. Near the Starmount area and the Quail Hollow general vicinity is where it's Carmel. And areas along the... Whoo, it's eluding my head right now, the Beltway. There we go. Holy, can Nate actually think? We'll have to see, but... we do have a storm here. I don't really see a lot of rotation with this. Maybe one near Starmount, south of Montclair, right along the Beltway. But other than that, not really looking too much with this. A lot of hail with this too. I'd say probably a lot of quarter-sized hail is possible with this. Look at the ZDR, see if we can find anything. Yeah, we can see a little bit of some high ZDR values, which indicate it would be about 4 or 5. I'd say 4 more or less. So yeah, this storm is going to consistently produce hail, especially as this continues to progress. And if you know anyone who lives along US Highway 74 or anyone parallel to it, you're probably going to get more of that activity. You're more than likely going to get more of that activity. So, yeah, Charlotte, south and east of Charlotte, towards the Monroe area of North Carolina, you definitely need to monitor the severe weather within your area. Let's go over to our sky camera here. Have that on our top part of our screen. I don't know why I'm really hungry right now, chat. I just am. This was some good stuff. This was some good stuff. Not gonna lie. That was some really good stuff. That was like this pasta with lobster in it. I was like, oh boy, it's really good stuff. So, but yeah, that's some really good stuff right there. Thanks, Ma. Appreciate it. So yeah, we got our stuff up top of us. Pretty cloudy for the most part over there in the portions of Wichita Falls, Texas. Food review channel? I mean, who knows? I'm pretty picky with my food, so probably not. Probably not. Take a look back at the Amarillo cell. What is this thing doing? Oh boy. Yeah, this thing already has a SVC. Alright, well. Oh, and it already has a left flank velocity enhancement. It's very weak, but it's getting there. This might be the first supercell to go right here, near Claude. Right in there is where I'd watch out for very closely. Yeah, right in there is where I'd watch out for. Now I've got hiccups. I ate too quickly. But yeah, this storm right here, absolutely insane. I actually am curious. I'm really curious here real quickly. If we go to the sky cameras in Amarillo, are they looking at this storm right now? Yeah, they are. Wow. Look at this, guys. Let's go full screen to Amarillo. This is in Amarillo right now. Look at that. And there's a bunch of stuff that you can look at this here, too. All right, you got all the bubbling showers and thunderstorms that are trying to bubble up and whatnot. But you see these little feathery clouds that are at the top part of the clouds right there? See that? That is the capping inversion that is limiting these showers and thunderstorms from really going up. Now this one, from the looks of it, this thunderstorm is just going. All right, it doesn't care about that cap. It's just going to go. You're going to see it break through it. It's going to bubble more. I mean, that is a heck of a shot right there. Look at that, man. Look at that. Oh, that's an amazing view. at least 1 feet tall. Yeah, that's... Where'd you get that number, Copernicus? But I mean, I can watch this the entire time. Is this a bust? Bro, the event hasn't even happened yet. It's starting right now. Not all events happen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, it just broke through. Look at that. It just broke through. So you saw how it had the cap there? It just busted through the cap. It's going to expand even more. We're going to see the storm rise more and more. Look at that. Let's watch this here together. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Just looking at this. Pull that up here real quickly. So update on the cell near Crosbyton. The left mover is now apparently the supercell, and the right mover is dissipating for the most part. So that's nice. Yeah, I know the background was kind of manga-esque. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, that thing is expanding significantly. That's some crazy stuff right there. And there's other storms south of it too that's also starting to fire off as well. I mean, this thing is just... Why does Nate have a different wallpaper every stream? It's because I have an actual, like, file that it looks off of, and it changes the wallpaper every time. What I'll probably do is I'll probably change the background so that stuff that's actually weather. Whatnot. So that I don't get caught in 4K anymore. B, so that it looks a little bit cooler. C, so that it looks a little bit more professional. Stuff like that. You know what I mean. Where's this at? This is in Amarillo. This is in northern Texas specifically. And we're looking at the cell that is east of Amarillo, Texas. And this storm has a left flank velocity enhancement, which tells me that this thing could try and rotate here soon. I mean, that's a heck of a shot. I wonder if they're going to move the camera here. And I wonder if the other camera catches up on these too. So this is looking to the west. That's not very helpful. The Gaiman Tower camera in Oklahoma is not helpful either. So this is probably the best one we have for right now. I mean, that's just a heck of a shot. All right, let's go half and half screen. That's not in Wichita Falls, by the way. That's in Amarillo. Same state, but just not, you know. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, maybe. Hold up. Hold up. Good call. Whoever said this, good call. Someone just at me and says something's trying to spark up over here. Good call. Good call. That's another NATO cast, apparently. NATO cast agrees with me that the prefrontals are the way to go. And the storm that forms along the dry line over here in Lubbock, that's the way to go too, apparently. So that's something to consider. But yeah, that's another NATO cast. But yeah, good call. Over here. Whitebeard, it's trying to spawn. The cap is eroding at this time. And we are all considering the following, aren't we? What? That is funny. Yeah, Paul's Valley. Paul's Valley. I wonder, where did Morgan go? Oh, he's muted. Well, Morgan will come back later. That's what it is. But prefrontals are trying to do things, and so is the stuff over here near Stroud. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either, near I-44. But you know what? Since when did the weather make sense over the past week? Since when has it? What is the HRRR looking like now? Good question. Good question. Is the 21Z out? It's out for the beginning of it. All right, let's take a look here. See what we got from the 21Z HRRR. All right, so playing through. The storm from Lubbock fires off some more, and then it finally roots. So that's the supercell that roots. That's the supercell that roots. And it won't root until... seems to be a half an hour from now is when it finally goes. Half an hour to an hour. We also have a storm that forms over here near Jacksboro. Is that true? Do we have a storm over there right now? No, we kind of have a storm, but it's just like, it's eh. I want to see, Abilene. Yeah, the stuff near Breckenridge. New storm that just kind of initiated. That's some high amounts of ZDR. That's very high amounts of ZDR there. So that storm, these storms right here are trying to break the cap in this environment. That's near Katy Wynnewood? Yep, it sure is. But they're saying these storms over here, we're going to have a supercell that's going to break the cap and work its way over here. And then we have some more supercells that are a little bit further south as well. Yeah, that prefrontal in northern Texas, there it is. I mean, that's just... that spells caution for me. That spells caution. Speaking of caution, the storm just fired up out of nowhere here with a high amount of ZDR. If that thing can push on through, that could be another cell to watch in the future. Once again, the Stroud cell still trying to truck on through. Yeah, Antioch, Paoli. That thing is trying to sustain. It's trying its hardest. And of course, you got the two storms right here, the left split and the right split. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at the radar, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lot of hail. Yeah, that's the same split. That's the same split. And look at the thunderstorm over here near Dotery. Look at that reflectivity. We have light blues inside purples, which is telling me there is 2-inch size hail, almost 3-inch size hail. That is a 75 dBz storm right there. Reed's going for the right split. Probably the safe thing to do. What's happening in the upper atmosphere? Oh yeah, that thing's starting to develop a mid-level cyclone. What do you mean my allergies are kicking in? Although as soon as you say that, now I start to get a headache, so congratulations. The placebo effect is now starting to go. Yeah, my goodness, there's just so much hail being dropped that CC can pick it up. ZDR picks it up on the backside right here. And then, of course, you have the updraft SVC right there. I'm surprised they updated that severe thunderstorm warning, but they didn't go considerable. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Part of me wants to take a slice through this storm. Yeah, I'm taking a slice through it. I'm going to see how much hail there really is in the storm. We're going to go see. What? Huh? Hold up. Hold up. This doesn't make any sense. The left split. Oh my gosh. Look at that hail core, guys. Look at that hail core. The hail goes all the way up to almost 30,000 feet. Look at that. That is absolutely insane. Holy. A lot of turbulence, too. A lot of turbulence. Normalized rotation, not a whole lot. Is it taking in a lot of inflow? Yeah, in the upper levels it is, at least. So that's pretty much what we got from that. Did this happen to be a moderate risk today? Yes, it is a moderate risk. It is a moderate risk. Chase these storms in Iowa next Tuesday. Be safe, man. All right. Chasing is dangerous. As long as you do research ahead of time, you'll be good. Chasing is crazy. Claude might go here soon. Claude might go here soon. We might see a tornado near Groom. We might see a tornado near Groom. Vince has something. Does he have clouds? A lot of people have clouds. A lot of people typically have clouds. Yeah, for the people who bailed on the cell in Amarillo and Claude, that might be really interesting and really funny, because there actually is There actually is a cell that is starting to rotate more and more, and that might actually produce a tornado here soon. Appreciate the constant support, JCP. I really do. Does the hail core always drop hail? Well, for the most part, it usually seems to contain bits of hail. They issued a new special marine warning for the cell. That's really weird. Very weird. Is South Carolina and North Carolina safe? There's hail and heavy wind. Yeah, you guys are mostly fine. I don't anticipate you to have a tornado threat. But just stay indoors. Stay indoors when you can. Don't try and go outside during a thunderstorm because it can produce hail. Jeez, that cell in Elton is trying to continue to amplify. It does have good lower level rotation now. Looking up about, what, 10,000 feet? So yeah, this Elton cell might be trying to go here. Is southwestern Missouri in the danger zone? Not really today. They could have some activity Saturday or Sunday. So I'd watch out for that. But as of right now, you guys are in the, at best, 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So this is just a reference. I'm yawning a lot. Don't know why. But this is just for reference as to what type of environment we have right now. This is the threat for severe weather. This is the threat for severe weather that we're dealing with. If you take a look, the dark green, we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. In the yellow, we have a 2 out of 5. In the orange, a 3 out of 5. And the red, a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest, well, not underground or lowest in this part of your building. That's muscle memory right there. My brain is already dead. I don't know why this drowsiness is hitting me right now, but I probably should not be as drowsy as I am. I'm gonna need to chug some water. But you guys need to stay weather aware. Stay weather aware. Underground, jeez. Losing it already, right? But yeah, if you're in these areas, you need to watch out very closely. The threat for significant weather is possible, including the threat for hurricane force winds, large hail, and upwards of baseballs. Baseball-sized hail, probably? Yeah, baseballs, maybe even softballs. And even the threat for significant tornadoes. Yeah, for real. This entire thing is just one giant tornado warning. That's classic. That's how I also get canceled. Lack of oxygen to the brain? Is that really what it is? That's weird. But yeah, if you know anyone that lives within this environment, I highly recommend telling them that this stuff is happening. Either copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or by hitting that thumbs up button down below. We actually are almost up to 700 people watching, or not watching. We are at 600 people watching, but we're almost up to 700 likes. So 700 people have actually hit that thumbs up button down below. And yes, believe it or not, that does help me spread this information out to more and more people. So I really do appreciate it. Storm northwest of Eagle Pass has some rotation. Used to have a hook on it. It also is contaminated. So that's the other thing. Yeah, you're talking about Del Rio here. Del Rio Magic. There's a bunch of, it's just congealed at the moment. So I wouldn't say there is anything tornadic. Very high and tall thunderstorms, though. You see a lot of that red indicating above 50,000 foot echo tops in there. So pretty crazy. Very tall thunderstorms producing large amounts of hail. Would I say this has exploded yet? Nope. Nope. According to the models, I still have another 15 to 30 minutes. I still have another 15 to 30 minutes. Until this really, like, you know, goes. Goes. Speaking of goes, let's go to OKC. See what this storm is doing. The prefrontal is going! It's doing it! I'm betting on the prefrontals right there. Told you, the prefrontals are gonna do things, and it's happening. We have the prefrontals in southern Oklahoma in a prime environment. A prime environment for severe weather. It's doing things. Look at that. Look at it go. ZDR arc. Yep. Oh, it's breaking the cap. Oh, it's breaking the cap. It has broken the cap. It's happening. I told you. I said I'm betting on the prefrontals. I'm betting on the prefrontals. There you go. It's just happening. I'm way too excited. No, it's just about me. I haven't made a forecast about prefrontals actually doing anything before. So kind of surprised, more or less, that my prediction was actually right. Because I usually don't bet on prefrontals. I usually don't. I usually don't think that they form. But today I saw something in the models. I saw something in the models that spoke to me. And I said, okay, fine. It'll happen. It's gonna happen. And guess what? Here you go. We already got a big looking arch. Highest echo tops I've ever seen, 63,000, 64,000-ish. Hey, look, all I gotta say is the dry line could potentially overconvect and that storms don't actually do a whole lot. But then again, you have this supercell right here near Lark that kinda is just like, you know, actually doing things. It's like actually kinda, you know, could potentially be significant. Because it has, it's textbook. This thing is as textbook as you can get it. Has a heck of an, wow, heck of an updraft. All the way up to, what is this? 12,000 feet? Some crazy stuff right there. Yeah, this is starting to do things. What are the prefrontals? So prefrontal, for people who don't know, okay? So assuming that you guys have heard of cold fronts and warm fronts, out in front of the cold front, you can get showers and thunderstorms. So the cold front usually is just this giant line that pushes on through. And out in front of that, you can get showers and thunderstorms. And so what I'm banking on is that those showers and thunderstorms in front of the cold front is going to produce and might even be significant and stuff like that. So that's what I am banking on. For Morgan dying, Morgan isn't completely dead. He's got to study tomorrow for something tomorrow, so he'll be in and out of the stream. But we'll get him when we can. We'll get him when we can. There are many chasers in Oklahoma. Vince, Reed, several others. Radar Omega shows exactly where all the chasers are. Yeah, but Vince at the moment right now is not in Oklahoma. Neither is Reed. Neither is most other chasers besides probably Kopic. If you actually take a look here, you can see that Vince Whaley's icon is right here. And if we zoom out a little bit, he's definitely in Texas. He is definitely in Texas. Yeah, sure, weather is more important. That is classic. Oh, yeah, we could have something that's probably going to produce a tornado. So if you know anyone that lives near Groom or Lark along I-40 in Texas, I highly recommend you guys watch out for this very closely. This thing is probably the next one to go. And this one's probably the next one to produce a tornado. So this would be Groom and Lark. All right, Groom and Lark in Texas. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, if that sounds familiar to anyone, if that rings any bells, you need to tell them that they could potentially get some tornadic activity within their area here soon. Very soon. Probably could potentially produce a tornado here. I would say within the next 5 to 10 minutes. But this is pretty textbook, if I do say so myself. I'm going to take storm motion from warning so that I may be able to see things easier. And that, surprisingly, that it didn't even help. That actually made things worse. But yeah, this and the fact that this is producing some large hail and upwards of 1.5 inches is telling me all that I really need. All that I really need. Man, this thing has a heck of a ZDR arc. That thing just, that screams. That screams right there. Whenever you see a ZDR arc like that, you know you're going to get a strong thunderstorm at minimum. Spectrum width in the inflow notch. That makes sense. Where is Reed? He's over here with the cells near Paducah. I'll pull that up here in a second, actually. Let's pull that up now. These two cells, the one near White Flat and the one near Glen, they actually aren't rotating. They're producing a lot of hail. Oh, the storm chasers are considering the following, though. I think they are considering the following. Did any chasers go north? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Chasers are heading north. They don't know where they're going. They don't know where they're going. Yeah, the storm chasers went for these storms down here, but the big tornado of the day, if it does form, could either be in Oklahoma, which there are some chasers over in this area. There actually are. Samuel Emerson's actually in Cache, which is crazy enough. Samuel Emerson does a lot of research on tornadoes and stuff like that. So that's pretty crazy. But yeah, there's like... Oh, Tori's up there. Good stuff. But other than that... Yeah, we still are on Omega, aren't we? My screen is frozen. Yeah, alright, well this is what I mean by the chasers considering the following. Look at this here, guys. You see these dots? See these green dots? Every single one of them is a storm chaser, right? Now, out on these cells, okay, these ones over here in Texas, they're not really super tornadic at this time. But you see how many of them there are. How many storm chasers. And then if we go back to the, cell that is up in Amarillo, to the cell that's approaching Lark and Groom. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that thing is gone. That thing is gone. That's going to probably produce a tornado here within the next, like, 5 seconds. Yeah, if you're in Groom, you need to get in your safe space right now. You need to go. We just drove through a monster hailstorm. Jeez. What chaser thing am I using to track them? So they're using Spotter Network and it's just popping up. Because I have spotters up for GR Earth, but if you're on Radar Scope, you can also see it. And I think if you're on Radar Omega, you can too. As a new chaser, where should you start? No clue. Because I don't know if you're chasing this event, if you're chasing... I think you're, what, chasing the events next week? I don't know. Yeah, this thing is not producing a tornado here yet, but it's gonna produce a tornado. It has a left flank velocity enhancement. The velocities are intensifying rapidly over a short time period. I mean, look at this. This was, what, at 5:11? Now it's at 5:25 here. We're probably going to get a new velocity scan here in a second. So yeah, guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible if we haven't already. If you know anyone that lives in Groom or in Lark, okay, this storm could potentially try and produce a tornado here very soon. Very soon. Yeah, it's starting to hook around more. It's starting to hook around more. RFD is starting to surge. Yeah, I would say that this is going to finally start to do something, and it'll probably move a little bit further to the east, almost paralleling I-40, actually. So if you live near Groom and Boydston, all right, Groom and Boydston, you need to take your proper precautions right now. You need to watch out for this very, very closely. People want me to take a slice. I'm going to take a slice through it then, see what the storm is doing right now. That is a heck of an updraft right there. Look at that. That is crazy. Can I get a... there it is. There's the ZDR column. So you see how the high amounts of ZDR is consolidated within this area right here in a line? That's your updraft. That's your updraft right within there to where you have your rain, your moisture, all that stuff that allows the storm to form or sustain. It all gets pushed up the updraft. It forms as rain, and then it just gets spewed out in front of it. It comes back down as rain, and then it goes back into the updraft again after it gets wrapped around. So, yeah, this thing is as healthy as you can get it. I'm surprised they haven't severe warned this thing yet. But they're probably going to tornado warn it here relatively soon. Because this thing has a heck of an inflow spike right within there. I mean, this is just heck of an amount of inflow there at the lower levels. And if we go to the upper levels here too, I mean, look at that. This isn't even upper levels. This is 8,000 feet above ground level. Central Oklahoma. Oh, I know about Central Oklahoma. It's calling both games. All right, this thing is. I told you the prefrontals are gonna do something. Oh my gosh, the storms in Oklahoma are just going off in general now. Everything is gone. Everything is going, gone. We have a storm heading to Tulsa in the other dry line up there. Everything is going. The prefrontals are going. Everything's firing off. Here we are. Yeah. That's not okay. There's another storm over there. What's happening in Abilene? We have a bunch of storms that are firing off now. We have one near Roby. Tell Sam it's his. Yeah, that is Monka S right there. All right, well, just a reminder here before we officially get back into things, okay? I just want to remind you all, okay, if you know anyone, and I mean anyone, who lives in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and prepare now for significant weather, okay? There could be the threat for large hail, and upwards of baseball to even softball sized hail, very strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force, and potentially strong tornadoes. Potentially strong tornadoes. Okay, at minimum, you're already getting the baseball sized hail because we already have a report of tennis ball sized hail. So, we already have that hail aspect. That's not failing us right now. Okay? So, if you know anyone that lives in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, they need to watch out for this weather very closely. And if you know anyone who lives over there, please share this live stream with them so that we can continue to spread this to more and more people and provide coverage for people. All right, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to provide more and more coverage for the people who live in these areas. So, please be sure to do that. Hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this out to more and more people on YouTube, because believe it or not, that actually helps me spread this stream out to more and more people on YouTube. I know that sounds stupid, but it actually was a thing. It actually is a thing. Oh, wow. That's a heck of a photograph in Norman. The only thing that's failing is my Wi-Fi. Yeah, for real. For real. Let's go back to the cell in Amarillo. Yeah, in the upper levels, it looks pretty good. In the lower levels, not there yet. It's not there yet. But it has an ELF, left flank velocity enhancement. It does indeed have that. It also has an SVC. So this thing probably could try and do something. A lot of turbulence in the inflow notch. There's a lot of turbulence in the inflow notch. Jeez. I mean, this is just some crazy stuff. This is just some actual crazy stuff that's firing off with this. It now has a mesocyclone signature, and unsurprisingly, chat, unsurprisingly, it took them a little bit, but unsurprisingly, it is now severe thunderstorm warned. No tornado possible tag on it yet, but it has a mesocyclone signature. I mean, this thing could probably go, and it's about to cross over the interstate here, actually. I think Texas dot here, we might be able to see something. That's not very nice. I was going to say, we might be able to see something, but no. We cannot see anything. Yeah, we are considering the following right now. I'm considering the following. Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. Take a look at OKC again. That got severe warned. Watch this be the first cell to get a tornado warning on it. That'd be funny. Growth rate not very strong, but I mean, it broke through the cap so that it had to have done something. We also have some other storms that are trying to break through the cap near Lawton and near Ardmore. So that's another thing to note here. Yeah, I don't see any real strong rotation in the upper levels right now. So that storm over there in Oklahoma will take a little bit of time before it actually will do something. It'll take a little bit of time. Jeez. Come on, man. That thing. Oh. Oh, it's about to put it down. It's about to put it down. It's about to put it down. We're probably going to see a tornado here in like a few seconds. It's about to put it down here, more than likely. Got some very strong rotation at 4,000 feet. It'll start to translate here soon. Severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag now. Golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. New scan for reflectivity and velocity came out for that. 38. So that's interesting. Paducah, Texas. What am I looking at with this? Yeah, it's got a heck of a hail core in it. Say that much. Good tilt 3. I mean, it's still got a hail core. It looks like it's trying to develop an upper level meso, but it's just like it's not doing a very good job of it. There's an outflow boundary that's coming off of it, and there might be a new storm that could move off into it as well. So that'll be something to note. Anyone chasing on the Groom storm? I doubt it. Everyone bid on the cells to the south. Everyone kind of bid on the cells to the south. Yeah, there is a lot of turbulence right now with this cell. This thing is trying. This thing is going to. It just needs to wrap around its rear flank downdraft, and that'll be it. That'll be the end of it. It's just got to go a little bit more before it puts down a tornado. Let's see. Prefrontal starting to fire and okay. Yeah, I saw that too. Dude, everywhere is going anywhere. Purcell storm? Where's the Purcell storm? Is that this one? Is that this one? Oh, wait, that's Oklahoma. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. Just got a new picture here. New picture here in Oklahoma on the Purcell storm. All right, so this is the this cell right here, the current severe warn cell. This is the current look for that cell. There is a wall cloud on this storm. There is a literal wall cloud. Look at this here, guys. You see the drop of the wall cloud, and you see a little bit of scud. Not sure if that's a funnel cloud or not, but it's got some stuff. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There is the wall cloud in Oklahoma. And wow, this is from which storm is this here? Near Powell. I don't know where Powell is. But this is another picture here. Might be the same storm. Look at that. Look at that. Big time wall cloud over there. We're getting reports of a funnel cloud that is possible over here near Byers. We're getting reports of a funnel cloud. Just got a report of a funnel cloud that came in. Yeah, it's just everything is starting to kind of go. Everything is starting to kind of go here now. This is the funnel cloud right there. That's the funnel cloud right there in Byers. That's the funnel cloud from the prefrontal. There it is. That is yep. Well, I mean, kind of knew that this would probably happen here. So that's something else to watch. Looks very surface-based, but I mean, it tells a different story in the radar, doesn't it? Let's go back to the Amarillo cell. Thing is still rotating. It hasn't fully wrapped around quite yet. It's on the struggle bus, actually, right now. It's starting to gather a lot more activity, though. I will say that much. It's starting to really try to get its act together in the upper levels, and it actually has a bounded weak echo region in the upper levels. So there clearly is something tornadic here. There clearly is. It's just at the surface, however. It's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. It also lost its SVC for a little bit, but that also could be because it's producing a lot of hail. Yeah, it's probably because it's not on the ground yet. Probably because it's not on the ground. I mean, that's just absolutely insane. I wonder... I'm gonna have KOCO on the side part of my screen. That might be KOCO. I'm not sure. Hi, Morgan.
So what all has happened?
Well, the prefrontal
Other
in
than
Oklahoma has a funnel.
Gorilla hail
The
appears.
the prefrontal in Oklahoma has a funnel. The supercell that is on I-40, I-40 due east of Amarillo is kind of doing things. And the storm that formed from Lubbock that went near Crosbyton has now...
Yeah, I saw it had gorilla hail with it on radar scope.
Yeah, anything and everything is practically happening. That's what's happening right now, Morgan. I'm calling both games.
Oh, the southern cell's rotating. That's fun. Near Guthrie.
Yeah, it is. You know what else is rotating? The one in southern Oklahoma that has a severe thunderstorm warning.
There's still a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida.
There sure is. There really is.
For a gusty shower that has nickel-sized hail. Okay, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the cell to watch. And then, of course, there's other cells that are firing off in more frequency. So, let's go back to the Amarillo cell. See what this thing is doing now. It still has some good rotation. It actually is starting to translate to the ground a little bit with this rotation. That might be something interesting to note. But the other thing that I also want to mention is that the left flank velocity enhancement is a little linear. It tells me that the storm is a little linear, so...
Which storm?
That would be the one due east of Amarillo.
That one just looks linear on presentation.
Look at the upper levels.
I will in a moment. I'm trying to understand how this cell in Oklahoma has a funnel. It looks very not.
There's a bunch of vorticity in that environment.
VWPs, do.
Oh, you're gonna freak out.
What is this? What is that?
There's also a meso sign for this cell now. Oh, this thing does have a bounded weak echo region.
Actually isn't bad.
Yep. You're on the storm and Groom? Are you really? Well, be safe there, my friend. Take a picture if you're safe and send it to me. I'm really interested to see what's happening in that cell. That thing is crazy looking.
Which one? These?
Groom, the one that's due east of Amarillo. So we'll just refer to it as the Groom cell now. What am I using for the stream bottom bars? PowerPoint. There are chasers here on the storm in Groom. Yeah, hold up. I gotta check because everyone bit for the southern cells, and so everyone is down there. But we have
77 DBZs at 14,000 feet on the Dickens cell, the Guthrie cell, whatever you want to call it.
Probably good for us to refer to it as the Paducah cell because it's about to get to Paducah now.
Kentucky exists.
It's not like Kentucky is in the risk today, so.
Yeah, well, whoever's just jumping on. No.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of reports of hail on that cell that's heading towards Paducah now. Paducah, Texas. 40-mile-per-hour inflow winds in that storm? That's crazy.
Hey, Nate.
What?
The echo tops on the Groom storm have a velocity couplet.
Yeah, dude, take a look at 1.8 tilt in that cell. No joke. You won't regret
No,
it.
look in DMs. I'm joking. I'm look in DMs.
What?
It has a velocity couplet.
Go
If your
away.
color tables are really strange.
Go away.
Okay, what am I looking at?
Go to 1.8 tilt, look at everything across the board.
Ow.
Oh, it's on Facebook. That's where he's watching it at. Well, we're gonna watch on Facebook, or at least I'm gonna watch on the side screen. Because I need Bob Moore Chopper 4. True facts. Yeah, there it is. They're watching it live on the side screen. Or I'm watching it live. Turn that down. I'll be able to watch it myself. This is gonna be some crazy stuff. True facts. Dude, all I gotta say, guys, here right now is that it might be a little while before we actually are able to mess around a little bit. Because right now, it doesn't look like we're gonna get a break for a bit. Del Rio has a tight couplet. Go away, all right? Because that is not tight. First off, that is actually just inflow and contamination in both ways. And yeah, too, that isn't really rotation there. That's just inflow. True facts. True facts. Link. Yeah, I'll give you the link if you guys want to watch the KOCO. All right, KOCO footage with Bob Moore, Chopper 4, or whatever. There you go. That's the link.
Tornado and very large hail potential will increase.
Is that the newest mesoscale discussion? Oh yeah, it is. There you go.
Wait.
Did they
Storms moving into northwest Texas and southwest Oklahoma may pose an increasing threat for tornadoes and very large hail as they encounter richer low-level moisture.
Yeah, there it is. There's the new mesoscale discussion that the Storm Prediction Center just issued. Just as what Morgan said. And just a repeat if people weren't paying attention either. Tornado and very large hail potential will increase as storms reach better low-level moisture. I mean, that's the environment right there. That's the environment to watch.
What is going on in Pueblo? What is this?
Everything is going on. Morgan, I'm calling both games.
I think there's more than 2 games.
I'm calling all games. I mean, this is just... Jeez. He does a tornado developing on Facebook. I'm pressing X to doubt. Oh, no, wait. It does have a pretty strong storm on that, though, I will say. Let's go on Facebook. Let's go to Teed Rimmer. Weed Trimmer.
Okay. I thought there was there almost was a tornado developing on the Pueblo radar for a second. It's okay.
That might actually have been a dust devil or a noodle. Maybe. I think that's dust spewing up. I don't think that's a tornado. It could be a tornado.
Noodle-nado.
No, other chasers are reporting it's a tornado on the ground. Other chasers are reporting it's on the ground, so. Yeah, and this would be the Paducah cell. I saw it on my side screen with Reed. Yeah, that's a heck of a shot from Reed Timmer. I'm gonna show this here for a couple seconds. All right, just to give a perspective. Look at this here. This is what Reed is looking at. That's what Reed is looking at. You can clearly see the dust whirling up. That is a tornado in progress right now. Good stuff, Reed. Good stuff, Reed. So that's gonna get tornado warned here soon. Chaos? What do you mean KOCO has a tornado in progress right now? I mean, this one right here, south of Paducah, has a tornado in progress right now. That's what this one has. So if you are over here, let's actually go. There we go. So let's show you Omega here. You can clearly see the hook. So the hook wrapping around just like that. Inflow coming in unimpeded. Warm, moist inflow feeding the storm more and more and more. That is a heck of a shot. Very low wall cloud. Bro, Morgan, I hate to be off topic, chat, just for like 2 seconds. Morgan, that cell in Oklahoma is a ground scraper. Like, the wall cloud is actually scraping the ground. That is absolutely insane. Okay, back to the analysis here, because that's absolutely insane. You have a very well pronounced hook, inflow coming in unimpeded. So right over here is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's currently right over Dumont. All right, so if you live near Dumont, near Delwyn, near Finney, near Grove, near Sneedville, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Especially as this continues to move off across your area. It's gonna cross Highway 83 here soon in Texas. All right, this thing already has a tornado in progress right now. It has a tornado on the ground. It is not warned by the National Weather Service. They might warn it here in a second. But we clearly saw, just briefly, what Reed saw. There's a clear tornado still on the ground. Still looks like there's a tornado in progress right now.
New tornado warning.
Yeah, there's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Dickens County in northwestern
And it's confirmed.
Texas.
Yeah, it's for that area north of Guthrie, south of
Western
Paducah.
Texas, western Cottle County
Yeah, there it
in
is.
northwestern Texas, southeastern Motley County in northwestern Texas.
I love how it's the thing said radar confirmed.
Dickens County in northwestern Texas, northwestern
Did it actually?
in northwestern Texas.
Yeah, it did. That's nice.
Southwestern Cottle County in northwestern Texas.
So there's
Southeastern Motley County in northwestern Texas.
there's the first tornado warning of the day here with this cell, and it has already produced a tornado. Of course,
Hey,
you can see the
Nate.
velocities here as we move over. Yeah, Morgan?
The Oklahoma cell is an outflow boundary, and I think more stuff is trying to convect off the inflow notch from it. Just wanted to make that a note.
Jeez. That's crazy. Yeah, you can see here clear turbulence drop with spectrum width. I mean, we saw earlier the tornado was on the ground, and that is the case right there too. That is a tornado on the ground with that. And the turbulence just basically, confirms it more or less. Usually when you have turbulence, under the rotation, that is right where a tornado could possibly be, because tornadoes do cause turbulence. And so we do have that. The storm is still creating turbulence, still has some very strong rotation here, very strong velocity signature, actually. So yeah, this thing does seem to me like it is still trying to continue to uptrend. So we got to continue to spread this information. Once again, spread the information on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we continue to spread this out to more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people, especially on YouTube. And the other thing here too as well is that there could be people who live in this general environment. All right, it may not be in the in the tornado warning right now, but we have a huge area to where there could potentially be tornadoes in. Okay, huge area to watch. And so if someone lives in these areas and they come to the stream, we can potentially help them out. So, that's all we're trying to do here right now. We're trying to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. So once again, share it. Hit that thumbs up button down below if you haven't already, because that does help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. I'm gonna look back to the Groom and Boydston cell. has an outflow boundary now, so it is trying to get some activity. It just looks a little too linear. Has a bounded weak echo region though. Yeah, it has a bounded weak echo region within that area.
Which cell you're referring to that as the viewer? Just so I make sure I'm not saying the same thing twice.
Boydston, at the 0.8, which is what I was looking for. I think it just updated, so probably not anymore, but yeah. Let's go back to...
I was gonna make that remark. If you're north of 40 near Allen Reed and McLaughlin, you may need to be taken to your safe space soon.
Oh. Yeah, you've been watching that Oklahoma cell, haven't you?
Huh?
Have you been watching the Oklahoma cell?
A little bit. It looks weird.
It
looks really weird.
It does look weird. Okay. Only thing I gotta say about it is that thing has the skinniest RFD. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Go away, Reed. Stop it.
Oh yeah.
Let me watch you on the side
Go
screen.
away.
There you go. Perfect. So that's some crazy stuff. All right, can you show me the map on what's happening in Abilene? Sure. One thing I want to mention, Morgan, south and west of the severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, consider that near Lindsay. That is just to the west of I-35, west of Paoli. So I want you to consider the following with that cell. And make sure that I'm not going crazy over there either. Abilene right now seems to be in good company right now. Now, there is some storms that are starting to kind of form off over here near Raton and Roby. But other than that, Abilene right now seems to be in the clear. I'll continue to keep you up to date, though, as this continues to move about, because I do have a radar over here right next to Abilene in Dis Air Force Base.
Screw the Oklahoma cell. I want to see some other stuff.
Yeah, that's really interesting there. I mean, just Morgan, go take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning, and then take a look at the storm that's south and west of the severe thunderstorm warning, near Lindsay. That thing has a lot of energy. I mean, these prefrontals, man. These prefrontals, Morgan. So if you live near Maud, St. Louis, Seminole, all right, Seminole should sound familiar to most of you. Seminole should sound familiar to most of you. Areas near Shawnee and Earlsboro, we got a heck of a storm. Heck of a storm that's starting to develop here. And that's a heck of a, oh my goodness. You know, the chopper right now is looking at a heck of a wall cloud right now. That thing is a ground scraper. That thing is practically touching the ground. Yeah, Morgan, I'm considering the following. This is crazy. This is, wow. I mean, holy. And we're super close to the radar, too. We're super close to the radar. Yeah, this is close to Shawnee and Seminole.
Just gonna make the note of the Paducah cell is becoming a hailer again. So its tornado threat is likely not for the moment.
Yeah, it'll fix
That's what I'm
itself a little
thinking.
bit later. Hey, Morgan, do you want the the KOCO feed just for you to have on the side screen?
I wouldn't mind it. Might not be a bad idea. 74 DBZs at 32,000 feet this storm.
Wow. This thing has an elf, Morgan. This thing has a wide elf. The Supercell in Oklahoma has a wide elf. It
A
fans
wide elf is not an elf.
No,
I don't think.
it fans out. So the elf fans out and congeals. Okay, so this is an actual elf.
Pressing X to doubt.
It's got it. It's not strong right now. The elf is not strong, but it's got an elf now. And that, you know what happens when elves happen. That's when we all consider the following. So, St. Louis, or St. Louis, as well as areas
St.
near...
Louis?
Yeah.
No. Try.
St. Louis or St. Louis, either way,
I don't like you.
near Maud, Seminole, Earlsboro, Tecumseh, as well as Brooksville and Macomb. If you live in those areas there in Oklahoma, you need to be on high alert right now. If you know anyone who lives within those areas, they need to be on high alert right now. All right, because this thing probably could be forming a tornado here soon. Probably could be forming a tornado here soon. Would not be surprised. So, let's actually go to Radar Omega here real quickly.
Hey, Nate.
Go for it.
You know you can just watch KFOR, right?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, I have the link.
Send that to me too.
Have at it.
Grazie. I get to watch Bob
That
Moore
is
Chopper
a very
4
low
over there.
wall cloud, but I don't see much more.
On the ground, I'm kind of panning the camera.
Oh, that can't... Their thing is really far away. I'm going back to the KOCO because their guy is like right in the wall cloud.
I don't like the closed captioning in that.
I don't-
It's driving me insane.
I don't either, but it's giving me a good idea. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Plus, Mike Morgan is superior to everyone.
Velocities have increased, specifically in the outflow winds. All right, so basically here, guys, what we're looking at is, look at this here. All right, we have a lot of rain that is being dumped over into this area right here. A lot of rain, and the rain is being wrapped around just like that. That's exactly what a supercell should do.
Oh.
It should wrap around the rain just like that, and it should have a little bit of an area right within here to where all this warm moisture out in front of it gets pulled into the supercell. It literally gets pulled in to this thunderstorm so that this thing may be able to continue to materialize more and more, may be able to continue to form and sustain, maybe even produce a tornado and even intensify. This is a classic supercell here, guys. This is a very classic supercell, and you know, this is absolutely insane here, ladies and gentlemen. So, once again,
This thing is this thing looks like it's about to swallow its own inflow.
what, the Oklahoma cell?
Yeah.
The inflow, what, swallow its own inflow? Is that what you said?
Yeah, either that or the RFD is gonna move right into where that is. It's overconvecting. The storm itself is overconvecting. Based upon the latest few scans, it's because of that outflow boundary.
Yeah, maybe so, but the RFD hasn't surged back into it.
Yeah, well, it's about to, if I had to guess.
One thing
Wait on a new frame.
now what that tells you
new
know what
frame just actually came in, and it looks like it may be trying to do just that. It may also look like it may be trying to split. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for it. It does have a tornado possible tag, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail.
Oh, it's because it's the warning expires at 6:15. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go back over here.
Yeah, they said we don't like tornado warnings.
I'm calling both games.
Oh. Jericho over convected. That's an oof.
Cell and Paducah is not really doing a whole lot. So that's nice.
It's hail. It's raining ice. It's raining ice chunks.
We're starting to get storms there near Memphis and Childress behind the left split cell. Not sure if you guys, if you noticed that, Morgan.
We are. That's kind of funny. Go tops of 54,000 feet on the Paducah storm. That's nice.
Ow. Yeah, that's not very nice. And this cell over here that's near Paducah is eventually going to head south towards like the Frederick area. So we might be able to. Actually, I wonder here real quickly. Did they fix the Seymour camera? If they fix the Seymour camera, we will be able to see the tornado approach Seymour. Let me take a look at Reed here real quickly. See what he's got on that storm. No, he's booking it west, or east, I should say, so. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, go away, Slip. But wait, what? Hey, Morgan. You do me a solid.
What?
Can you go to Tulsa for me real quickly?
Oh no.
Go to just you don't have to go to Tulsa's radar. Just go to Tulsa. Like just look at Tulsa. You can use OKC's radar for goodness sake.
I'm gonna use Tulsa's radar because I'm yes.
And Morgan, I think the cell right there, I think the cell near Asher is going to go in to go. I don't think it's going to gust out. I think that's just based off of what the photographs look like. So it'll just be a very tightly confined inflow notch. Actually, I want to pull up a VWP in Oklahoma.
What is Tulsa doing?
It's not just that. Turn on storm reports. Turn on the
I have storm
LSR.
reports on. What am I not?
Yeah, that's a heck of a photograph coming from Norman. That, yeah.
Whoever reported 5 needs to.
Yeah, take a look at the actual description.
Yeah, whoever reported 5 needs to figure out what they were trying to do.
Yeah, Morgan, I think the only reason why the storm here, the supercell here in Maud is, you know, doing what it's doing is because that's what the photograph is doing.
It's not really going to be able to sustain
Well, look at
long-term tornado production then.
No, it won't be long term. Like, well, what I mean by that is we won't have long track tornadoes, but we could have some tornadoes that could spin up for like 5 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes max. And yeah, I just took a look at the SPC mesoscale, the hodograph map, and that supported my theory. It looks exactly like the supercell that is currently printed over there near Maud.
According to KFOR, the Oklahoma storm is about to latch to the front. Now, whether or not it latches or just goes north is yet to be determined, but if it latches, then we might have problems.
And that could be the case, too. Especially if any of these prefrontals latch to the front, might be game over. But Morgan, did you check the cell that's over in Lindsay yet?
No, I didn't.
That might be the next supercell in line to watch out for in Oklahoma.
It's got too much crap around it.
Well, right now, yeah, obviously. Right now.
And
but
it probably will continue to have too much crap around it, although it does have decent echo tops. Stop dying.
Maybe.
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 What did the Paducah cell do? What is it splitting? I think it's splitting.
Is it splitting? Let me take a look at Lubbock. I think it did split for a portion. Might be trying to prime itself to be something tornadic again. Could be. I still can't believe the left split is still alive. Is it possible that this weekend could have an extremely high cape? Yeah, there is going to be high cape this weekend.
This
There-
weekend's gonna be weird.
You can get a lot of large hail with that event. Gonna be a lot of large hail across the board. Yeah, Morgan, it's that RFD has not moved. It, as a matter of fact, has a stronger SVC, Morgan. Actually, well, it's still pretty insane. There's the new tornado
Tornado
warning.
warning, Seminole.
In East Central Oklahoma.
There-
Central Pottawatomie County in Central Oklahoma.
I'm actually considering the follow. Well, I think they're accounting for it rooting.
Tornado warning for West Central Seminole County in East Central Oklahoma. Central Pottawatomie County in Central Oklahoma.
Yeah, so there's the tornado warning. If you're in Pottawatomie or Seminole County in Oklahoma, you need to take your proper precaution. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this thing could potentially produce a tornado, and it may not be a weak tornado either. It could be a strong tornado as well. So you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Because these storms can and even will produce tornadoes. That's a well-pronounced wall cloud on KFOR, so it does have a heck of a wall cloud on that. And I mean, the velocities on this cell is just absolutely insane. I mean, look at this here, guys. Look at this. This is a very well-defined rotation within this area. So, Seminole, Bowlegs, Maud, St. Louis, Pearson. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, all right, please tell them that there is some significant weather that is moving towards them. Potentially another tornado that can head off into their area. All right, so if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, Bowlegs, Maud, Ellaville, Pleasant Grove, Harjo, or Hario, you need to tell them to get in their safe spaces. All right, so copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any way we can continue to spread this information to as many people as possible. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Almost 800 people have already done it already, and we've reached out to so many people. So if we could just continue to do that, we're going to be able to continue to get this information out to more and more people. So please do that if you haven't already. But this thing does have some well-pronounced rotation with this thing. And it has a very low wall cloud on this cell too. Very low wall cloud on this storm. I mean, this is a well-pronounced wall cloud that is just ground scraping. It's very close to the ground. You know, at any point it could even produce a tornado with how close to the ground it actually is. I mean, man, that's a heck of a storm. And then you have the other storm here near Lindsay. If that thing can materialize more, that storm could look very similar to this one over here in Maud. We have a bunch of areas of rotation that are just continuously spinning up more and more and more. Let's take a 3D of the storm. Let's take a 3D. Jeez. That inflow notch is starting to get bent in. That inflow notch is starting to get bent in, so that's going to be something interesting. Heck of an updraft, though, with this storm, though, I will say. And it has a heck of an inflow notch there too. Look at this here, guys. Heck of an inflow notch to where warm, moist air continues to just be brought into this supercell once again. And this moisture continues to feed this thunderstorm for it to, just sustain in general. I want to see if we can see how much inflow this thing could potentially have. Oh, yeah, it has a lot of inflow coming into it. Oh, yes. It has a lot of inflow coming into this thing. You can see the inflow here with the greens moving towards the radar. That's the inflow in this case. So we have a lot of moisture that's just being pulled into the storm right now. Yep, velocities are looking rather prominent now. A lot more well-defined. A lot stronger now. Yeah, this is not looking good. This thing is intensifying quickly, and it hasn't even put down a tornado yet. New severe thunderstorm warning for the Lindsay cell. So the National Weather Service is watching the other cell too. This is a literal line of storms. This is storms marching across now. All right, so if you're just tuning in here right now, all right, we have a tornado warning here. This is for Maud, Bowlegs, Seminole, and areas near Earlsboro. If you live near Maud, if you live near Seminole, you need to be in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Weather Pro, that is not a tornado. That is not a tornado, Weather Pro. Please be sure to circle the inflow. Circle the inflow. And then go to correlation coefficient. You'll be able to see that it is in the inflow. So please be sure to do that before you say anything about how there is a tornado in progress right now. It is not on the ground. It is not. Oh, nope, never mind. Just went on the ground. There you go. I'm watching it right now. Look at this here. This is from KOCO. KOCO. There it is. Multi-vortex. Multi-vortex tornado on the ground right now. Multi-vortex. Look at that there from KOCO. It was just briefly on the ground. Multi-vortex. And it's rapid moving. Multi-vortex. This is a serious situation right now. Very serious situation. Multi-vortex tornado. From CC, it's not on the ground. From the actual... Look at... Oh my gosh. Look at this again. Look at this here again. It's going back to the ground. Look at that. Fully condensed down to the ground. Multi-vortex tornado in progress right now. Multi-vortex tornado. Multi-vortex tornado. Large tornado. Very large tornado. This thing just continues to spin up, go back up, spin up. Look at that again. Look at how fast it's condensating. Large tornado.
From the ground. It's rising from the ground like Andover did the other day.
That's from KOCO right there. Very significant storm there. Very significant storm. Once again, that's a tornado in progress. Significant tornado right now. Significant tornado right now with very strong rotation approaching Maud. If you're in Maud, if you're in Seminole right now, you need to get into your safe space. That's a debris signature. That's a debris signature. It's kicking up debris. That is a debris signature right there. That's a debris signature. So if you're in Maud or in Seminole, Oklahoma, now is the time to go. You need to go now. This is in Oklahoma. If you are in Maud, if you are in Seminole, there is a significant tornado still in progress right now. Multi-vortex. Very powerful tornado right now. Multi-vortex that is approaching the city of Maud. It is approaching the city of Maud. All right, so if you're in Maud, or if you're in Seminole, all right, Seminole is larger than Maud in Oklahoma. There is a large multi-vortex tornado in progress right now for your area. You need to get in your safe space. We're going to pull it up again here. Look at it right now. Multi-vortex structure.
Warning for northern King County in northwestern Texas, southern Cottle County in northwestern Texas.
I mean, that is...
Looking at it, it looks like one large tornado
It is one large tornado. This is multi-vortex.
with several vortices. New tornado warning just got issued.
2 new
It's an
tornado
extension of
warnings.
Paducah.
Oh, no, it's extension of Paducah. I thought that was for me. Yeah, that is an extension for
Yep.
Paducah. But this is an insane tornado. There's the debris signature. There's the debris signature. Big time debris signature. Confirmed with CDR.
Are you getting new frames from KTLX? Because I'm not.
Yeah, I'm at 26. 23, 26.
What the heck?
Yeah, there's the debris signature. Velocities are still very strong at this time. So, guys, if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, all right, we covered the tornado that went through Seminole as an EF1 on Monday, all right? If you know anyone who lives in Seminole, or if you are in Seminole right now, okay, and you are watching the stream, tell people. You need to tell people. Tell your friends. Tell your family who lives in that area. All right? They need to get into their shelter now. This is going to be heading straight for their area. This is going to be heading straight for their area right now. All right? So, Maud, areas north of Maud towards Seminole. Seminole, you have 20 minutes tops. 20 minutes tops. Get helmets, get mattresses, get pillows, get shoes on. If this thing continues to stay on the ground, it will be heading straight for Seminole, and this will be...
It does look like it has lifted. It does look like it is lifted for the moment.
Yeah, just look at that rising scud, though, Morgan. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's rapid.
Does it say 628 at the bottom right on your screen?
628 at
On
the
the-
bottom.
On the live stream, on the TV
Yeah, yeah,
stream.
yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same page there.
Yeah,
so
we
basically
are.
in line.
I see a little inflow jet
now
on the
confirmed.
backside part of the tornado.
Now confirms, Mod is now confirmed broadcast media. So obviously they took what they have of the streams and all that.
And they needed to. Yeah, there is an inflow jet. Maybe a little bit of the tornado trying to go back down. There is still something on the ground right there representing some sort of dust swirling. So this thing isn't fully completely done. Just on the off chance, guys. All right, the one thing that we do know, all right, is that this thing has had a history producing in tornadoes. Whether it is on the ground right now or not, this thing can do it again. It's in a prime environment to do it again. That might be another funnel, Morgan. That might be another funnel.
It's a large funnel.
That's
That is a large funnel.
That's on the ground.
Yep,
it's back on the
down. Oh
ground
my
again.
God, look at the
Oh
rising
my
motion.
gosh. That's huge. Multi-vortex. Look at that again. Oh my gosh. It's back on the ground again, and it's fully condensated. Holy crap. That's huge. That's huge. New large tornado.
That's Andover again.
It's not even
just looking at the way it's coming up.
It's not even Andover. It's not even Andover. You know what this reminds me of? And how it keeps going up
What?
and down, up and down? This is a completely different environment. Completely different environment. El Reno.
Look in DMs at what I said just really quickly. 2 seconds. Just look at what I said.
That's just complete. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly
Really?
what I was
Okay.
thinking. You know, this is a completely different environment from that day.
Large base with several vortices that keep bouncing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... And Morgan, this is what I was saying, what I mean with the prefrontals, all right? And not to get fully distracted either, because this thing, yes, producing a significant tornado. If you're in Seminole or in Maud, now is the time to go, because there is a significant tornado in progress right now. We just saw the video of the tornado. If you just tuned in, you can zoom back in if you want to, if you're, living in the areas here of Seminole, or if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, Oklahoma, all right, they need to go now. They need to go now. A significant tornado that is imminent, whether it is on the ground, whether it is off the ground. This thing is very unpredictable, very violent, very violent. You need to get in your safe space right now. Need to
It does
go.
look like it is off the ground at this current second. I will say this current second because of how it's been going up and down. But
Yeah, that's the key word too. This current second, because this could easily go back on the ground at any given time. Any given time. And and Morgan, looking out in front of this, this isn't a prime environment to continue to sustain for a long time. I mean, the supercell in itself, it looks like it could potentially sustain for a while.
Can you do me a solid? How fast is this thing moving?
This is moving off to the north and east at 30. So it'll approach
Okay,
Seminole in about 15. Now the other thing that I want to mention here, Morgan, all right, before we continue with that, the other thing, oh, jeez, that video again, it's probably producing again, and that's a huge funnel. Morgan, look at that. That's a huge funnel. That is huge. Look at this here again. This is the live feed.
Oh my, it's down.
It's down again, back down again. This thing just keeps going. This thing just keeps going and going. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is just... That's the third time this has done that.
Those are violent subvortices. Those are violent subvortices.
Look at that. It's ripping everything. Look at that.
Folks, if you guys reside in Pleasant Grove or Seminole, you need to take your precautions, all right? Anywhere south of, if you guys are in the State College in Seminole, you need to be taken to your safe space. If you guys are south of Wrangler Boulevard West, particularly along 9 and next to 99, you need to be in your safe spaces. If you're along 270, you need to be taking your safe spaces in any direction of Seminole.
Oh, that big time damage. I don't know what that is. Things are getting shredded. I think that's a farming complex.
Yeah, that's a farm complex there.
Oh, it's
like
ripping everything. It's ripping everything.
Looks like greenhouses.
Oh, big damage. Big damage. Significant damage. It's whirling debris around the vortex. It's whirling debris around the vortex. My gosh, Morgan, that's insane. All right, so once again, all right, if you are tuning in for the first time and you're trying to figure out,
like there are several funnels?
Because
there are several funnels.
That's
why.
So
There's
if you're
like
just
5 or 6.
If you're just tuning in, this is approaching Seminole. This is approaching Seminole, Oklahoma. Right now, we have multiple tornadoes within one storm. Multiple tornadoes within one storm. Go take a look at KFOR real quickly, Morgan, too. Go take a look at KFOR. That entire thing might actually be the tornado. That entire wall cloud might be the tornado. All right?
I'm just going to confirm something. I'm just going to confirm something really quickly. Bear with me here.
If you're in Seminole, Oklahoma, now is the time to go. You need to get in your safe space right now, okay? We covered Seminole, Oklahoma on Monday. We covered the tornado, the EF1 that moved on through. Okay, now you have another serious situation, another tornado that is ripping up debris once again. We have another tornado that's formed. It is heading straight for Seminole. It's heading straight for a populous area of Seminole. All right, so Seminole, Oklahoma. I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again. If you live in Seminole, you need to go now. You need to go now.
The LCL heights on the observed soundings are not doing this justice. The storm base is way lower than any sounding is really indicating, but those soundings were also from several hours ago.
News 9's on it too. News 9's on it too. Here's News 9. Here's News 9. This thing just keeps putting it down over and over and over again. And this is all, look at how large, you can see the 2 funnels right there. There's 2 funnels right within that spot. That's from News 9.
There's probably more than that just aren't visible.
I mean, it just keeps going over and over and over again. That's a large one. That's a large one. That's a large funnel. Look at that here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that is just...
If that whole thing, there's 2 funnels.
Yeah, there's 2 tornadoes on the ground right now from the same wall cloud. I don't even think it's twins, Morgan. They're all under the same wall cloud. They're all under the same wall cloud. That's large. That's large. Wow. Guys,
if you guys are really anywhere along State Highway 59, you need to be in your safe spaces yesterday, all right? You got to go. If you're north of Seminole Nation, you got to go. If you're north of Bowlegs, particularly along, I think that is Old State Highway 3E. You have to go. If you are in any of the residential areas along 126th Road and State Highway 59 near 377, you need to be in your safe spaces. All right? Big areas here that are being impacted in the Seminole vicinity. If you guys live in any of the residential areas that are right along 377 between Seminole and Bull Legs, you need to be in your safe space.
New tornado warning.
Anywhere along that, because we're seeing this just drop and drop and drop in random and unpredictable places.
Oh my gosh, that's
like the cameraman doesn't even know where to go.
Yeah, I mean he's just looking around right now. And I think that's all you can do right now.
Confirmed.
Extension non-PDS.
Yep. Although I think it could justify.
It could, yeah. I mean, with the unpredictable nature of all this.
So,
yeah, they don't. Dude, look at the rapid motion of that wall cloud. They zoomed out here. Look at the wall cloud here, chat.
Nate, very quick side note. Snyder along the interstate there by Abilene and Colorado City is convecting.
So we'll have to take a look at that here real quickly. So watch out for that very closely, right in there. All right, so that's from KOCO. And guys, in my honor,
not a small base.
That is not. That's a
several
huge
miles wide.
That's a huge wall cloud. Huge wall cloud right within there.
It's gonna drop again here in a second.
Yeah, more than likely. So once again, guys, all right, if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, Oklahoma, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this thing has been producing numerous tornadoes. It's just getting
stronger as well. Look at, just do me a favor for 2 seconds. Look at echo tops over the past several frames on it.
And I'll do you one better. I want you to take a look at the storm behind it too. It's starting to develop its own. I just sent you a link to another news. That's News 9. News 9 has another chopper on it, bigger, a wider view. Yeah, that thing is going on the ground again. It's going. It's very close to putting another tornado on the ground.
That's a wedge funnel.
There's a satellite. There's a satellite. There's a satellite around it. There's a literal satellite. The motion of this tornado is absolutely insane. That is a large funnel that could be putting down a significant tornado, and it is approaching the city limits of Seminole. All right, Seminole and Oklahoma need to go right now. Underground right now. We need to share this information. We need to keep doing so. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything that you can do to spread this information, because the more people we get this out to, the better. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by just getting out full screen for 2 seconds, you actually recommend this video out to more and more people on YouTube who are looking for stuff like this. If people don't have power here, if they don't have cable, they're going to come to social media, and we're going to be able to give this to them. So please be sure to just continue to share this over and over and over again, because this is a significant situation right now unfolding. And this is the reason why I said, Morgan, this is why I said...
That is a 2 to 3 mile wide wall cloud right there.
Yeah, that is a huge wall cloud. Oh my gosh. And look at all the scud coming in. Look at the funnel under the wall cloud.
There's 3 funnels. One left, middle, and center.
That is insane.
Left, middle, and oh my god. Left, center, and right.
And that's a huge funnel on the left. Like, well technically the center. Technically the center of your screen. Oh, Morgan, look at reflectivity now. Look at reflectivity. We'll show you guys here. This is what they're looking at there from KOCO. Look at that, guys. Look at how low to the ground the wall cloud is. Big funnel that is about to almost even touch the ground. Big time storm right within that area, and there's multiple areas to watch.
It's probably down. Look at the one on the farthest to the right. Look at the little vortex.
Yeah, there are
swirling there.
Morgan, look at radar for Seminole.
Yeah, I know. I'm seeing it.
That's concerning.
Folks, if you're anywhere,
oh my gosh,
Seminole and south of it, you need to be in your safe spaces, like we've been saying.
It's almost there. It's almost down to the ground, and you've got 2 areas that of funnels. That is a huge, that entire wall cloud. Does the wall cloud, if that's the case with the how many funnels are there, does the entire thing count as the tornado then? I wonder if they do the after.
I don't, it may count as multiple.
Jeez. Velocities are strengthening, yeah.
Wall cloud on Lindsay.
The storm and what's its face went confirmed. Paducah.
Again. Bleh. It did go confirmed. Radar confirmed. How do you radar confirm a cell that has tennis ball sized hail? That beats me. Okay. Anyway.
Because Lubbock said so. I need to find Reed Timmer's feed on Facebook again. DM me the Texas tornado? I'm assuming that's on Twitter. Possible wall cloud on the Lindsay storm?
That's what I just said. Yeah, there's been a report via Spotter Network from Greg Stumpf. Wall cloud on Lindsay.
Wow. Yeah. We just had a viewer sent one in. Viewer sent her own picture. This is it right here. That's the wall cloud. So that's the Lindsay storm. The storm behind Seminole. The storm behind Seminole. Okay? That one now has a wall cloud on it. That one has a wall cloud on it. You can clearly see it right there. Very low to the ground wall cloud. Morgan, look back at the look back at KOCO. That is absolutely insane. Thank you, Caitlin. It really does mean a lot to me.
Tornado warning for southeastern Cleveland County in central Oklahoma.
What? Oh, Lindsay. Lindsay just went tornado warning.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
Southeastern Cleveland County in central Oklahoma. Southwestern McLean County in central Oklahoma.
Let's go back over there to the cells in Oklahoma City and around there. Once again, if you're in Seminole, you're in immediate danger. You're in immediate danger if you're in Seminole right now. Look at how rapid the rotation is on that, Morgan. That is... I'm going to take a look at 1.3. Yeah, it's on the ground. It's on the ground. That's a large funnel. Look at this. This is KOCO. KOCO. Look at this here, guys. That's large. Very large.
Oh my god.
Very large. That is large. Very large. And the velocity's just upticked significantly. The velocity's just upticked significantly. That's gone. That's going straight to Seminole. That's going straight for Seminole. That's large, and it's going right over Seminole. It's about to go right over Seminole here within the next few minutes. We need to get this information out more and more. Need to go. We need to go. All right, if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, they need to get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything, so that we may be able to get this out to more and more people. Because there is a significant tornado that is possible, and actually even likely.
Down, left side of it. It's down. If you're looking at the stream on KOCO, left side of it's down. It's not power flashes.
KOCO, yeah, that's on the that's the rain coming in too. That's the RFD.
So there's probably 90-mile-an-hour winds going on with this too, to boot.
Yeah, and because of that, Morgan, I think this thing is actually going to consolidate and put one to the ground completely.
I mean, just look at reflectivity on the newest scan.
Forget reflectivity. Look at velocities.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I mean, this thing is going. All right, so we need to continue to share this information. Once again, copy the link to the live stream.
Down.
Put it
down.
on. Yep, there it is again. There it is again. Look at that. Once again, multi-vortex structure. multi-vortex structure. I mean, this is absolutely insane.
This.
Look at the inflow, Morgan. Look at the inflow. Look at how much.
The rain curtains. Jesus.
And not even that. Look at radar. Look at the inflow for that. Look at the inflow for that.
That's also a thing. I'm just looking at the stream right now. I have the radar up on my left screen.
I mean, this is a significant storm here, guys.
Cloud to ground lightning too. A lot of it. So that's the secondary threat.
Yeah, it's fully consolidated. It's going to be at least putting one down to the ground here, fully consolidated here in a second. But it's
to be stepping right over Seminole.
Yeah, Seminole. If you live in Seminole, Oklahoma, now is the time to go. Once again, this is the reason why we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible, because we have.
The left side, Nate. Are you watching the stream? Left side. Giant.
Yeah, that's huge. Once again, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. We need to continue to get this out to more and more people, because this is
2 minutes. I'll be back.
This is a significant situation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a significant situation. This is a very significant situation right now, and it is moving straight for the city of Seminole. Yes, you heard me correctly. This is the city of Seminole. The city of Seminole. Seminole has about 7,000 people that live in here, and this is a significant tornado that is now starting to become a lot more rain-wrapped, that is being pushed off into the storm. We do have a vortice in there. That's a condensed vortice. Joshy boy with the 10, you guys should be fine for right now. It'll be later on tonight to where you can get hurricane force winds. If you live in Seminole, you need to go now. You need to go now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, that might be the entire tornado. That might be the tornado right within there. That all that rain that is being pulled around, that might be the giant tornado. Big inflow wind coming in. Big amounts of inflow and condensation that is starting to surround the entire vortice, and that's heading straight for Seminole. This thing is as rain-wrapped as you can get it. This is a significant tornado too. Very much so rain-wrapped. This is large. This is a large tornado. And this is approaching the city of Seminole. All right, so once again, if you are in Seminole, in Oklahoma, you need to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to spread this out with more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, I beg you, if you haven't hit the like button down below quite yet, all right, this is not for me trying to get more subscribers. This is not for me trying to get, all the attention. This is for me to try and tell people who live within these areas, who live in Seminole, and who live in areas outside of Seminole, heading towards the Cromwell area. This is me telling them, pleading with them, that they need to go. All right, the tornado is about to go right over the city. Just had a power flash there. Just had a power flash. And this is me telling them right now that they are about to get a tornado that is large, violent in nature, that could easily produce multiple vortices at any given point. This is me telling them they need to get in their safe space right now. It just crossed over the city. It's about to cross over the city right now. I can't do a 3D of the tornado at this moment. It doesn't have a debris signature on radar. But this is me telling them right now that there is a significant tornado that is in progress within this area, and we need to share this with as many people as possible. All right, because this is a very serious situation. Very serious. I mean, this is as serious as it gets. This is as serious as it gets.
Warning for Purcell now, everybody.
Oh, that was a large power flash.
Yeah.
Large power flash there.
It's going right over the city. Another large power
it's down,
flash.
isn't it?
It's been
It's
on the
down,
ground,
isn't it?
and it's large too. It's large. It's large.
It's probably just not condensated the entire way. That's probably.
I think all the rain wrapping around it is the tornado. All that rain where you can see the
Probably.
rain field. Look at that positive lightning there. All right, so we're going to pull up the local feed once again. This is from KOCO. KOCO. All right, I could care less about them taking down this live stream. I'm more worried about them getting the information. I could care less. Okay, that is what we're looking at. That's a new rotation that's developing on the left side too. That's a new one. That's a new, potentially even a new tornado that's developing there on the side. Just had a picture here from one of our viewers. One of our viewers just sent in a picture here from Seminole. All right, and look at this here, guys. I mean, that is stunning. That is stunning.
Show it. Pass along.
It's on stream. One of the viewers just sent things in to me. Look at that. That is absolutely insane. You can clearly see it here too. That's absolutely insane. I mean, just, oh my gosh. Like and retweet that. Like and retweet that across the board. We need to get that information out to as many people as possible. That's significant right there. All right, I'm putting this right here over in the chat right now. Like and retweet that. If you're Dawn, get into your safe space right now. If the storm is heading straight for you. If it's heading straight for you, if you are in downtown Seminole, you need to get in your safe space right now. The rotation just went right over the city. The rotation just went right over the city. Right there. It just went right over. If you know anyone, Dawn, if you know anyone who lives within those areas, if you know any friends, tell them to get in their safe space right now. All right? They need to get in their safe space. We have some significant rotation here. You can see a lot of bright greens moving towards the radar. A lot of reds and grays, or reds, grays, and oranges moving away. Very strong counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere here with this storm. And that is some strong velocities. Very strong velocities. It is rain-wrapped at this moment. I'm looking at the feed on the side. It is very rain-wrapped, but there is... Look at the wall cloud here, ladies and gentlemen. That is the wall cloud, and inside of that, you can see a bunch of funnels that are dangling within this thing. Look at that. This is another feed. This is from News 9. This is from News 9 on the ground. News 9 on the ground. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is a significant tornado in progress right now that just went right over Seminole. And you can see the tornado on the right side, right there, right next to him. Right there. It's covering it. He's covering it right now. Here, let's see if I can pull it in again. But it's crossing over the road right there. It's a large tornado. Large tornado. There it is. You see it right on the right side. Look at that. It's crossing right over Seminole right now. Look at that thing. That is huge. That is a huge tornado right now that just went right over Seminole. Huge tornado. Very large tornado. So once again, this is the same exact thing.
We're deeming that funnel that's 3/4 of the way to the ground is the tornado, correct?
That is the tornado. Is the tornado. And I'll send you, well, actually, in your DMs, I think I sent you Channel 9. News 9. Yeah, go click the News 9. Go click News 9. They have a chaser that's right next to it. They literally have a chaser that is right next to it. They're looking at the camera. They're looking at the feed from the helicopter right now. But, I mean, this is a significant storm. Just went right over Seminole. If you're in Bowlegs, if you're in Maud, if you're in Lima, you're in the clear. The next place that's going to get hit now, that's large. Wow. That's set in stone.
I think it just fully condensated to the ground.
It fully condensated. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Look at that. He's going to zoom out here. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's right there. Large tornado. Very large tornado. KFOR's got a chaser on it. KFOR's got a chaser on it. Look at KFOR. Look at the right side. Look at the right side. They clearly see the large tornado right there. And that is on the ground. That is huge. Once again, significant tornado in progress right now. The next place that's going to get hit by the storm is Cromwell. If you are in Cromwell, if you are in Bearden, if you're in Butner over here, if you're in Sylvian in Oklahoma, you need to take your proper precautions right now. You need to get underground or in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right, because we have a significant situation ongoing right now. New tornado warning.
For southwestern Ford County in northern Texas, northwestern Knox County in northern Texas.
They just issued a confirmed tornado warning for the cell. Broadcast media confirmed tornado, so the cell in Texas is still confirmed. Wow, Seminole radar presentation just says it all. There's damage in the city of Seminole. A lot of damage. Doesn't look significant so far, but there is a lot of damage in the streets. There's a lot of damage in the streets. Let's go back to the Texas storm here real quickly. And you can see this thing still has a heck of a hook echo. A lot of hail falling from this. A lot of reports of a tornado there as well. We're probably going to have to use the Frederick, Oklahoma radar, I should say. It looks a lot better with presentation. Probably is still on the ground too, from the looks of that. Reed is on the cell over there near Paducah. I don't see anything with him right now, so can't say too much. Yeah, there is damage in Seminole right now. There is indeed damage in Seminole right now. We also have one of our viewers sent us a picture of the storm that's happening or currently moving through in Purcell. There's a lot of storms that are near Purcell actually right now that are kind of merging together, but the one cell that I'm assuming she is looking at is this one just to the north of Purcell. If it gets by itself, it'll be able to do something similar to what Seminole did, and you'll be able to see here. She's looking at a really interesting mesocyclone, and I'm assuming the wall cloud would be back in here. You can see how a line in the clouds just kind of sit in kind of like that. And so back over there, that's where I'm assuming is to where the wall cloud would be if there would be some rotation in that storm. Very, very intense situation, though. Very intense situation that I'm seeing from that. I mean, that is absolutely insane.
Did it lift, or is that just me?
It might have lifted. I think it occluded itself, but it still has a lot of the velocity. Still say that it's still down. The velocity still says that it is down. So I would say it's still on the ground. It's just very rain wrapped. I think that probably is the case. Oh wow. Yeah, there is a plethora of damage in Seminole right now. Yeah, I think it's rain wrapped. I think behind that rain right now, Morgan, is where the tornado actually is. Because you see how low the wall cloud is back on the backside, right? The lowering of the clouds in the back, right? That is where
Yeah.
that's where I'm assuming the thing is at. But I think it also could be developing a new wall cloud. I think it could potentially be recycling here relatively soon. Similar to what it did before when it was over near the Asher areas as well as the Rosedale area. That's what I'm assuming right now. Echoing. Yeah, I mean, that is just absolutely insane. You might want to lower the volume, Morgan. I can hear it. There you go. Yeah, this thing looks to be still. It looks to be still on the ground right now at this time. I'm trying to pull up. They don't have any current feeds right now. But once again, all right, once again, guys, once again, all right, the next town that's going to be hit by this significant tornado, the next town that's going to be hit by this significant tornado here is Cromwell. Cromwell. If you live in Cromwell, Oklahoma, if you know anyone that lives in Cromwell, Oklahoma, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible.
I may have to differ with that. It's turning north, and it is also lifted now north of the warm front.
Morgan, the old tornado is. Look to the north and east.
No, I'm referring to the whole storm itself.
Is
it's
it?
lifted north of the warm front.
I can kind of see that, except for the fact that it formed the new SVC. Although, I don't think this is this north of the warm front?
I believe so.
Hold up, let me take a look at the surface obs.
Yeah, it is. Shawnee's 6664. Yeah, it's about to.
It's
if it
about
hasn't
to.
already.
So it still has a little bit of time, but yeah, it's about to. This is the damage from KO4. There's some of the damage in Seminole from the tornado. Look at that. There's some of the damage. I mean, just look at that. Majorly impacted there. Holy. I mean, that is just... Is Dawn, have we heard from Dawn? Has Dawn been in the chat at all? Is she okay? Just want to double check to make sure that Dawn is all right. Is Dawn, does anybody know if Dawn is okay? Has anyone seen Dawn in the chat? It still looks like Ford City and Truscott is still there. They're the next people in line to get this tornado over here in Texas. So if you live in Ford City and Truscott in Texas, all right, not Oklahoma, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get in your safe space. Okay, Dawn is safe. All right, that's good. That's good. Just wanted to double check to make sure that Dawn was safe. Here's a picture from Chris, Florida tornado. This was the tornado that was south of Paducah. Very much so of a dusty storm right in there. Once again. Yeah, the tornado passed through Seminole. I wanted to wait until it, like, officially passed through Seminole. I mean, we're hoping that everyone in Seminole is fine. We're praying for them. We're hoping that they did not get the short end of the straw. Morgan, I think it's, yeah, Morgan, look to the east. Look to the east of the old tornado. Look to the east of the old tornado. This thing is trying its hardest. Look at KOCO. KOCO. It's still on the ground technically. That's a low funnel there. This thing is still potentially on the ground. Look at that right there. That's from KOCO.
I wouldn't quite call that on the ground, but it's still definitely funneling.
Man. If you're in Seminole, you are in the clear for right now. All right. I say keyword right now because you have another storm that's coming in behind that is off near the Purcell area. All right. So if you're in the areas of Shawnee and Cromwell and Seminole and whatnot, all right, even after the storm moves on through, you could potentially still have another storm to come in behind this. Yeah, it's rain wrap. Velocity still indicate that something's on the ground right now. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. But yeah, you can clearly see velocity still tight couplet. Greens moving towards the radar. Reds and pinks moving away, even some oranges right in the middle. Whenever you see it's tight like that, where the bright pixels are touching each other just like that, that is an indication of potentially a new, or not really a new tornado, but a tornado in progress. And we also have another area a little bit weaker just to the east of it, to where it could potentially be recycling. Definitely something that I'll have to watch out for. Wow. There's a lot of lightning with this cell still. It is not appropriate to ask for what rating this is at this time because we don't know the damage. All we can do is pray right now and hope that the people in Cromwell, Oklahoma, all right? Once again, if you live in Cromwell, Oklahoma, if you live near Cromwell, Oklahoma, if you live near Bearden, if you live south of I-40, all right? South of I-40, over here, near Okima, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Anti-cyclonic and Seminole, yeah, it's on the southern side.
Tornado warning for northeastern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma.
That's a new tornado warning. Non-confirmed. So they are saying it's not on the ground right now. That is a heck of a wall cloud that they are showing on KOCO. I mean, that is absolutely insane. So once again, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. That's a debris signature. That might have been a brief tornado. If not, it was a tornado. That's a debris signature, Morgan. It's back on the ground. Back on the ground from the radar perspective. A lot of turbulence, a lot of spectrum width. I would agree. This thing is definitely on the ground once again. So once again, if you are in Cromwell or in Bearden, Oklahoma, or near I-40, near Okima and west of Okima, all right, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself end this tornadic rotation as possible. All right, that's the big thing here. We are trying to continue to get this information out to more and more people. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas and they don't have power, they don't have cable, please be sure to share this live stream with them so that they may be able to continue to get information. Okay? This is going to continue to be the case here all the way throughout much of the evening into the overnight hours. We're going to get more showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be tornadic, and we could even get some thunderstorms that could move off into Oklahoma from the west to the east here soon. So we need to continue to share this information once again, and by doing that, you actually help us get this out to more and more people, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get this out to more and more people. And by doing so, by getting it out to more and more people, we can then in turn get more and more people to spread the information as well. That's the big thing that we're trying to do. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, by getting out a full screen for 2 seconds, just for 2 seconds, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, we have almost 1,000 people that have already done so already. And look, we've already gotten to so many people so far. All right, so that's what we're trying to do again. We're trying to continue to spread this information with more and more people. We're trying to spread this information with everyone. So that way we may be able to continue to get this information to as many people as possible. Here's a picture of the tornado that was over near Paducah, Texas. So this is the other confirmed tornado cell. Luckily, it's in the middle of nowhere right now, so no one's getting impacted. But you can see that is where the tornado is. You can see the clear funnel that condensates
tornado warning.
about 3/4 of the way down to the ground.
Southern Bloomsburg County in the Panhandle of Texas. Southeast
What?
Donnelly County in the Panhandle of Texas. Tornado warning for.
So one of those
Southeast
cells
Bloomsburg
that's up and
County in
along
Panhandle
the
of Texas.
panhandle
Southeast
is
Donnelly
actually doing
County in
something.
the Panhandle of
Giles just got a
Texas.
tornado warning.
This is the damage in Seminole. Take a look at the damage here. This is from Seminole. This is the damage in Seminole. You can see walls blown out. Once again, if you guys keep finding stuff on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. All right, we're still trying to get as much information out to as many people as possible. If you have your own pictures, feel free to continue to take them as long as you're safe. It looks like the storm that's north of Seminole is starting to weaken. It looks like the rotation is starting to weaken. The spectrum width is starting to kind of fan out a little bit more. But I'm watching out for maybe a new area of rotation to develop out in front of that. If this thing does recycle, we would be talking about something over there that is approaching the Cromwell and Bearden area. So watch out very closely. There could be something that's right within that environment. Yeah, that's the other cell over there. I want to take a look at Amarillo to see. This is near Giles and Memphis. And yeah, that thing too even has some rotation. A little bit harder to tell because we are a little bit further away from the radar. But yes, near Memphis and Giles and Wellington, there is some tornadic rotation over there. So if you know anyone that lives over there, especially near the Wellington area of Texas, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But as I said, this is going to continue to be the case throughout the majority of the day. We're going to continue to get more and more tornadoes. Huge stovepipe on Reed stream. Let me see if I can pull up Reed on the side. Just to watch. I don't see the stovepipe. I don't see it. Oh, no, I'm starting to see it now. I'm starting to see maybe some form of stovepipe that's starting to extend down to the ground. and that would be relatively consistent as well. So that tornado warning over here in Texas near Ford City and Truscott. All right, once again, get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You have time though. Get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, get any sort of equipment on, like shoes and stuff like that. That way you may be able to continue to put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But if you have all that, okay, the storm is going to approach your area in about 35 to 40 minutes. So you do have a little bit of time. That storm is moving very slow. Very slowly. Let's go back to the cell over here. In OKC. Approaching the Cromwell area. And this thing has recycled very significantly. Wow. There it is. There it is, Morgan. Morgan. Morgan's not with us right now. Very significant rotation.
I'm eating, so I'm muted.
Yeah, take a look at the cell now. Look at the rotation.
What in the world?
It recycled. It recycled completely. I told you. I said watch out for the recycle. And it happened. This thing is recycling significantly. It probably could put down another tornado. It's approaching the Cromwell, the Bearden, the Okima areas. So if you know anyone who lives near Okima, areas near I-40, Bearden, Cromwell, this would be due east of OKC, due east of Oklahoma City. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, because we could probably see another tornado from this storm, that is starting to wrap up rather significantly. New tornado warning. Yep.
Tornado warning for Western
Tulsa's in the action now.
East Central Oklahoma.
Someone
What?
asked me, Tulsa is in the action now. They issued the tornado warning.
Oh,
Um,
I thought you meant Tulsa got a tornado warning, and I was going to boggle at you.
yeah. It's riding the warm front, Morgan. The supercell's riding the warm front all the way up to I-40. It's riding it. That's the reason why this thing is still alive. Because it's literally right on the warm front. This thing just will not go away. And guys, this is why I said, I rarely bank on the prefrontals, ladies and gentlemen. I rarely ever say that the prefrontals are going to produce tornadoes. I rarely say that. As a matter of fact, the chat, you know, for the people who've been here for a while, even Morgan, all right? When have I ever said that the prefrontals were actually going to produce tornadoes and I had a high confidence like I did today?
Unless it's like a high-octane Dixie day, I've never really ever seen you otherwise say it.
And this is exactly what I was expecting. Oh, that could be on the ground right now. I'm looking from KOCO. They got a chaser over there. They got a very low wall cloud. I don't see anything touching the ground because there's a bunch of trees. They're at that portion of Oklahoma to where you can just barely see anything. I'm also starting to see damage from the helicopter. The helicopter's looking at damage that was over near Seminole. And they do have some houses and mobile homes that have been impacted by this. Yeah, it looks like this thing could probably be on the ground. Echo tops on this cell, Morgan, by the way, over 50,000 feet.
Yeah, but they have depleted in recent frames.
Yeah, they've depleted by 3,000 feet-ish, something like that. 4,000, yeah, something like that. If I see the next frame go, I'm gonna lose it. Because it's right there. Here's another picture of the damage. This is a mobile home. This is a mobile home right here, guys. Mobile home. Immense damage that they have there. And that's the reason why the tornado warnings say mobile homes are not safe. All right. You are not safe in a mobile home. Mobile homes could be completely destroyed. This is what they mean right here. This is what they mean by that. Okay. That's the damage that was over in Seminole. That's the damage that's coming out of Seminole. As I said, keep sending stuff to me on Twitter so that we can continue to get perspectives out. Really do appreciate it, guys. Petro's got a large violent tornado on the Truscott storm. Large violent tornado.
Are you serious?
Let's take a look here real quickly. We want to go to Frederick.
I don't believe that.
I don't see... Well, Petro knows what he's talking about.
It's true, but I don't know how it's going to form from that.
It might be... Well, I will say we are looking up almost 6,000 feet. I will say that much. But yeah, there is definitely something there. Yeah, there's the picture here. This is from Spencer Dodd of the Truscott tornado. So this is in Texas right here. That's the tornado that he's got. This was probably in the beginning stages if Petro is right. So Jeff Petrowski, the storm chaser, who's reported the significant tornado, if he's right, okay, then this probably could have been the beginning of that tornado over there. Luckily right now, it is over rural areas. But if you're in Truscott or in Ford City, you need to watch out because in a half an hour, these storms are going to be right on top of you all. These storms are going to be right on top of you all. Where is... Oh, Zachary Hall caught up to the cell in Cromwell. Zachary Hall caught up to the cell in Cromwell. This is from Zach right here. This is another view of the storm right there that is moving into Cromwell, Oklahoma right now. If you're in Cromwell, Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Okay, because you can clearly see on the edge there, that's the edge of the wall cloud. Whether or not that's a tornado under that, you know, he'd have to get a little bit closer, and that's not safe. Okay, so if you know anyone who lives in Cromwell, Oklahoma, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions right now, because this could be a tornado that's about to move right over them, right over the town of Cromwell. How many people live in Cromwell? Oh, there seems to be quite a few people over there. Yeah, this is a significant storm. At any moment can produce a tornado. At any moment can produce a tornado. Wow, that's the live footage from the storm chasers from KOCO. Look at that, guys. Look at how large the wall cloud is. Zoom out just a little bit. Look at that, guys. Look at that. That is huge. I mean, that is huge. From KOCO. I'm starting to get reports of I-40 potentially getting shut down. so that cars don't travel through. That's smart. Very smart. Why is Doppler on wheels in northern Texas? Consider the following, if you will. Yeah, that thing in Cromwell might be going right now. Might be producing here. Confirmed. Just saw on the side. It went confirmed by Norman. It just went confirmed by Norman. So we have a new tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress that is approaching Cromwell and Bearden. All right, that is where we are at right now. If you know anyone that lives near Cromwell and Bearden in Oklahoma, they need to get in their safe space right now, immediately. All right, immediately. Gage Shaw's on that. Mike Scantling is on that thing. Scott Peak. Yeah, there's Jordan Hall. Aaron Rigsby. I'm actually really curious who else is on this cell. Got a bunch of other chasers on these other cells here too, near Slaughterville. Man, that's a heck of a hook. We're going to go back to the rotation. Once again, you can see the rotation here on the radar. You can see the rotation on the radar. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds and pinks moving away. So right in the middle, right here, is where the tornadic rotation would be. This would need to be a lot more consolidated in order for me to say that this thing is completely, like, at full strength. It's not quite there yet. If it were to continue to intensify. But this is the thing to watch for very, very closely. I'm looking at the camera view. They have the helicopter of Seminole right now. It looks like Seminole dodged a huge bullet, except for some localized damage of some billboards and some roof damage for the most part. I see another band of roof damage, a lot of damage in like Main Street area. So there is a plethora amount of damage in Seminole from this storm. And this same storm here that has produced tornadoes is moving towards Okima. So if you live near Okima right now, Okima, okay? Okima, Oklahoma. That is where this tornado is heading off towards right now. We'll pull up here. You can take a look. This is from KOCO. You can see that there is damage over on the right-hand side in the middle of the street. They'll look around some more. See trees down and whatnot. You can see some debris scattered. Roof damage. You can see the side of the roof there. So there was damage done. There was damage done in Seminole due to that tornado. Yeah, I'll let you know if it's heading towards Poetry. Right now, the rotation seems a little bit disfigured. Just a little teeny bit. Everyone's saying News 9. Oh yeah, this thing's back. This thing is more than likely on the ground. Look at that. Here's News 9. Oh, well, that's some of the damage that they saw there. But yeah, we saw for a brief second, this thing was whirling around everything, and it just crossed over State Highway 56. So yeah, that thing is more than likely in Cromwell now. It is now passing through Cromwell and heading towards Bearden, as well as Okemah in Oklahoma. That is where this thing is currently heading off towards. And this thing is still going, still going. Velocity still compact, not super tight, but it is compact. Very similar to what we saw from the previous tornado. Very similar. Once again, Bearden, Cromwell. Need to get in your safe spaces right now. So we had multiple reports of damage. Multiple reports of damage across the board. And we are still tracking this as this continues to move off to the north and east. So let's do a deep dive as to what this thing would look like in general. Here is the storm in question that has produced numerous tornadoes, extending from areas over near Waynette and Asher, all the way to Maud and Seminole, and then eventually all the way up to where it is right now. It is near Cromwell, south of I-40, about to cross over I-40 to get to Okemah in Oklahoma. So if you know anyone who lives over there in Okemah, if you know anyone who lives in Bearden, they need to get in their safe space. Anywhere near the I-40 area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this is a significant tornado that could potentially drop. It has been dropping, and then it has been going up and dropping and going up again and again and again. So the unpredictable nature of this thing is what is so concerning about this storm. The one thing that we do know right now is that it is rotating rather significantly. You can see the bright greens and even blues moving towards the radar, the reds and pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. As I said, it just crossed over Cromwell and is just about a mile south of I-40, heading towards the Okemah areas and even south of Okemah near the State Highway 27 area. So if you're along State Highway 27, if you're near Okemah, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because we do have some extensive damage within this area that is possible. So once again, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Any way that we may be able to share this information with as many people as possible, we need to be able to do so. That way we may be able to spread this with more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, once again, we almost have 1,000 people that have already done so. By doing that, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. People have asked, people have been waiting. I'm actually curious myself. Let's take a 3D of this cell here just to see as to what exactly is going on with this supercell. And we pulled it up here right now. There's the inflow notch. Very disfigured, but we do have an inflow notch here. Very tilted, though. Very tilted inflow notch in the lower levels with our updraft. So that is pretty textbook in regards to what our updraft should look like. We have our inflow notch right within here, which is where the moisture comes in and feeds the thunderstorm as this continues to move about. We have a lot of spectrum width. Look at the turbulence that is within this environment here too, right where the rotation is at. This is where the rotation is at, right within here. So a very turbulent atmosphere, or a very turbulent storm where this is currently located within this area. Normalized rotation, you can see the rotation span up within these blues and how it goes up very high up in the sky, more than likely in upwards of 30 to almost 40,000 feet. So this is a textbook supercell that is continuing to survive over here into portions of central Oklahoma. So once again, if you are in Okemah, if you know anyone that lives near Okemah, you need to tell people to go ahead, take their proper precautions, and get into their safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation, let alone tornado, as possible, because this thing could easily go back on the ground at any point. We have seen in numerous instances here today where the tornado has just formed and then it went back down, it formed and then went back down. It even did extensive damage in Seminole. So we need to just treat this as if it's a tornado on the ground. That's the reason why the National Weather Service has indeed confirmed this tornado and said that this is likely a tornado in progress moving to Okima. So please share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream if you need to. Share it with friends and family and on social media, especially if they live within these areas. That way we may be able to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. And also, please be sure, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below so that we may be able to get this information out to more and more people. That way we may be able to, if people do not live in these areas, but they know people who live within these areas, they may be able to spread it too. Or even if people come to the stream, they also may be able to spread the information. B, if there's people who live within these areas, they may be able to get into their safe space and take their proper precautions. Or C, if they don't even live in any of those two areas here within the immediate tornado warning, and they live in these other areas to where there could potentially be some tornadic activity, such as the areas near Brooksville and Macomb, or Maycomb, I should say, where there's another supercell that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado here soon, or even into some of these other areas where there is tornado warnings, all right? Anywhere within this area, we're going to pull it up here right now, anywhere in the areas of the red, the orange, or the yellow, they need to monitor the weather here today. They need to make sure that they know what to do in case of an actual tornadic event. So please be sure to try and share this information with as many people as possible. If, that way they may be able to know what's going on. A supercell thunderstorm near Seminole, Okfuskee County border will continue in a favorable environment for the next 1 to 2 hours. A local area extension of the tornado watch may be needed. So they are expecting that this storm is expected to continue to sustain. I think the cell over here near Etowah and Tribby could also potentially sustain as well. So that's something to watch out for as this continues to progress to the north and east. A lot of storm relative velocity towards the Okima area, or the Okima area. So this thing could potentially try and sustain as well. Definitely something to watch out for with that as this continues to, progress to the north and east. Let's go back to the tornado warning storm here. Let's go back to this one over here, and it's about to cross over I-40 as it gets towards the Okima area. I-44 will more than likely not be impacted near Joplin. If you're near Tulsa, you guys could get some strong showers and thunderstorms, maybe some hurricane force winds late at night. But Joplin, you guys should be fine. I also forgot, might be my window of opportunity. I have no clue if this is going to work, chat. I have no clue if this is going to work, chat. We'll have to see. There is a lot of what seems to be traffic over here, but there are no traffic cameras. So we have no way of knowing as to whether or not something went over there. If anyone knows any traffic cameras over in this general area, feel free to send it our direction so that we may be able to try and identify as to what's happening with these storms without having to use radar. Because what's happening on the ground is, well, what's happening on the ground. Oh boy. Bearden might be, yeah, that might be the dagger. That could be the dagger. Yeah, that could be the dagger. Velocities uptrended significantly. Velocities uptrended significantly. Yeah, that's not good.
Tornado warning for Southern Ford County in northern Texas.
They extended the Cromwell. Or the Crowell cell. I'm sorry, not Cromwell, Crowell. Or Crowell. Probably, as you said.
Something like that.
From the looks of it, let's see. Let's take a look over at that cell. Oh yeah, that thing could potentially be producing a tornado here soon. Getting a lot of reports of a very large wall cloud very close to the ground. So not fully on the ground quite yet, but it could potentially do so. Other thing that I want to note is that this storm is also very slow moving, very slow, and it's starting to produce a lot of rotation, but a lot of precipitation as well on top of it. So this thing could be trying to kill itself off as well, which would be the good thing here too. But Okima, all right, Okima over here, we could potentially be getting something here. Very close. Yeah, Reed's got a significant tornado. It's on the ground. Reed's got a significant tornado, large tornado. Very violent too. Reed's got a violent tornado. That's on the ground. Luckily, it's in the middle of nowhere. But Reed's got a violent tornado in Texas. The cell in Tribby in Brooksville is still trying. It has an area. It has a hook. It has a very weak elf. It also has a very weak SVC, so that's representative more than likely of both storms and what they're doing right now. It does have an outflow boundary, though, and it is producing a substantial amount of hail. So that is the next supercell to watch very closely. I mean, of course, besides the one that's right in Okima, that could very well be producing a significant tornado. Did that just update? Jeez. It's moving northeast at 25. Morgan, the storm relative helicity values from 0 to 1 is 330. That is absolutely insane. I mean, this is in a prime environment for significant tornadoes. Prime environment for significant tornadoes. Yeah, Reed got a significant tornado. They also had the drone there right next to the large tornado as well. Trying to see if I can pull up other areas. Other chasers. I don't see too much here right now. There's a lot of trees once again in this area of Oklahoma, so it's unknown as to whether or not they can get a good view of this storm. But this is some significant rotation here, guys. Very significant rotation. Once again, Okima. All right, if you live in Okima, okay, there is a tornado that could potentially be significant. That could potentially be significant approaching the Okima areas. If you know anyone that lives in Okima, they need to be in their safe spaces right now. That's debris. That's on the ground right now. That's on the ground. That's on the ground. Debris signature. Debris signature. It's a tornado in progress right now. So once again, if you know anyone that lives in Okima, now is the time to go. Okay, it's heading straight for Okima. It's heading straight for Okima. There it is. So there's the track. You see, there's Okima. All right, Okima areas over there. Let's actually pull up the velocities with Omega here. So here's Radar Omega. Radar Omega. Once again, this is in Oklahoma. This is in Oklahoma. Okay? Here's the velocities. Once again, red's moving away. We have greens moving towards, right in the middle, right over I-40 is where this thing is currently at. Right over I-40 is where this is currently at. They said News 9 has it. Possibly. They definitely could have it. But right in the middle is where the rotation would be. The trajectory is too close to Okima. Okima is right next to it. They need to get in their safe space underground. Underground or lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. All right, this is a deadly situation. If people are caught without shelter, because there is a storm that is spewing debris right now. There it is. New debris signature came in. And yeah, this is still on the ground, still in progress. Let's go over back to the screen. You can see there's the debris signature here. This is where the tornado is at. All right, we go to the velocities, which will update here in 10 seconds. We'll be able to get something. There's the debris ball right within there. Yeah, there it is. There's Channel 9 right there. Channel 9 has a large tornado. Rain-wrapped, very rain-wrapped. But that is a large tornado. Power flashes. Right within that area. Yep, that is a large tornado that is rain-wrapped. And it's heading straight for Okima. There's the velocity signature. Just got updated. You can see right there. Very strong oranges moving away. Very strong greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornado is. And this thing, it's a large tornado, guys. This is a large tornado doing damage. It's going to be heading straight for Okima. If you live in Okima, Oklahoma, now is the time to go. Now is the time to go. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. Because this will do damage, and it's better for you to stay safe than sorry. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building. It is rain-wrapped. It is a large tornado within that area.
Scott Peak just reported a quote-unquote very large tornado crossing I-40 half a mile to our west.
Scott Peak said that?
Yep.
Jeez. Oh, this was the tornado before. This was 7 minutes ago near Bearden. 7 minutes ago near Bearden from Ben Williams. Right there. Look at this, guys. Once again, that's the tornado. That's the tornado in the beginning right there from Ben Williams. And it's heading straight for Okima. Heading straight for Okima. Look at that. Once again, I appreciate everyone who's been helping me share this information with as many people as possible. I really do appreciate it. Because you're helping me share this information with more and more people. That is absolutely insane. And yes, that is multi-vortex. Velocities have weakened just temporarily. That's the good news. But I still see a lot of rotation that could mean, or a lot of rotation that could dictate that there could potentially be something tornadic over there. This is another video. Wow. This might be video of the day from Ben Williams. This is video of the day from Ben Williams.
Massive wedge!
That is a large tornado. That is huge. That is huge. From Ben Williams, right there. That's gonna fetch him some fat stacks right there. That's gonna fetch him some good money from licensing. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. This is what Zach Hall just got. This is what Zach Hall just got. You can see the large tornado that crossed over I-40. Look at that. Large tornado right there. Vince has got a tornado right in front of him, too. I can't show Vince's stream because, well, we all know what happens when I show Vince's stream. Yeah, Vince is right in the tornado. Vince is right under the tornado. He's getting hit by it right now. Wow. Yeah, Vince just straight up intercepted the tornado. He just went
his
right
back
through it.
window got blew out.
Did it just go out?
That's what he just said. New
Jeez.
tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Collingsworth County in the Panhandle of Texas.
What?
Extension? It is.
Maybe.
Northern cell.
That's a very small box.
Is that an anticyclonic rotation that's developing on the southern side? Jeez. I mean, this is absolutely significant here.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Do me a solid.
Solid.
Look back by Seminole.
Yeah, I know. The other supercell that's starting to develop.
Yeah. I am going to have to get out of here soon, just so you know, because I do have work that I need to do.
Yeah.
Because AP exams. But yeah, Vince does have it right in front of him. That is a tornado. That's nice.
Jeez. Yeah, Vince once again has another tornado right in front of him. So we have multiple confirmed tornadoes.
Form.
So once again, this is Okima right now that is still under a lot of danger. There is also a tornado in progress over near Crowell. All right, let's go over there. Oh wait, we got maybe some reports that are saying Okima could be back on the ground. It's been on the ground if that's the case. Yes, Seminole could very well be hit again by another thunderstorm. So if you're in Seminole, you need to watch out for this very closely. You are not out of the clear. That's the reason why I said if you're in Seminole, you are in the clear for right now. Just for right now. Let's go back to the cell over in Texas. It's about to cross over the Ford City areas. All right, so now the storm has gotten a lot closer to Texas State Highway 6. So if you're near State Highway 6, underground or lowest innermost part of your building near Ford City and Crowell. If you're south of Crowell, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, so if you're in Ford City, if you're in Crowell, now is the time to go. It's about to cross over the road right in front of Ford City, heading towards State Highway 6 right here. So if you know anyone who lives over there, get in your safe space. Let's go back over to the tornado warning over here for Okima. Rotation has fanned out just a little bit more. There could be an anticyclonic rotation that just tried to develop. An anticyclonic tornado that could have attempted to develop here. But regardless, you have two areas here that could potentially produce tornadoes, and we need to continue to try and get information out, once again, to as many people as possible. We got to continue to try and share this information with more and more people. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that thumbs up button down below. Already over 1,000 people have done it so far to help us spread information. And that really does mean a lot because you're helping me spread information with more and more people. There's the tornado that is in Crowell. There's the tornado that's in Crowell. You also see the sum of storm chasers that are sitting right next to it as well. A lot of storm chasers over there. But there's the tornado. There's the tornado. You can see right there. Oh, wow. That's a new area of rotation right there. That's a low wall cloud. That's a wall cloud very low to the ground. Oh, that thing could be producing a tornado. That thing could be trying to produce a tornado here, ladies and gentlemen. This is live shot from this storm that's over near Maycomb and Brooksville. All right, so this is the second storm. This is the second storm. Had a wall cloud behind it, and it was rotating rapidly. So we could potentially have a new cell that's going to be developing and moving off towards the Brooksville and Tecumseh area. Pickles with the 5 months of the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. There are multiple chasers confirmed and observed in Crowell. Vince just had his back window blown out. Yeah, Morgan just told me. And then the wedge we also saw here in Okima. I love how that echoed. That was pretty weird. But
You're
yeah,
welcome.
there's another cell that's behind this. Once again, Pickles. That's over here near Maycomb, or over here towards the Brooksville area, and that could potentially try and develop a tornado as that heads off towards the Tecumseh area, south of Shawnee, and eventually towards the Seminole area again.
Tornado warning for Central Harmon County in
Oklahoma extension of
Okima.
the Wellington cell. All right, I know this is a kind of mediocre time to escape, but I'm gonna have to because I gotta get the work done. Let me know what else happens just when you find the time.
Yeah.
If anything happens, just shoot me a text. I'll talk to you later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that storm is now crossing the road of Ford City, and luckily, it's not impacting a whole lot of people once again. That's the good news. Luckily, this is still, once again, a not very populated area of Texas. So my concern is not with those areas, all right? Yes, it's producing a tornado, okay? But it is also in an area to where it's not going to hit people, which is the good news. All right, that's what I'm kind of, up with right now. Is that now Okima still in the area to watch? It looks like they are starting to get out of the storm. It looks like the rotation is starting to veer off a little bit further to the north. But the cell behind it, once again, near Brooksville. The cell behind it near Brooksville. That could be trying to develop a tornado here soon. A new supercell that could take advantage of the same environment that was originally with the Seminole cell heading towards Okima. You have a storm in Cromwell, Oklahoma, and then you have a cell in Crowell, Texas. Crowell, Texas. So they're saying Crowell because there's another tornado in Crowell, Texas. Here's another picture here. Another picture of the tornado in Texas. Another picture of the tornado in Texas. You can see this thing. Look at that. That is a heck of a tornado right there. Silent Okima still looks like it is trying to rotate, but it's also kind of choking itself out a little bit. It is starting to choke itself out just a little bit, so it might be starting to kind of weaken a little. That may be the good news. I'm gonna look at my side screen to see. What's happening with a certain somebody. Judith with the 50, thank you so much. That's very generous. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, so thank you. I want to say thank you to Judith, Judith, if you haven't already. The Texas tornado is not hitting anyone. All right, it's not hitting anyone. These ones take priority as of right now. All right, this is the one that moved across the road, but this one's not hitting anything. Okay, this tornado is not hitting anyone over here. This is farm. All right, so that's the Texas tornado. Yes, it's a tornado in progress right now. There's no one that's going to get hit by it from the looks of it as of right now. That's the good news. So right now, I'm going to prioritize the people in Oklahoma who live in these areas, who live in these tornado warnings, and an area to where you could potentially see a tornado here relatively soon. I'm gonna prioritize them over a tornado that is in Texas right now. Yeah, the Okima cell looks like it is trying to recycle a little bit. Man, that Brooksville cell is very concerning. This supercell here near Tecumseh in Brooksville is very concerning. This supercell. So once again, all right, guys, I'm going to need your guys' help once again, another time here, okay? If you know anyone that lives in Seminole, in Earlsboro, or in any of the surrounding areas over there, okay? Please tell them that they have another significant storm that's going to be moving off into their general area. All right, that'll be Tecumseh, as well as Earlsboro, and areas north of Seminole, near U.S. Highway 377 and U.S. Highway 270. Okay? That is where the storm is heading off towards. And this storm has significant rotation on it as well. New day 1. Yep. And they still say there is a large 15. They still say there is a large 15. They issued mesoscale discussions for that cell. Greatest tornado potential will come to exist in northwest Texas. The supercell moving east just south of Crowell, Texas. Downstream environment will remain favorable and low-level jet winds may improve slightly as well. What about this over here? Severe potential, mainly in the form of large hail, this time continues across portions of the watch area for the southern dry line. So that's what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking right now. Let's see. Alma Clark with the 4, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says 3D that cell in Crowell, please. I will. Joseph with the 5 says, what's the 3D of this tornado? Probably wouldn't be able to use it. Oh yeah, Brooksville's on the ground. Brooksville's on the ground. Brooksville is on the ground. Yeah, Brooksville is on the ground right now. Huge amount of turbulence. This storm looks very similar to the other one that just went through Okima. And that storm is recycling as well. That thing might try and produce another tornado. And that's going to be heading towards Okmulgee as well. If you know anyone that lives near Okmulgee, could potentially be the recycling of a storm that has had a history of producing significant tornadoes. Watch out very closely. Watch out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Brooksville.
Northwestern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma, central Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma.
Yep, they're saying that this thing is probably, could potentially try to produce a tornado here too. What's the latest rotation on the cell? Oh yeah, that thing could be, that's very close to being on the ground.
Tornado warning for east central Ford County in northern Texas, southwestern Wilbarga County in northern Texas.
So that's a continuation for Thalia. Or Talia. So that's a continuation for the tornado that moved across over there. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be taking 3Ds. I don't think that is necessary at this time. There's too many tornadoes for us to cover. Tornado on the ground, north of Okima. Jordan Hall just said it. Jordan Hall is on it. Tornado on the ground, north of Okima. Chaser just reported the tornado is on the ground with the cell north of Okima. So this thing is once again spinning up again. This is trying to spin up again. And it's going to be heading towards the Okmulgee areas here. If you know anyone that lives in Okmulgee, which is a populous area over here in Oklahoma, need to get in your safe space. Yeah, there's been a tornado on the ground southwest of Wichita Falls over there. Near Crowell. It's been there, but I'm more concerned about the tornadoes that are actually going to hit people than the tornadoes that are out in the middle of a field. Oh, that might be a debris signature. That could be a debris signature. Yeah, that's a tornado in progress. That's a tornado on the ground right now, right over Brooksville. It did it. It did it. It's producing a tornado right now. It's producing a tornado right now over Brooksville. So Tecumseh, Earlsboro, now is the time to go. Now is the time to go to get in your safe space, all right? Once again, I keep saying this throughout the entire stream. We need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Because we need to share this information with as many people as possible. All right, there is going to be a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through. Vince reporting a wedge. That's fine. All right, at least the wedge is over a field. I'm more concerned about this storm right here in Brooksville that is doing damage to people who live here. There are people who live here. We have a tornado in progress right now, south of Tecumseh, heading towards the Earlsboro. So if you live near Seminole, if you live near Earlsboro, if you live near Tecumseh, we need to get this information to as many people as possible. I'm looking at another chaser here. I do not see a wedge. I do not see a wedge. I see a cone or a stovepipe. I think actually it's more of a stovepipe. But I do not see a wedge over in Texas. Oh yeah, that's a big debris ball. Big debris ball. That's gone. This thing also may be trying to produce another tornado down here too. So this thing could also produce 2 tornadoes over here heading towards Earlsboro. But that is a tornado in progress right now near Brooksville. Tornado in progress. So once again, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. That's not, there isn't a wedge in Texas. I just saw it. It's not a wedge. It's a stovepipe. And or a small cone. Alright, there is a tornado in progress right now here near Brooksville, near Tecumseh. Alright, if you live in these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people. It's, you know, that's what we're gonna want to do right now. So Tecumseh, Earlsboro, Brooksville. Underground right now. We might be able to get the new scan here. Yep, there's the new scan. Oh boy. That is very low correlation coefficient. Very low correlation coefficient. We're going to have to wait another 20 seconds. Another 20 seconds to get a new scan here for radar. $10 seconds until radar. Oh wow. That's from Channel 9. That's from Channel 9. And that's in Asher. Asher, I believe, is right next to the storm. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that storm. That's from Channel 9. Velocities have increased. That right there is what we are looking at in Brooksville. That is what we are looking at. We are looking at a significant tornado that is right next to Brooksville, Oklahoma, and it's heading towards Earlsboro. If you know anyone that lives in Earlsboro, you need to get in your safe space right now. The time is now to go. I know I sound like a broken record, okay? Need to get into your safe space. Yeah, that's a heck of a storm. That's a heck of a wedge. If that is a wedge. I mean, that is a strong storm. That is a storm that is doing damage. And it is just, it's just going and going and going. So I'm going to go over to Radar Omega real quickly. All right, here's Radar Omega. Here's the debris signature right in there. All right, and this is heading towards the general vicinity of Harjo and Earlsboro. That's where this tornado is heading for right now. If you are in Earlsboro, all right, Earlsboro is in the immediate danger. I'm looking at this on the actual, you know, the helicopter cam. This thing is huge. I mean, this thing is actually huge. Look at this here, guys. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pulling it up here right now. There you go. Look at that. Look at the storm right here. This is from Channel 9 in Oklahoma. I mean, my goodness. That is huge. That's a huge tornado over there. So once again, Earlsboro, Pleasant Grove, you are in the immediate danger right now. You are in the immediate danger right now. And this is not the first time we've had this. This is not the first time we've had a storm like this that has produced tornadoes like this. So this thing is now ripping up everything it touches, all right? Trees, cars, houses. And the main thing here is that we're trying to get people informed here. We're trying to tell people that this stuff is happening, all right? I mean, this is an intense situation. You can see the velocities here. This is where the tornado is at. Green's moving towards the radar. Reds and pinks moving away. Even some oranges there. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Yeah, this is Earlsboro. Areas near Seminole, west of Seminole. That is where the storm is heading off towards again. I'm going to move my Dallas-Fort Worth radar over to KINX. Oh boy. North of Clearview might put down one here in a second. North of Clearview might put down a tornado here in a second. It probably could. It probably could put down one here in a second. It looks like there still could be a tornado in progress right now. Look like there still could be a tornado in progress with that other cell in Brooksville. But this thing just continues to go, and it looks like it is trying to recycle. This cell over here, north and east of Okima, looks like it also could probably produce a tornado here in a second. Let me pull up the velocities here. If you're near Sunrise or Wilson in Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space as well. All right, this is a heck of an area of rotation. You can see there's a lot of lightning with this storm here too. You can see reds and oranges moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is heading towards Sunrise, Wilson, as well as Okmulgee eventually. So if you're near Okmulgee, if you're near Wilson and Sunrise, you need to get in your safe space right now. Okmulgee, you have a little bit of time. You can get helmets. You can get shoes. You can get pillows, mattresses. So that way you may be able to put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And the velocity's just increased here. We're looking at this cell here from the OKC radar. Does the Tulsa radar have a better grasp of this cell? It could. It very well could. We're looking up 4,300, and OKC is looking up 4,500. So they're about the same. It's all right, Andrew. It's all right. Scantman's still on it. That seems to be pretty much it. There's not really a whole lot of other chasers. Jeez. But yeah, this thing is continuing to wrap up more and more. If you know anyone that lives near Okmulgee, they need to get in their safe space right now. It's a lot of rising motion under the cloud. That's near Hollis. I'm pressing X to doubt. Oh, that's over there. That's with the current tornado warning. With the current tornado warning over in Hollis, not that big of a deal from the looks of it. It looks like it's just a bit of a wall cloud. That's pretty much it. You do have a couple areas of rotation. It is trying to recycle, but it should be fine from the looks of it. I'm waiting for the next scan from Tulsa. No scan came in, so that's unfortunate. We can go back to OKC. Looks like the storm that's south of Earlsboro is recycling. It is not on the ground at this time. I do see the old rotation, however, or at least maybe even a new rotation that's trying to develop right near Earlsboro. So I would highly recommend you stay in your safe space if you're down there already. All right, once again, underground or lowest and most part of your building. If you're in Seminole or if you're west of Seminole, you need to take your proper precautions underground or lowest and most part of your building. Yep, any helmet will work as long as it protects your head. Any helmet will work. Any helmet will work. Just put as many layers between yourself and the tornado as possible. That's the big thing here to take away from this. Yeah, let's sell in Okima. Or north and east of Okima. This is a heck of a sell. I mean, look at this hook here, guys. Very well defined. Okima is out of the immediate tornado threat. However, there's another storm that is approaching their general area here. I would say within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Hour and a half to 2 hours. Man, oh man. Yeah, this thing is textbook. I wonder if we'll be able to see something if we go from Tulsa. Yeah, it's a little bit better to find here. You could see the hook wrapping around. It has a bound a weak echo region. That's not good. It's wrapping rain around itself. It is wrapping rain around itself. Yeah, that's not good. Latest scan came in, no debris signature, that's good. Velocities are not contaminated. Just had a spin up. Oh, that's not a spin up. Actually, never mind. I was looking at the thing, and they were looking at the damage that was near Maud at 632 Central. And it was just ripping up everything over there in that farming place. Yep, there has been damage confirmed for a while here. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. For golf ball sized hail. Jeez. Yeah, that's not good. Let's go back to OKC. Don't see debris signature with that. Go to the velocities on some of these other storms. Yeah, there's that new area of rotation that I was talking about. I do think there's a new area right here crossing over 270. Highway 270 heading towards the Earlsboro area. I do think that is the next area. Or at least should be the old area that is producing a tornado. That is the next area to watch. So yeah, right over there, due west of Earlsboro. That's where the rotation is at. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, South Central Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma.
They issued a new tornado warning for the areas near Reed and McKnight. Unsurprisingly. Channel 9 was showing damage from before. It's not what was happening right now, and we watched it earlier. Jeez, there's so many chasers on that cell. The chaser convergence is insane. Let me go back to Frederick's radar. It looks like the tornado is not on the ground at this time. It's in a really good environment, though, to continue to try and produce tornadoes. It looks like it is getting very much so closer to Thalia. So if you're near Thalia, get in your safe space as well. If you're near Thalia, get in your safe space. Luckily, Thalia is the only area that is getting impacted by this storm over here in Texas. Luckily, this is the only area that's going to get impacted in Texas by the storm for right now. So if you're in Thalia, all right, anywhere around Thalia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Jeez, yeah, the inflow just continues to just get more and more high precipitation with that cell. Go back to OKC. Ooh. Yeah. There's 2 areas. There's 3 areas of spectrum with. Yeah, Earlsboro, you need to be in your safe space because, yeah, this thing could definitely be on the ground. It could be on the ground. And it wouldn't just be one tornado. It would be multiple tornadoes. So if you know anyone that lives within these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space now because they're about to get hit. They're about to get hit by these tornadoes. So this is in Oklahoma, Earlsboro, Oklahoma, just due west of Seminole. It looks like Seminole will be in the clear. The rotation is moving off towards the north and east. So that's the good news there. The cell that is near the Okima area, north and east of Okima, doesn't look like it is producing a tornado at this time. Look at Tulsa's radar. And that still does seem to be the case as well. So that's the good news. But my, oh my. I mean, these storms just continue to impress. Look at this hook here, chat, from Reflectivity. Huge hook. Well-defined storm. ZDR arc in place. ZDR column as well. Goes up to 17,000 feet. I mean, this storm has it all. Jeez. I mean, this just continues to expand. Man, oh man. I mean, just look at that hook, guys. Yeah, there is another storm that's right next to Seminole. Luckily, it does not seem as if it's going to hit it directly, which is the fortunate news. But Earlsboro is going to get hit. And yeah, that does look like it's a tornado in progress. Yep. That's another tornado. Yeah, it's back on the ground. It's back on the ground. Earlsborough's back on the ground. As I said, could be multiple tornadoes with that thing. Could be multiple tornadoes. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma, central Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma.
New discrete cell near Ardmore. Yeah, there is a cell. Well, there's one near Purnell. Then there's that cell over there. I mean, jeez. The good news here, guys, is that I can see the line. I can see the line congeal behind this. So you see this? This is all starting to become a linear threat. Once that all starts to combine into one giant line, then yes, that threat will be done. All right, it'll just be the storms out in front of the line now. Yeah, Earlsborough is definitely on the ground. Jeez. Need more water. The cell that's heading towards Okmulgee. I think it's Okmulgee, actually. Is it Okmulgee? I think it might actually be Okmulgee. But yeah, regardless, there is some significant rotation over here in Okmulgee. Oh, jeez. Yep, that's another one. Yep, that's another one. That's another one. Knew that was going to happen. Just went right over Earlsborough. Just went right over Earlsborough. So now this is going to be heading off towards the general area, the intersection of I-40 and US Highway 377. If I pull it up here to try and figure out as to which towns are near that, that would be near the areas near Little and near the airport, north of Seminole. So the Seminole Airport, if you're near that, if you're near Little, if you're near Earlsborough, that's where this tornado is at. That's where this thing is going. This is channel 9 right here in Seminole. Oh, power flash, bottom right-hand side. And he's standing right on top of the tornado. That is very helpful. But yeah, there is a tornado right within that area there from Channel 9, News 9. And you can still see the debris signature here right now. You can see that. That is another strong tornado. Okmulgee. Okay, so it is Gee. Or Okmulgee. My goodness. It just doesn't end. It's another one. It's another one. like behind Earlsboro. Well, those storms aren't exactly, you know, super... They're not super organized at the moment, so I'm not too worried about those. I will say Anadarko and Chickasha will get hit probably within the next 2 hours. I'd say 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, so they still have a little bit of time. But my goodness. I mean, this thing is still going, still on the ground. Next scan says... I think it just fanned off the debris. No, there's the debris signature. It turned to the right. Or it turned around. This is a weird tornado. If not, this is a new tornado that formed. New scan. It moved south. There's also a new tornado that's going to form. That's going to be a strong tornado. I know what everyone's saying in Texas. I don't care right now. No one lives there in that tornado warning. This right here, people live here. People live here. People are about to get hit by this new developing rotation on this storm. It's still going. And this thing is recycling. Like, look at that. Look at the rotation. That is another one. This thing is recycling all over the place. I mean, this thing just... Oh my gosh. If it's nothing like what I just saw, I'm gonna lose. Yeah, this thing, yes, strong storm, strong tornado, luckily over nothing but farmland. Alright, look at this. It's not hitting anyone, which is the good news. Okay, if you're in Thalia, you need to still be in your safe space. Yes, that is a strong tornado that is over nowhere. Okay? There is a tornado right now, and potentially even a new one that can develop. That is right here, right over Seminole. Or north of Seminole, I should say. This thing is recycling quickly. That's a huge debris ball. That's a huge debris ball. Huge debris ball. Right there in Earlsboro. That is absolutely insane. I mean, this thing just keeps going. That's another tornado. And this is the reason why we have to continue to share the information. We have to continue to try and share it with as many people as possible. Because more tornadoes can be expected. More tornadoes can be expected. Oh yeah, that's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That is a new... Yeah, that could have been the tornado. That could have been the tornado. I'll tell you what is the tornado, though. That's gone. That's gone. I've already checked Twitter. This is absolutely insane. Yeah, people don't need to, keep saying check Twitter if they haven't sent stuff. Alright, because then I actually have to try and check Twitter again in case if someone actually, if you sent it. Because there could be multiple people. If people have said check Twitter. But if I've already checked it, then I don't need more and more people saying check Twitter. Oh, that might be gone. Still tornado in progress near Earlsboro. Still tornado in progress near Earlsboro. If you're in Earlsboro right now, if you're in Earlsboro, or if you're in Seminole, if you're north of Seminole near the airport, if you're near Little, if you're near Sylvian, if you're near I-40, or south of I-40, the intersection of I-40 and the intersection of Highway 99, if you're over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go. Need to go. Need to go. This thing could be a large one. This thing could be a very large one that could develop here in a second. My goodness. Potentially 2 tornadoes that are in progress at the same time from the same supercell. Potentially 2. 2 of them. What about the cell in Okmulgee? Did it go high precipitation base? It did go high precipitation.
Tornado warning for north central
Other storms merged with it.
Oklahoma, central Okmulgee County in northeastern Oklahoma, western Muskogee County in east central Oklahoma, northeastern Okfuskee County in east central Oklahoma.
That's the new extension, the new tornado warning for Okmulgee. That's the new extension. That is the new extension. Yeah, thank God that tornado in Texas is over land right now. Like, it's over actual farmland. It's not expected to hit anything big, so that's the good news there. Go back to Oklahoma. Oh boy. I mean, this is just, you wouldn't typically see this, but you have one storm right here, a second one right here. Okay, so you have rotation number 1, rotation number 2. I'm going to take off the flash flood warnings. Taking off the flash flood warnings. I mean, this is absolutely... Look at that. Spectrum width in both areas is still high. Still have a lot of turbulence ongoing at this time. Still have a lot of turbulence. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Wilbarga County in northern Texas.
The Celentalia has been extended. New tornado warning over there. Not confirmed. Not confirmed. Why is there no PDS in these situations? I've got no clue. I've got no clue. What I do have a clue on is that these storms could potentially be producing tornadoes, and thank God they just have tornado warnings in general. Because no one really cares too much about a PDS. They'll care when it's a tornado emergency. But I mean, my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Gone. Yeah, that might be a tornado debris signature. That's a possible TDS. A possible debris signature. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Jeez. That's right over the turbulence. And that's some very strong winds with it, too. Very strong velocities. 58 on top of 72. That's a 130 mile per hour delta velocity. Not always, Jessica. Not always. You said usually, but not always. Oh, that's a bounded weak echo region. I just realized that's a bounded weak echo region. Look at this. It's surrounding itself in rain. It has surrounded itself in rain. Brad Arnold just reported large tornado southeast of Thalia. Brad Arnold just reported large tornado southeast of Thalia. Yep, that's a tornado in progress right now. That's another tornado. That might even be a strong one. And it's approaching I-40. Approaching I-40 here. Can I show Vince's location? Vince's location is... He's currently in Thalia right now. Actually, he's north and east of Thalia. So, to be precise... Okay, there's Thalia where my cursor is. That's where Vince is at right now. That's where Vince is at. It looks like the second tornado on the western side has weakened enough to the point where it's not on the ground right now. It doesn't look like it's on the ground at the moment, although there could be debris flying throughout the air within that storm. So it could be a possibility. Oh my gosh. That's gone. And that's like really gone too. Look at how consolidated those velocities are. Very consolidated. That is going. If you know anyone that lives near Sylvian, Cromwell, okay, Cromwell. Cromwell is up next. So Cromwell, Sylvian, Schoolton, anywhere within those areas in Oklahoma. Once again, Cromwell, Sylvian, Schoolton, areas near I-40. That's where this thing is currently at right now, and this thing is significant. Here's the velocities right now. You can see green's moving towards, red's moving away with a little bit of de-aliasing, so it's having a little bit of issues registering on this app. Right in the middle is where the tornado is at. All right, this is Sylvian, this is Schoolton, this is Cromwell in Oklahoma. If you know anyone that lives in that area, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. They need to go. They need to get in their safe space. Because this is a confirmed tornado. This is a tornado in progress right now. And you need to get into some form of shelter. Because this is an insane storm. I'll pull up the latest scan just came in. Debris signature still there. Velocity signature is kind of there. Let's go to the let's go to this full screen here. So once again, Schoolton, Sylvian, Cromwell. That's the areas to watch here. There's the debris signature still. You can see the blues and greens consolidated within this area. So this is a tornado still in progress. There's a lot of turbulence here where this tornado is at. A lot of turbulence. Tornadoes do create turbulence. This is very rain-wrapped too. A rain-wrapped tornado, so you will not be able to see it, let alone it being in the middle of the night. So you need to be in your safe space. Need to be in your safe space. ZDR verifies that this is debris being lofted in the sky. Right in there. Negative values of ZDR right within that area to low values of ZDR. Yeah, that is debris. And that is a heck of a tornado. Look at that. Greens and blues moving towards the radar. Reds, pinks, and oranges moving away. Right in the middle, right there is where the tornadic rotation is at. Actually, in this case, tornado is at. So Cromwell, this is heading straight for you. Or is heading near you. Sylvian is right about here. So Sylvian and then Schoolton is up there. If you live in any of these areas, you need to get in your safe space. If you know anyone who lives in those areas in Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure. All right, they need to go right then and there. They need to go because this storm, you know, these storms in this area, it's not just this storm, all right? You know, what just happened 2 hours ago, earlier on today, the storm that's over near Okmulgee, okay? That storm that was over there was originally near Seminole, and it did damage in Seminole. Can I do a 3D image and see both tornadoes? Probably not with how rain-wrapped it is. Probably not with how rain-wrapped it is. There it is. Look at that. Consolidated debris signature right within there. But thank you for the 5-month Soul Inferno of becoming a weather watcher. That really does mean a lot to me. It really does. So yeah, Cromwell, Sylvian, Schoolton. Those areas that I just called out for in Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go. All right, so please be sure, if you haven't already, copy the link to the live stream, share this with friends and family and on social media. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, we already have over 1,000 people that have done it already. We actually have 1,100 people that have done it already, so thank you so much. By doing that, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do so. It only just takes 2 seconds to get out of full screen and come back in. It only takes 2 seconds. And that helps spread information exponentially. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for South Central Okfuskee County in East Central Oklahoma.
Extension. So Tulsa issued a tornado warning out ahead of time for Okima. That is a deep debris signature there. Wow, that is a strong tornado in Texas. That is a strong tornado in Texas over there. That is a very strong tornado in Texas. Yeah, very strong tornado. Luckily, this thing is over farmland. Luckily, this thing is over farmland. Eventually, it will not. It's going to cross over U.S. Highway 183. When, so I can get a timetable? In 15 minutes. And then eventually, it will get to populated areas here along 287 in Texas. Is there anyone that lives in these areas over here? It's north of Midway Crossing. So that's near the Parsley Hill area. as well as areas south of Vernon. But luckily, Vernon in itself is not getting hit. It's just the area south of that. Which that's the good news right now. That is the good news. Yeah, this thing is ripping up a lot of stuff from the ground. This thing is ripping up a lot of stuff from the ground. Just for reference, this is a 104 on top of 59 mile per hour delta velocity. That's over 160 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are. That's how fast the winds are within this rotation. Newest velocity scan, and then we'll move back over to Oklahoma. Wow. That's 121 on top of 55. 121 on top of 55. That's a 171 mile per hour. Well, 176 mile per hour, I should say. 176 mile per hour delta velocity within that storm south of Lockett. So luckily it's over. Luckily it's over farmland. That's the big thing there to take away from that. Cell near Cromwell might have lifted. Looks like it actually has lifted. That's the good news. And the rotation has became a little broad. So this storm is not, or at least doesn't appear to be on the ground as of this time. PDS. PDS. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Wilbarger County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 4 miles south of Lockett, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, with complete destruction being possible. So once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Wilbarger County, and that'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Tornado warning for Central Wilbarger County in northern Texas.
They just issued a new tornado warning just to cover it, because it actually is going to head towards Oakley Union. Latest scan just came in. Goodbye. 70 on top of 111. That's a 181 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within that tornado. Huge debris signature. Huge amounts of turbulence. Normalized rotations off the chart. Latest rotation actually weakened. 104 on top of 104 on top of 55. So that's a 160 mile per hour delta velocity. It did weaken by 20 miles per hour. So that's the good news. But yeah, PDS tornado warning there. If you're in Oakley Union, you need to get in your safe space now. So Oakley Union. If you guys want to know the good news here, okay? So the first PDS warning here, you look at the population, it says 27 people live there. That's perfect. All right? There's only 27 people that live in that warning. The second one here, all right, so this is the new tornado warning that they issued. So this is for Oakley Union, okay? has 124 people that live there. A little bit more, but it's not as much as, say, areas in Oklahoma, which thank God for that. There is one school. There is one school that is over in Oakley Union. So we have to consider that. But once again, you know, we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Oakley Union in Texas. So this is not in Oklahoma. I'm going to actually put this off for right now. There we go. So once again, just to repeat, tornado warning issued for Will Barger County in northern Texas. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 4 miles south of Lockett, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, with complete destruction being possible. All right, that is what a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning can bring to an area. And that's why we are so concerned. So if you are in Oakley Union, or if you know anyone that lives in Oakley Union near US Highway 70, as well as US Highway 183 here in Texas, south of Vernon, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you're in Oakley Union right now, you might be able to get away with going east. If you go east towards Electra, you'll be able to dodge this storm. But you only have 30 minutes to do so. You actually have less than 30 minutes. You have 20 minutes to get out of there if you need to. All right, you won't get hit by any rain. You won't get hit by any hail if you head towards Electra. All right. But if you are in Oakley Union, you need to get in your safe space right now if you are not willing to leave. 91 on top of 76, geesh. So 167 mile per hour delta velocity. Still a strong tornado ongoing right now. Let's go back over to the stuff in Oklahoma City. Selling Okmulgee is starting to rotate more. I'll look at that with the Tulsa radar here in a bit. Selling Cromwell still is trying to rotate. Still is trying to continue to expand. And it has some spectrum with it too. If you're in Seminole, you're in the clear. If you are in Earlsboro, you're in the clear from the tornadoes here right now. You guys will get severe weather later on tonight, though. You guys will get severe weather later on tonight. I have to blow my nose here soon. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation over near Okmulgee. I do have to consider that. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just 2 seconds. Well, don't count to 2. Count to, like, 10. All right. Back. But yeah, we still have 2 rotations over here. Let's go back. Wow. 100 on top of 72, 74. 100 on top of 74 is 174 mile per hour delta velocity. That's gone. That's strong. Jeez. Still going. 123 on top of 58. 123 on top of 58. Other known as 90 on top of 91. That's a 181 mile per hour delta velocity. That's huge. So luckily this is south of Lockett. They've issued a new tornado warning because they think it's going to curl off to the north here. And that's a PDS as well. So a third PDS tornado warning. They issue all the tornado warnings here.
Tornado warning for West Central Wilbarga County in northern Texas.
Yeah, it may have been 30 seconds. Yeah, that is not good. So if you're near Lockett, you need to get in your safe space. Is there anyone near that now? Storm Prediction Center just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know where. I don't know where for. So there's a lot more people that obviously live in Lockett. And we're also starting to get closer towards areas near Vernon as well. So I think it's just in our best interest to say here, guys. I think it's in our best interest to say here, guys, that if you live in Lockett, if you live in Vernon, if you live in Oakland Union, get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this thing is shifting off to the left, but then for all we know, this could shift back to the right again. So, need to get in your safe space. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because we have a significant event, a significant tornado right now that is pushing on through into Vernon and into Oakland Union right now. And even into Lockett. Let's go back over to Oklahoma. I do not have a new scan from Oklahoma City. I don't know why. Is Oklahoma City not functioning at the moment? It does look like a hook. That's because that's what these strong thunderstorms do. They form these hooks and they spin. Go Tulsa. That is not a debris signature, luckily. That is not a debris signature. But basically how these thunderstorms do, well, basically how they do what they do is they basically wrap all this rain. You see all this rain that's up at the top here. They wrap all this rain and hail, wrap it around this cool air, and then wrap it around the rotation just like that. You see how there's a lot of these oranges? There's a scale on the left-hand side which tells you how much rain there actually is within a certain spot. So if you're on the higher end, like near the oranges, the reds, and even pinks, that's when you have a lot of rain and even hail. But you notice how there's a little bit of green in the middle. There's a little hole, and what this thing is doing is this thing is wrapping around the rain and the hail around the tornado, and it's picking up and shooting it up into the sky. Oh, okay. That's the lowest correlation coefficient can go. Luckily, this thing can't loft any more debris up in the sky because it's not hitting anything. But, I mean, my goodness. That's a very low debris signature, very low correlation coefficient. So once again, all right, just to repeat for the people who are new, okay, oh, the debris signature got smaller. It got smaller. It's rain wrapping itself. It might be trying to die out. Hopefully that's the case. Okay, but just to repeat, okay, because it is still on the ground right now. Tornado warning for West Central Wilbarger County in northern Texas until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Lockett, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So if you live near Lockett, near Vernon, near Oakley Union, you need to go right now. It's going to head straight for Lockett right now. It's heading straight for Lockett. It is curled off to the left. For people who are curious about the new severe thunderstorm watch, that was for San Antonio. So this storm over here, that was from Del Rio. That's going to make it to San Antonio later on tonight. So they could get some severe weather later on. Oh my goodness. This is south of Vernon, near Lockett. That's your tornado, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your tornado. And technically, this is how far it extends. This is the wall cloud right within there. That is a picture of a large multi-vortex tornado too, because you have two vortexes right here. 1, 2, right next to each other. That is a large wedge. Large wedge tornado. That is a large tornado. Still moving off to the north. Still has a debris signature heading straight for Lockett. If you're in Lockett and you're not in your safe space already, you need to get there. You need to get there. This is another picture right here. This is from Josh Moore. Josh Moore right here. Tornado right next to him in Lockett. There's the tornado again. And I wonder if this is the base of the cloud, and that right here is the vortex right here. Maybe if there's if the tornado is getting smaller, or if it's a multi-vortex. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Wilbarga County in northern Texas.
They have issued so many tornado warnings for this one cell because they do not know where this tornado is going. Yeah, that just hit it. That just hit Lockett. A lot of damage in progress. Extensive damage being done in Lockett. Extensive damage being done in the city of Lockett. Or the town of Lockett in Texas. It just ran over it. It just went right over it. That just went right over it. Norman radar down. Of course it is. That's going to help me a lot. A lot of damage being done in Lockett right now. Sure, the velocities may be a little weaker than it was before, but it's doing damage. It's doing significant damage over the town of Lockett. Just hit the town of Lockett. How many people live in here? Lockett, Texas population. Looks to be about 1,000, give or take. Yep. I need to hear the Wilbarger. Police. Police scanner. Listen to Wilbarger County. Wilbarger does not have any scanners. Wilbarger does not have any scanners. So we don't have anything. Latest scan just came in, still doing damage. Extensive damage still being done. Just directly hit, Lockett. Oh yeah, that's right. That's not working anymore. We gotta go to Tulsa. It's not doing all too well. Cromwell is something to watch very closely. It's not on the ground right now, but Cromwell is something to watch heading towards Bearden and Okima. That's going to be something very closely to watch. Frederick. Yeah, extensive damage. Damage and Lockett. It's still going, still carrying a lot of debris with it too. Lot of debris. Lot of debris. Look at that. Debris signature still going. Look at the velocities with this thing as well. Very bright blues, very bright pinks, right in the middle is all you need to know. There is some significant rotation with this ongoing right now. I'm surprised Enrot is as low as it is. News 9 has a tornado on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised about that, to be completely honest with you. So I'm assuming the supercell just got picked up by the low-level jet. I think the supercell may have gotten picked up by the low-level jet. And if that's the case, this might hit the western side of Vernon. This might continue to hit the western side of Vernon. I think this thing deviated. I think it's going to hit the western side of Vernon. It's basically going to parallel Highway 70 all the way up. Highway 70. Oh, don't tell me. That doesn't look like a debris signature, and that isn't a debris signature. That isn't a debris signature, Slippy. It is not a debris signature. That is inflow. That is inflow. Oh boy. Oh boy. 101 on top of 52. It's a 153 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are. Major damage. Jeez. That's from Lockett? Wow. This is a picture from the tornado in Lockett. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That's from Center Stars. So Colorado Weather Nut. Storm chasing and photography. Look at that. There's a big time tornado right there. Still going. I'm getting unconfirmed reports because I'm looking on Twitter. The Chaser tour bus may have been hit. I'm getting unconfirmed reports that the Chaser tour bus could have been hit. Chasers could have been hit as the tornado deviated north. That's unconfirmed reports. Yep, Aaron J. Jack just even said it himself. Unconfirmed reports of the Chaser tour bus being hit by the tornado. Oh boy. Yeah, Sam, would you agree that this thing got hooked in by the low-level jet? That's the reason why it went north? Would you agree that this thing got hooked in by the low-level jet and deviated? Because if that's the case, then Western Vernon's going to get hit by this thing. That's got to be another tornado warning. Yeah, it is a new tornado warning.
Central Wilbarga County in northern Texas.
That is another tornado warning, another PDS. That's not surprising. Once again, if you're new to the stream, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, the low-level jet knows. All right, so that makes sense. If that's the case, then this thing is going to continue to head north, and it's going to head towards the western portions of Vernon and Tolbert. And the National Weather Service has accounted for that, too. This also could mean that this could die out soon, hypothetically, because the rain-cooled air out in front of the storm would be making this environment less and less favorable to sustain a tornado. But, I mean, this thing still is on the ground, obviously. So, you know, it's not like we're in any sort of clear. As a matter of fact, we're not in the clear. Look at the VWP in Frederick. Oh, boy. I'm actually scared to look at the VWP in Frederick. Oh, yeah, that's gone. And that veers. That veers. Wow. Yeah, that 1 kilometer shear is just gone. Jeez. I'll try and get Morgan back if I can. Just told Morgan if he wants to come back, he can. Oh, that's still low CC. Very low CC. It's still going. Still going. It's still in progress right now. This is just... This thing does not end. This thing does not end. This thing does not end. Will Matt ever be back? Yeah, he will. Right now, he's just going through some financial issues. Yeah, it just went straight through Lockett. Wow. I'm so glad if Matt was chasing, I'm so glad I would have sent him to the prefrontals and not this thing. Because he could have easily been hit by this sucker. Yeah, I don't think it's cycling either. So once again, we need to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. All right. Copy the link to the live stream. Put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to continue to share this information with more and more people, because these storms can produce tornadoes similar to what they just did right now. They can produce tornadoes. And even some of them being significant ones. Okay, so please be sure to share this if you haven't already. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information. It is veering north. It's because it's getting picked up by the low-level jet. Rotation has died. Rotation has died. The tornado is dead. For right now. Storm is not, however. The storm is not. That's the concern here. Jeez. I'm gonna look up on Twitter, see if there's anything new that was sent in to me. Oh, wow. Look at that video. This is from Tanner Charles. That's the tornado.
Okay, found the tornado, finally. You can even... oh my god!
That's huge.
Okay, found the tornado, finally. You can even... oh my god!
That's how I would react. That is absolutely insane. Jeez. Extensive damage. Lockett. Hands on deck for search and rescue. Torvan took direct hit. Trees completely debarked. Wow. That's the reports coming in right now, chat. That's the reports coming in. I've already looked at Twitter, guys. I've been looking at Twitter. I don't see any more areas of rotation within the storm. That's the good news. I think the messy mode is starting to take over. Frederick. I want to go back to Tulsa. Cell north of Morris is still there. Actually is rotating. We could potentially see a weak tornado embedded in the messy mode of the storm here. So that's something to watch out for too. And of course, we also have the other supercell near Cromwell still trying to go. I'd watch out. Could be a new attempt at a recycle within the cell. Could be a new attempt at a recycling over here near Clearview and Welikta. Watch out very closely. That thing could recycle. Yeah, this thing could recycle, hypothetically. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. If this thing did recycle, it would be right near Clearview and Welikta. Yeah, the storm that just went near Okmulgee no longer has a tornado warning. It is now severe warned. There's a storm that's near Akima, that general area over there. And that's going to be heading off into the Okmulgee area more than likely within the next, I'd say, hour. Maybe even south of Okmulgee. But yeah, watch out. Maybe a new area of rotation that could spin up on the southern side. Jeez. I'm going to continue to try and look, see if I can find anything, any new reports. Here's some damage. Here's some damage in Lockett. Oh, look at that.
Man, gas leak. Gas leak. There's a gas leak. Tornado looks to still be on the ground by radar.
My goodness. Some of the damage coming in. That's just absolutely insane. Oh, wow. This is from Ryan Kelly. Look at this, guys. That was right when it hit Lockett, too. That's absolutely insane. The damage that was coming in from that thing, just significant damage. Joshy Boy with a 10 says, is Mena, Arkansas clear for tornadoes for the night? I would say yes, but not the strong damaging wind aspect. You guys can get that tonight and tomorrow. I mean, my goodness. There's another picture. Vehicle flipped. That's what I was looking for. I was trying to see if that was right. There it is. Vehicle flipped. Vehicle flipped by tornado. It is unknown what this van is. A lot of the chasers are saying this is the chasing van. This is the chaser van. Jeez. But that's what they're saying. Is Norman done for the rest of the night? From the big tornado threat, for the most part so far, I would say yes. But they could get some strong damaging winds around midnight. And I'm going to still be live by then too. So if you want to come back, feel free to do so. I mean, that's just... damage to several structures in the town of Lockett. That report just came in. That's a new area of rotation that's starting to develop. That would be northeast of Vernon. Northeast of Vernon, there's a new area to watch. So I would watch that right there. Either that or due east of Vernon. Due east of Vernon. There's an area to watch very closely. There's also an embedded supercell along the line near Westover. That's something to consider. Very closely. Watch very closely. Here's another picture of the tornado that was south of Vernon on its approach to Vernon. Look at how large that was. I mean, my goodness. These tornadoes were just absolutely insane here. Holy. My goodness. I mean, I just... that's absolutely crazy. That's selling Babs is something to watch out for too in Roosevelt. So we'll watch out for that, see if that thing progresses. What type of environment is this in? It's in a good one, so that's not good. Jeez. June with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Alright, you can sit and hide the hidden place. 'Cause you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Yep, we did pull up the picture of the van here. It's a new tornado warning.
For southwestern Okmulgee County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern
That's the
Oksana
van.
County in east central Oklahoma.
As I said, that's the van. Oh, this is in Earlsboro. This is in Earlsboro. The damage back in Oklahoma. Look at that. Big shed. Look at the debris that's been lodged into the wall, too. Big tree down. My goodness. Holy. So there's the new tornado warning over here. We're going to go back to the tornado warning. Use Tulsa's radar. So it's the extension for Okima. There's the new area of rotation near Clearview. and I'm watching for a little bit of a hook. There's another storm that's trying to form near Wetumpka, towards the Welita area. That's going to be something to watch out for as that progresses to the north and east as well. Holy. Is that a new tornado watch that they issued? Until 4 a.m. Central. Well, I will not be able to stay up until maybe that late, but I'll be able to stay up until probably 2 or 3 in the morning. Fortunately. What was this probability for? Couple intense tornadoes possible. 60-30 prob. So I hate it when they put the 30 prob and they say a couple intense tornadoes possible. Should be 40%. Because usually when that happens, that isn't the case. But luckily, we just have a lot of strong storms. Luckily, we have a lot of strong storms that are just moving on through that are not tornadic. All right, we have only 2 tornado warnings, and they're both for the same storm. Diane with the membership, the tornado tracker specifically. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You know, that's the best way to support my channel, is becoming members of the channel. It's either $5 a month or $10 a month, but it really does help support my channel financially. And I really do appreciate you guys, so thank you so much for doing that. If you want to help support the channel that way, click the join button next to the subscribe button and whatnot. I do want to mention here real quickly, because we do still have severe weather, but I want to mention here that even though we have severe weather today, we are expecting severe weather tomorrow, on Friday, on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So for the next 6 days, we are expecting a lot of severe weather. And we could be live streaming almost every single day. So if you live in any of these areas that had the yellow area, or had the dark green area, or the orange area, all right, I could be covering severe weather for you, and you can feel free to come back another time. Of course, that's not me saying that the event here tonight is over with, because it's not. It's not even close to being done. But I just wanted to say that I will be covering the other severe weather events that are not just today either. It'll be for other areas. Tornado still is not on the ground anymore, I should say. There is a new area of rotation near Clearview, though, that I'm watching very closely within the current tornado warning. That's the one thing that I've seen very closely. Tornado Alley Alley continues to just get a lot of stuff. I mean, my goodness. Doing really well with their chases this year. How's Fort Worth, Texas looking this evening? They are expected to get some severe weather here. They are not in the tornado watch. I don't believe. Yeah, so there's the new tornado watch, right? There's the new tornado watch that is in place over much of Oklahoma and portions of Texas. But Dallas-Fort Worth is not in it. They're going to be getting some of the activity tomorrow morning. We got more videos of damage. More videos of damage. More videos of damage.
Power lines down here, Lockett. Oh no! Oh, dude!
Can't see anything. There's so much glare.
Flipped over. Wow. Damage. Lockett's just sustained damage from a tornado. Hang on. Tornado is still, I think it's still unfolding. Power lines.
Very blurry.
Lots of damage.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can see it.
Oh, dude.
Power pole's blown over.
I'm getting rained on it. Power lines down. One sec. I hear a lot of metal. I hear this isn't good. There's a lot of damage around here. Oh no. Oh my God.
Viewers' discretion is advised.
Damage sustained in Lockett. Bad. It flipped a vehicle.
Holy crap. I mean, that's absolutely insane. This was a video from the tornado in Seminole earlier. This was the tornado in Seminole.
Man.
Right there.
Oh gosh.
Holy. Still a lot of damage over there. I mean, today was just absolutely insane. All I gotta say here, guys, is that this was a bona fide moderate risk. All right? This is what we hoped not would happen. You know, all the other events that happened that had moderate risks for the past 4 months. This is the first moderate risk that did something. And the only unfortunate thing is that, you know, this isn't it. I'm not saying we're going to get another moderate risk because I don't know. But there is some significant amounts of energy in the future. The potential for severe weather is possible, if not likely, in some areas over the next 6 days. This is one of those things to where this isn't what you wanted. .321 was Winterset, correct? Was that a moderate? And even so, was that moderate? Did that moderate do as much as this moderate? My goodness. I mean, this thing, this is just, wow. Texas crazy. Oh, it was that day. That was the one. Yeah, Dryline, Central Texas. Yeah, okay, I remember that day. There's been so many potential events that have just been absolutely insane. Yeah, Shell, you've missed a lot. You've missed a lot. There's been a lot that you missed. There's been a bunch of stuff. People are asking when the thunderstorms are going to get to Arkansas. Just real quickly here, guys. Just real quickly. Time is above me. Okay. So the storms will get to Arkansas at about 1:15, 2:15, and stuff like that. These storms are expected to form along a line and move through OKC in about a half an hour to an hour from right now. All right. So if you live in OKC, you have a small window before more storms are expected to, you know, move on through and sustain. And then areas near Tulsa is going to get some activity, as well as areas near Fort Smith. And we're going to be live here for another 3 hours, 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours. Probably, 4 hours if we can. Because we would have live streamed for about 12 hours. But 4 hours at maximum is how long we can live stream for still. I mean, am I the only one that's kind of just like, oh my gosh, this happened? Am I the only one that is kind of thinking that right now? Tim Marshall will be busy tomorrow. Yeah, he will. He's not far from all this anyways. He's currently chasing and all that. So yeah, he might be already on scene too. That's the other thing. He could very well be on scene right now and assisting with search and rescue. Live feed ended there. Soul Inferno with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says Joplin, Missouri looked like they could get some strong storms tonight. I wouldn't say so. Joplin, Missouri is getting your scattered showers and thunderstorms. It'll be more of a flooding threat. You're already in a flash flood warning. I think areas south of you, like Fayetteville and Bentonville, Arkansas, can get strong storms. I think Joplin's a little too far north. I think they are a little too far north. I'm half tempted to go downstairs real quickly to get some water, get some extra water for myself, and come back up. And I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do this. And we have a severe thunderstorm that's approaching Wichita Falls right now. I'm going to put this up. I'll be back in a second. You guys can watch the lightning and stuff like that from the storm that's approaching, and we'll actually watch this more and more. I'll come back. Last thing here real quickly. Vasily with the 10, thank you so much. Says, thank you for live stream. Do you think upstate South Carolina can have a slight or enhanced on Friday? According to models, land 3 kilometers, the worst outcome for us. Yeah, that would be more of a strong damaging wind risk, though, if you have a 3 out of 5 or an enhanced risk. So, yeah. Woo! Heck of a lightning strike there. All right, I'm going to be back getting my water. Do not go away. Do not go away. And we're back. After getting the water. I've got my water. So now I may be able to drink some more. Because I do want to be able to drink water. Believe it or not, chat, we've actually been live for 18 hours. Been for a long time, but we're still kicking, we're still going, we're still fighting, and we're still, I don't know. What else do you rhyme with that? But I see an interesting area to watch right now, guys. We only have one tornado warning right now. But the storm that I want to watch here, for the most part, is not in the tornado warning. It's actually exiting a severe thunderstorm warning. Look at that. Did I say 18? I meant 8, not 18. Jeez. I saw 18 on my side screen. Can I go to sleep? 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 It's not 18, 8. There you go. I thought I said 8. I knew it sounded weird when it came out of my mouth, and I'm like, no, it's 8. I'm losing my mind already. Sheesh. I also need some Advil for my headache. But back to the original thing, okay? Back to the original thing, okay? Because there is an area of tornadic rotation. There's a supercell over here near Babs and Cooperton and Alden here in Oklahoma, right here. You can clearly see this this hook right here that is identifiable with most, if not all, of the supercells that we've had today that have produced tornadoes. And it does even have some rotation with it as well. So this is something to make a note of. If this can translate to the ground, then we could potentially see, unfortunately, another tornadic instance. So this is near Cooperton, Alden, Carnegie, and Fort Cobb. If you know anyone that lives over there, I highly recommend telling them that there could be the potential for something tornadic that could move on through. Especially with the history of what we had today. So yeah, this cell definitely looks, walks the walk, talks the talk. Any way you want to put it, more or less. It's 11 o'clock, my dudes. But yeah, this supercell still looks like it could potentially be tornadic. This is going into a place to where it's starting to become a lot more populated, more or less. I mean, this part of Oklahoma is still bare. I mean, it's similar to Texas, all right? Texas really doesn't have a lot of towns and cities and stuff like that in this portion of the state. And that's kind of similar to southwestern or even just western Oklahoma for that matter. It's just relatively flat, not a whole lot of trees. But there is a little populous area over here, which is kind of near the Frederick area, north of Frederick, north of Lawton and stuff like that. Like you can connect the dots between Lawton and Anadarko and stuff like that. So yeah, Carnegie, Anadarko, Broxton, Alden, Cooperton, that's the storm to watch if I were you guys. If there was going to be something tornadic or another storm that was going to be tornadic, it probably would be that one. Yes, Oklahoma City is out right now, or at least their radar is out, not the actual, city. That looks like a new area of rotation that is developing on the tornado warning here near Schulter. That looks like a new area of rotation. Could be rain wrapped within that. Just had a report of a 63 mile per hour wind gust 3 miles east of Okima. So that's going to be something interesting. But yeah, it does look like there's a new area of rotation. Ambulances and EMA from multiple counties responding to Lockett. Jeff Pachowski. Not too surprised. I'm not too surprised about that at all. But yeah, that could be a new area of rotation that's starting to really fire off. This was a picture from Brad Arnold. Look at the picture right here of the tornado that was approaching Lockett. That's what we saw. And I mean, you can see how large that thing actually was. Very large tornado. But that is, I mean, look at that, guys. There is... Oh, yeah. I want to see if it spans up higher in the sky. Not as much. Not as high. It's a little bit more surface space. Has a lot of lightning with this storm, though. A lot of lightning. A lot of high ZDR values, too. But this is a bit of a convergence area. So I guess we're just going to have to see. But yeah, there is potentially something that could try and develop over here within this tornado warning. Near the Henrietta area, north of Henrietta. Heading towards Schulter and Okmulgee. So if you're in Schulter, Okmulgee, Morris, I highly recommend you watch out for that very closely. Something to be tornadic, something that could potentially produce a tornado within that area. Let's go back to that cell over there near Cooperton. And let's see what the update for this thing is. And that's usually not really good. Whenever that happens, it could potentially be talking about a tornado on its own right here. And that's not good. Could potentially see something within the supercell. So watch out. Watch out. Maybe another significant tornadic situation possible. Once again, all right, if you know anyone that lives near Mountain View, Carnegie, Alden, Fort Cobb, Broxton, Anadarko in Oklahoma. All right, this is southwestern Oklahoma. I highly recommend you tell them to watch out because there could be some significant weather right within their area. I would watch out very closely. Oh, there's, wow. Alright, more damage. More damage coming out of Lockett. This is a lot more significant. This is from Zach Walters.
Yeah, it did.
The vehicle in the water has nobody in it. That's an aircraft
Oh, wow.
place back there. That's an aircraft place. Aircraft repair.
I don't want to mount cars, but you don't need to mount.
That's crazy. Once again, if you keep finding stuff on Twitter, please be sure to @ me, @Nate_Snyder. That way we may be able to continue to get perspectives out. So that we can show people what's been happening. Here's some more damage. This is in Earlsboro, Oklahoma, from the tornado that moved on through there. Look at that. I think we did look at that damage earlier on. But there's some of the damage. There's a lot of pictures of damage A lot more pictures of damage than we want to see. Oh wow. For instance, this over in Earlsboro as well. Look at that. That's where he rode out the storm. Right there. Holy. That is insane right there. The van's confirmed to be Cloud9 Tours van. Oh boy. Oh no. That's not good. And for people who don't know what that is a tour van for storm chasing. So the storm chasing tour van got hit. But luckily there is no reports of injuries within the van, so that's the good news there. Yeah, you can't, that's the other thing too. You couldn't even tell what that pile was. We can only just assume it was a building or some form of shed. I think that's the crazy part to take away from all this, is that tornadoes are that strong, they can just, you know, mess with your sense of judgment with that. And it's just absolutely insane. That area near Shelter still is something to watch. Maybe something tornadic over there. That is still something to watch. Just had some more reports. Some more pictures come in. Yeah, all the passengers are in shock. End quote. All passengers are in shock. That's some damage there in Lockett. More damage. I don't know what that bin is. That red bin. That looks to be some sort of grain silo. Or a grain... what's face trailer. Did my graphic nail it? Hold up. I gotta see just because I gotta see. The graphic that I posted yesterday for the class. Oh geez, yeah, I did kind of nail this event, didn't I? Ow. That's not okay. I didn't think that would actually... I mean, I did, but I didn't. Wow, what a hecking... What a hecking? There it is. What a freaking shot this dude got. Marcus Reynolds with his tornado in Texas. I mean, that's some good stuff there as well. For people who are curious, okay, so for people who are curious as to what my outlook was for today's event, because the thing of it is that with the classes in Fate, we have actually, we are actually creating outlooks ourselves, so that way we may be able to, more or less get better at forecasting where the environment, where the storms are actually going to be. And so for the people who are actually curious about my outlook here today, at least for this area, I didn't do it for like the entire, you know, United States and whatnot. I just did it for this, just for this event. All right, that's what I created, and that's what I posted in my server. Yeah, that's what I put up. So we had a 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, and 4 out of 5. That's what I put up. And that was Monka S. So yeah, that was pretty close. Hecking weather needs to be merch. Oh, jeez. Here's some more damage. This is from Jacob Robb. Will Saturday's class be moved if I have to stream? Yes. It probably could be moved to Friday. But, I mean, we'll have to see. Who knows? But there's the tornado. There's some of the damage. Yeah, that's what I created last night. That was before the Storm Prediction Center put out their own moderate risk. I was never going to put out a high. But I just had so much confidence in the low-level jet that anywhere where the low-level jet actually just went off, you were going to get tornadoes and stuff like that. So that was me and my confidence. And I knew you were going to get vorticity somewhere in southern Oklahoma. Southern to eastern Oklahoma. You know, you didn't need a giant moderate. But still, I mean... I actually question as to whether or not... Okay, so that was in the enhanced risk. And that continued to be in the enhanced risk until Kingdom Come. And then it went right into my moderate. But that's some crazy stuff. Yeah, and we'll talk about whether or not whose outlook's verified the best and who didn't later on. But that was just an interesting thought. And I didn't even bring it up. Yeah, Oklahoma's not out of the woods yet. There's still some severe weather. Likely. So near Cooperton, there's still some activity over there. Still some rotation, a supercell that is out within this environment here. So I'm watching that very closely. I also have the tornado warning over here. Tornado warning for Okmulgee and Okfuskee counties in Oklahoma. That is another thing to watch out for as well. The tornado warning for another 15 minutes. So that in 15 minutes, that'll expire. I have no clue if that actually would be tornadic down there. I doubt that's tornadic. I think that would be something... Yeah, it looks like convergence within that area. So the only area that's really tornadic within this tornado warning is over here near Schulter. So we're going to look at that very closely. And while we have the radar here that keeps popping up, we're going to try and look through Twitter to see if we can find anything. That was a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued out in front of the tornado warning. So they probably won't issue a new tornado warning. They probably won't. Sheesh! That lightning over there approaching Wichita Falls. How close is that actually to Wichita Falls? Oh, what is that? That could be a tornado. Could be a tornado that's trying to form here. That could be a tornado. Yeah, that could be a tornado. South and east of Frederick, near Granfield. That could be a tornado. It's very close to the radar, but you can see the velocities. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, consolidation within this area right here. That could be a tornado. That's a new tornado warning that just got issued. Yep, there it is.
Tornado warning for West Central Cotton County.
So if you know anyone that lives in Loveland and Granfield,
Southeastern Tillman County in
safe space right now.
southwestern Oklahoma.
Loveland or Granfield, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because this could potentially be on the ground. This is from Brian Empfinger. All right, so Brian Empfinger, Storm Chaser, he watched the tornado go through Seminole. All right, look at this. Look at this footage here from Brian Empfinger. Look at that. He's just trying to get away from the tornado. Tornado's right behind him. Look at that. This tornado is huge. Holy. Yeah, that tornado in Seminole was very large. That tornado in Seminole was very large. That was probably the largest tornado of the day. Boy. But yeah, it definitely seems like it's starting to try and spin up just a little bit more. Said NATO cast. Is NATO cast for tomorrow? Hey! My area is not far off the mark for where I think tornadoes could potentially be at tomorrow. This is the NATO cast for tomorrow. So as I said, we will be live streaming tomorrow. Okay, if you live over here, or if you live over here, or even if you live back over here, I highly recommend tuning into the live stream tomorrow. So basically anywhere in the green brown, yellow, or red, tune into the live stream tomorrow. Especially if you're in Eastern Texas. You said look at Reed Timmer's video, Sam. Gravity wave sensor still blinking, green underwater. That's pretty funny. Yeah, there's the tornado right there that Reed had.
Get out of the car. Do not get out of the car yet. Okay, set it out. Get in the car. You're fine then. I'm gonna keep driving. I'm driving. You did it. You're in it. You're going around the front side. You're on. All you do, Alex.
Jeez. That's crazy. Good stuff by Reed. Good stuff by Reed. Velocity's still there. Looks like a tornado still could potentially be on the ground right now. Yep. About to cross over US Highway 70 near Grandfield. It does look like there could potentially be a tornado possible right within that. I've already checked the new NATO cast. I already saw it. And hypothetically, the environment in Western Texas is actually not Western. Eastern Texas is actually not far off. So that's something to note. Jeez. Actually, hold up. Oh, wow. So that's in Wichita Falls, too. Look at the shelf cloud here, guys. Let's go full to the shelf cloud. This camera's about to get slammed by these strong, damaging winds here in Texas. This is south and east of Wichita Falls in Texas. Look at this. This camera is really about to get slammed completely. We have 70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with this one. I mean, this thing just still wants to go and go. Two NATO casts? Oh, there's the other NATO cast. What? What? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, hypothetically, it is kind of true. Yeah, I mean, that's a heck of a shelf cloud there, guys. I mean, look at that. This is what they're talking about with the new NATO cast for tomorrow. So there's apparently a 30% chance for tornadoes over in the portions of Shreveport and Texarkana. Real quickly, I want to listen to something here. Yeah, so that's kind of Monka-esque. All right, let's go back to the thing there. There we go. I had to listen to something. The Storm Chaser talking and whatnot. Check Joplin cell? Oh, come on. Eh. eh. I need to move some of these radars over, so let's do that. Move that radar over there. Move that radar over there. And let's move this radar over here for right now. And while this loads, we're going to take a look and find where Frederick is, which Frederick is on the left side. Sheesh. All right, let's go half and half screen, and we're going to watch live as the line pushes on through, see what we got. Actually, as soon as the line gets closer, we're probably going to look at it a little bit more in depth. But yeah, Cell near Loveland definitely still seems to be the one to watch. So yeah, Loveland, Granfield. If you live over there, you need to still stay in your safe space because we do have something tornadic within this environment. Once again, green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Jeez. Yeah, there's so much lightning in that storm, too. Might even be a potential bookend vortex on the backside of this. That'll be something to note. Something to watch for. Jeez, there's just so much lightning. This is going to be really interesting, watching this thing really just move right to the middle of this. I want to go over to Tulsa's radar. I see some very strong damaging winds with that cell, and Hoffman as well, and Pierce along I-40 near Henrietta. So that's something to make a note of. That's more of a damaging wind threat. And then someone told me to take a look at Springfield. And yeah, it does have a left flank velocity enhancement. It does, it does. There is a cold core supercell here. So that is something to note. No, the program did not just end. You better play. Alright, let's go full screen to this. We'll watch this while the storm pushes on through. I want you guys to pay attention to the tree down here when you can. Only because if this thing has 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts like the storm, or like the National Weather Service says, this is going to be a heck of a storm to watch out for. And it could have just cut out. That's not very nice if that's the case. Refresh. And if it didn't refresh, then oh well, I guess. Yeah, there is a pretty hot bookend vortex over there. Yeah, that's selling Web City. That is something to watch. That is something to watch. Maybe a storm. Little mini supercell over there. Cold core type supercell. Loveland also is a thing too still. Snyder is also a thing. I don't know why that is, but some convergence over here near Snyder. That'll be something to watch. Yeah, it looks like the camera is done. Camera is toast. So we're just gonna hope for the best with that one. Hope for the best with that one. But yeah, it looks like storm over here is now approaching Loveland. If you are not in your safe space in Loveland, you need to get there. Because this thing could very easily be producing a tornado right within this area. So Loveland, Oklahoma. Loveland, Oklahoma. Need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So please share this live stream if you haven't already, although I'm sure much of you, or many of you have. Once again, hit that thumbs up button to help me share that out with more and more people on YouTube, although hopefully most of you have. Over 1,200 of you actually have already done it, which is absolutely amazing. It helps my channel out exponentially. And especially since this could be a tornado. This could be a tornado that's in progress right now. This could be a tornado on the ground right now near Loveland. Thoughts on the Alden Carnegie cell? That one's the one that probably could have produced a tornado if it just didn't melt. But that's how that is. Been losing steam. Still got plenty of energy to keep on going through the night. Well, I mean, from a actual, like, traditional significant tornado threat, yes, the event is losing steam. From a hurricane force wind perspective, no, it is not. This thing is expecting to, or expected, I should say, to ramp up in that department here soon. And also still produce tornadoes within that. So we're still going to watch out for this very closely. Once again, Loveland, areas near State Highway 36, State Highway 5 in Oklahoma. Over there, that is where the activity is going to be at. It looks like the bookend vortex, the giant bow echo that's in Texas, south of Wichita Falls, or at least south and east of it, is continuing to gain traction. Lot of activity with that thing still. This is from Chad Casey. This is from Chad Casey here. Some damage and Lockett. Start from the beginning. Look at that damage. Wow. Golly. I'll move San Angelo's radar over here. Should I go for KDFX or KEWX? I think KDFX would probably be better. I'm gonna need another fork here in a bit. Load. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, this is gonna go for northern San Antonio. Whew. Lot of hail with that sucker, too, on the southern side. Lot of hail. How much energy is... There's actually 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, so I wonder if it's mainly because... I wonder if that is mainly because of the lapse rates within this environment. But, I mean, this is a significant windstorm that's approaching San Antonio here. New tornado warning. It looks like it's going to go north of San Antonio, so luckily.
For East Central Tillman County in southwestern Oklahoma.
So they issued the tornado warning because the rotation moved out of the old tornado warning. And it still looks like it could produce a tornado too. Still might even be producing a tornado. There is the potential for it to produce a tornado for sure. So Hollister, Loveland, once again. Safe space, underground, lowest innermost part of your building. Valcaster confirmed the tornado. Oh boy. If you guys find any videos, please be sure to @ me. Damage was limited to the northeastern side of town. That's good. Yeah, I would have to say this thing probably is on the ground. But, you know, we have video. Someone said that there's a video of there being a tornado on the ground. Is Valcaster on Twitter? That's News 9. Well, I couldn't see it then. We aren't supposed to pre-rate, right? Technically, yes, but if you have damage, I'll allow it. If you have damage pictures and it's a reasonable damage assessment, I'll allow it. But if there isn't any damage, if you're just using it off of radar and you're saying, oh, that's like an EF5, that is a no-no. You gotta make an actual educated guess. Based off of actual evidence. He's on Facebook? Well, that makes sense. I'd have to pull it up here. Yeah, rotation's starting to fan out. I think it's starting to kind of die out a little bit with that storm, that tornado. So that's the good news there. From the looks of it, that's starting to die out. Let's go back. Let's go back to San Antonio. Yeah, 30%. This thing might slap northern San Antonio, but it's got an hour to get there. It's got a really long time. JL, see you later. Thanks for coming out. If you want to join the Discord server, or if you are in the Discord server and you want to join the classes, just DM me. Just DM me. If you want to join the weather classes and whatnot, just DM me. And if there are people that want to join the Discord server, join the weather classes and stuff like that, link will be in the chat. Link will be in the chat. You can even talk to me and just DM me and stuff like that if you want to. It will be in there. I do talk in there and stuff like that. Can I check Anadarko? I sure can. They are about to get hit by a severe thunderstorm that has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in it, so I'd watch out for that. So yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts over there. How much time do you guys have? I would say about 15-20 minutes. So we'll say 15 minutes. And say good enough. Real quickly. Do that. Do this. Make sure they get that. Boom. Little cell near Sonora. What is it doing? It's just there for the most part. I think it could be dying out. Let's take a look, shall we? Yeah, it looks like it is dying out. So good call. The one near El Dorado. Jeez. This is this was the picture from the Crowell, Texas tornado. That's the wrong thing that I wanted to show you, but that's a picture from the Crowell, Texas tornado. The one that was just ripping up dust. Look at that. Yeah, Chris, that stuff will be heading a little north of you all. Maybe near the Denton. Maybe near the Denton area.
Did you know
We'll
there's
see.
a tornado right there?
I love how the tornado went over the windmills and spun the windmills.
Two. No. Hold on.
That's some crazy stuff there.
Oh my god! Did you know there's a tornado right there?
Did you know there's a tornado right there? That's amazing. That sounds like something I would say too. Do you know there's a tornado right there? Hey you, do you know there's a tornado right there? Large hail damaging winds evident on satellite. So they are taking into account. They are taking into account this cell right here. They issued a mesoscale discussion for it. Man, yeah, that thing is just going. Ooh. All sorts of strong damaging winds right here. And this is the other severe thunderstorm warning that just got warned. So both of these storms are heading towards San Antonio. Now, it's not really rotating. It's not really in a very high wind shear environment. I'm trying to multitask because there's like something else going on the side. And it's like really weird. So once that is here, once I get that cleared out of the way, it'll be good. You know, it would be nice if, you know, a certain radar, you know, would work. That would be nice, wouldn't it? You know, the one radar that's probably the best radar in all of radars that have been created. KTLX would be nice. I'm just kidding. Yeah, a question? Go for it. Go for your question. There is a tornado right there. Did I know that? Not in that thing that I saw. Oh, the question? I'm a donut. Don't pay attention to me. I'm tired. How long does it take for them to determine the EF rating on a tornado? About 1 to 2 days if it was a weak one. If it was a strong one, it could take weeks or even months. About Fort Smith, Arkansas tonight, they're going to get slapped with strong damaging winds. Sometime around, I'd say 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll be up by then, though. Because this line that's moving through central Oklahoma is going to eventually get pretty strong. So we're going to want to watch that. And there's actually going to be a line that's moving on through here first. There's going to be one that's going to be moving on through here. I'd say in 2 hours as well. So yeah, about midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. When am I going to do a video on hurricane predictions for 2022? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do forecasts whenever I think that there could be activity for tropical weather. So basically, I'll just blend it in with the normal videos that I do. Yeah, look at that. There's the mesoscale discussion for the strong damaging winds approaching San Antonio. That's classic. Is this over from a significant tornado perspective? Yes, but I am staying on because hurricane force winds is possible, as well as a few tornadoes. So basically, the peak of the event, you know, what happened at the top, that's already passed. So the worst has passed, but there is still pretty bad. Yep, see you, Brent. Good night. Yeah, this is gonna go into the evening for us, so. When does the tornado risk start in Arkansas? NATOcast says like a 30%, but no timeline. It'd be in the afternoon. Like, be like noon-ish. Broken Arrow, you guys are getting slapped right now. Oh, wait, no. You did get slapped. Well, you're going to get another line that's going to move on through here, so it's fine. Give it another 2 hours, and it'll be right on your doorstep again. Yep, good night, Swix. I might want to go downstairs, get myself a plate for a little dessert that my mom got me, because I do want to eat that. I love how she also told me what it was, and I completely forgot what it was. But, like, it looks good. So, you know, I'm going to want to eat it. NatoCast wants a super outbreak. What a crazy sad model. It doesn't want a super outbreak tomorrow. How about Lawton? Lawton is about to get some more showers and thunderstorms here soon. So I would wait for a little. But as soon as these waves passes on through, so you're going to get showers and thunderstorms, that's going to start increasing in activity in about 20 to 25 minutes. And then you're going to see those active storms. And then once those storms pass through, then it should be good. Yeah, for real. Shout out to my mom. No idea what she gave me, but I probably should eat this dessert. Probably should. Alright, the first tornado warning is expired. Why didn't they expire the second one? It expires at the top of the hour anyway, so 6 minutes until this actually does expire. I can't tell sarcasm in text. I can't. Friday looked like for Tennessee, strong damaging winds for the most part is what I would say. What are the chances that NatoCast is right? Honestly, wouldn't put anything past it. I mean, for how significant tonight was, the one version of NatoCast was right and the other one was wrong. The one that put the 10% along the bottom. And the 15% in southeastern Oklahoma. But that wasn't really right. So it was just really, you know, the one NatoCast out of like 5,000 that it posted. Okay, that one was the closest to being accurate for tonight. So basically what I'm saying is considerable difference between the intraday models that add the HRRR and wrap info and the HREF, SREF only retained models. Hard to say which to trust. Yeah, I wonder why. This is the one that did the event the best. This is the model that did the event the best. Here today. That one's the one that did the event the best. And that was the one that added both the HRRR and the wrap in. So that one was good. Good stuff, good stuff. Storm west of Altus going to produce anything? I'm not forecasting Altus to really do, you know, a bunch. But the storm in Altus is producing some spotty hail and strong damaging winds. So I would watch out for that. It does look like it is recently starting to develop an SVC. So that's also kind of interesting. You know what? On the off chance that it does, be weather aware. And I'm going to watch out for that really closely too. It'll take an hour to get to Altus though. It will take an hour. So it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long while before it gets to you. But it is what it is. Yeah, I kind of want to go downstairs, get myself a plate and a fork so that I can eat this dessert so that it doesn't spoil. So I'll be back. 2 seconds. I'm also going to take this downstairs. There we go. Alright, we've gotten our food. Pronounce Altus? That's the same thing as what I've been saying, Altus. It's just, it's my accent. It's practically the same thing. It's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's like this mousse. Peanut butter mousse or whatever. That's what I'm kind of thinking. That's what I'm kind of thinking that is. San Antonio's gonna get slapped here in a bit. Let's change the radar to KEWX. Yeah, that thing slaps. Ow. See this, guys? That is 60 mile per hour, maybe 70 in some spots. Yeah, that's 65. It's another 65. So very strong damaging winds here with the storm. Moving towards the Lake Hills, Pipe Creek, Gray Forest, Helotes. Something like that. Love how Morgan said he'd be on his way, and he isn't on his way. Consider. Oh, how did I know that? Now, I will say, if you guys have any questions, all right, I know everyone is still here. It's pretty late. It's midnight for the Eastern folks, just like myself. Of course, I'm a night owl, so I don't care. I'll stay up until, I don't know, 6 o'clock because I'll say so. You know, but if you have any questions, don't be afraid to reach out to me because I kind of take seriously just answering them more or less, especially if they're about weather. Now, if they're like fun stuff, I mean, yeah, I'll answer them as well. But if you have any questions, don't be afraid to reach out to me. Okay, so whether it's in the chat, if you have any questions in chat, I'll try and answer them. You know, any of my social medias that you may be able to find, you know, even if it's like Snapchat or Instagram or whatnot. Although I will say you're going to probably get a better response from me or a quicker response from me if it's on Discord or Twitter. So consider that if you do want to talk. But of course, I won't be able to answer like anything right now unless if it's on Discord or Twitter because, well, I'm kind of doing stuff right now with severe weather, you know? But yeah, if you do have any questions, please ask me. How do I last this long? I did a 36-hour live stream once and I kind of just, you know, did stuff. You have a question? Go for it. Look something up. You're an Aquarius, aren't you? I don't know my horoscope. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Look it up. Birthday's on the 23rd, so I'm apparently a Taurus. That's nice. That's Monka S. What does the purple on the map mean, please? This actually gives me environmental factors. So this tells me, without me having to go on to GR Earth, what the environment is in the atmosphere. So basically it tells me CAPE, tells me shear, it tells me what the probability of severe weather is within the specific parameters, so it gives me a probability for severe hail, for severe wind, and tornadoes and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It also tells me that there's 116 lightning strikes per minute in this thunderstorm that's approaching San Antonio, so that's a thing. That's a thing. Should you be concerned for the outlook on Monday in Minneapolis, Minnesota? I wouldn't be too concerned, but I would be very aware. Very aware. Only reason why I say that is because up there's a lot of strong wind shear that could, you know, allow for the similar veering that we had tonight. Not to the extent of like the strong tornadoes and whatnot, but like tornadoes. And there's a lot of energy there too. So that's another thing. Send a sky cam for San Antonio on Twitter. I'll take a look at that in a second. Is there anything for Purcell, Texas? Let me take a look. Or Purcell. Purcell, Texas. That is over south of San Antonio. You guys are fine. You guys are fine. Can I check out the severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri? Yes, I can. What? Strong damaging winds. If you can see this bowing characteristic right within here, that kind of just told me the entire story without me having to look at other stuff. But I looked at other stuff just on the off chance that stuff happens. And even if I look up in the upper portions, I see a lot of strong damaging winds throughout every single aspect of these thunderstorms. When did I do the 36-hour live stream? April 12th, 2020. Really worried about tomorrow? Will it be worse than today? No. It will not be worse than today. It's gonna be pretty hard to top today. Or another moderate risk that I know of. Did I go to school for this? Did I pick it up in my free time? Both. So I'm 20 right now. I'm taking a gap year in college. But I've actually been talking to meteorologists and stuff like that. And I actually did weather classes in Penn State before I went to college. But I am trying to become a meteorologist. I am trying. Keyword trying. No promises, though. We'll just have to see if I can survive. What's the strongest tornado I've observed during a live stream? So, the thing of it is that I have observed 2 tornadoes that officially have been recorded as the same wind speed. So you have the Mayfield tornado, which was back on December 10th of 2021. And then we had the Bassfield So-So tornado, the Bassfield So-So tornado on April 12th, 2020. That's the 36-hour live stream that I did for an event that should have been a high risk. It's actually one of the worst events I've ever seen and actually happened in recent history and stuff like that. But, you know, tornado-wise, widespread. So there's like so many tornadoes within a certain time period, and that was like very excessive. But yeah, those were the 2 tornadoes that were the strongest that I have covered and seen on radar in recent memory, that were 190 mile per hour EF4s. There has not been an EF5 in 9 years, and hope to God that that deficit continues to get larger and larger, because you don't really want an EF5 happening anytime soon, and or ever. How's Slaughterville, Oklahoma looking? They're expecting to get a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part within their area. That's kind of what I'm actually taking away from much of the remnants of these showers and thunderstorms. And so, you know, I would just watch out. You can see this line, all right, this line that's starting to approach the general area of I-44. And this will start to move on through into I-35 eventually. You know, actually it's starting to move off into their area right now, which is kind of funny. And yeah, so I'm expecting you guys to get 60 mile per hour wind gusts at max, but otherwise, you know, that's pretty much it for that. I'm expecting it to become a lot more significant as you get further east in Oklahoma, however, which is the reason why I'm still here, which is the reason why I'm still trying to cover this thing over here near Checotah. So that's another thing to note. And I also want to take a look at this cell over here. Where is Frederick again? There is Frederick. Go over to this giant bow echo that's moving through into Ringgold. So that's eventually going to go into Oklahoma as well. Let's go back here. Yep, see a Cherry Pie. Thank you for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have done, actually. You know, as a matter of fact, you know, I hate to do this super early, but I mean, look at this, guys. We gained about 150 subscribers here today, and we're getting closer to 32,000, man. We're going to get there eventually. We're going to get there. We're going to get there to 35,000 by the end of May. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So we just got to keep expanding. We just got to keep live streaming and stuff like that, and we'll get there. We'll get there. You're in San Antonio? What part of San Antonio? There's some showers and thunderstorms that are near your area. About Bourne, Texas? If that's how you pronounce it. They're going to get hit by some very strong damaging winds here relatively soon, so I would watch out. I would watch out. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe 70 at max in some instances in about a half an hour, so watch out very closely. How's Branson, Missouri looking tonight? An overnight tornado threat? They're fucked. Branson should be okay. Dude, yeah, the tornado warnings during that 36-hour live stream, they were just consistent. They happened over and over and over and over again. And it was just... it was relentless. That stream covering all those tornado warnings for that long, I just... it was just... Now, the one thing I will say is that I did get 1 hour. I had someone cover for an hour, and I got 1 hour's worth of sleep during that stream. But, yeah, I was dead tired at the end of it. And it still was producing significant tornadoes even after that. So that kind of just went Monka-ass. Yeah, I don't want to see an EF5 happen. If I see an EF5 happen, I know not just one person got significantly impacted. It was, of course, at the end of every single live stream, I'll put that number up. Be like, that's the goal. There we go. So we'll do it at the end of this live stream too. Should you be worried in House Springs, Missouri? Not really. Maybe for tomorrow, but other than that, probably not. Yep, no problem, kitty. Have I ever met Morgan in person? Yep. I actually met him last week on Wednesday for the second time. And I made fun of his hockey team for losing to the worst team in the NHL. So there you go. You would have thought that Mayfield would have had its rating finalized by now. It probably is finalized. I think some of the buildings just did not have enough support to withstand EF5 strength. So, that's what I'm thinking. There it is. Yep, no problem. Just sent you to the new NATO cast. It came out like an hour ago. It's not new. Yeah, it is. They came out an hour ago, so it's not terribly new. Yeah, we saw that one. That was pretty interesting. Even Bremen? I actually didn't cover Bremen. The thing of it is that that's the only event that I have actually missed, and it wasn't my fault. Like, it wasn't just me saying, I'm not gonna miss it. I'm not gonna stream it. Oh, the other Bremen. I'm just thinking of another Bremen. Jeez. No, yeah, even Bremen. Even Bremen. God. I'm losing it tonight, chat. I'm losing it. I'm the map. I'm the map. It's time to go to take a nap. I'm the map. I'm the map. It's time to take a nap. So just let it happen. Let it happen. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm losing it already. But yeah, even Bremen just did not have enough supports. The rating of the strongest tornado be today, EF3. If I had to guess, just based off of the damage that I've seen. But it would be kind of a low to mid-range EF3. No, it's all good. That was me not reading the room like I typically do. I'm denser than a rock. But yeah, I am denser than a rock. So, can't read the room to save my life. Massilia with the 5. Thank you so much. I apologize if I butchered that name. I'm not really good with names, as you guys know. But thank you so much. Thank you for answering all my questions, concerns about Branson. Living here bring peace of mind. Yeah, as I said, if there's anything that I see, and I see a lot of stuff, I'll call it out. And I'll be able to tell you what's going on. So yeah. I just popped my... That just did not feel good. That's nice. There's a couple at northwest of Tulsa. Fun. I don't see anything velocity-wise, so I'll polite pass for right now. By the way, real quickly, I just want to mention for NATOcast, okay? I know NATOcast went crazy, okay? But the thing of it is that if you're going to use NATOcast, you should only use NATOcast when it uses a bunch of models within it. So for instance, all right, look at this. This is the NATOcast that it has for tomorrow with the 30% and whatnot, okay? I want you to look. You see how the models right here, it says HREF and SREF? You see how it only says that? Okay. If you're going to use the NATOcast, use something like this, to where it has the HRRR, the RAP, the HREF, the SREF. All of those are when, that's the only time you can look at the NATOcast, because it actually is relatively accurate. within that environment. It's relatively accurate. So use that. Donate ASAP. You don't have to donate. All right. Just being here is enough. You know, subscribing, turning on that notifications, hitting that thumbs up button when you can, because that helps me spread the information out to more and more people. Essentially, all I need from the chat, all right, I don't need money, although money does help to fund the channel, but I don't need money. I just need people to help me share the information, and that's just by sitting here while I live stream and hitting the thumbs up button when you can, sharing it and whatnot, and even just people talking. If you want, Jasmine, I have a Discord server. If you have Discord, you could join the Discord server. And we have classes that talk about just weather in general, and I can tell you when, which weather event, you know, or which part of the, our classes we actually talk about radar analysis. So, but yeah, we do have a lot of strong damaging winds that are basically along I-40. They're starting to surge towards the general area of Fort Smith. We're going to be watching that very closely. And the one thing about it here too is that there's a couple areas to watch here. All right. First off, we have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 of which are damage threat considerable tags. So they do have they are on the higher end of the severe thunderstorm warnings. And they're in numerous areas, more or less. So you have severe thunderstorm warnings in northeastern Oklahoma. You have severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Oklahoma and northern Texas, especially over there in the northern panhandle of Texas. You have that. You also had a severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. Keyword had. You also have severe thunderstorm warnings over in the portions of southern Texas near San Antonio, to where there's actually some large hail and strong damaging winds that are approaching the city. And so, you know, there's an abundance of severe weather here still, that could impact life and property. All right, the big thing there is life and property for people in the path of these storms. So, and yeah, Jasmine, as I said, you can join the Discord server. DM me as well once you're done with that, because that way I can give you the role to be in the classes. But other than that, yeah, Evil One. I mean, that's kind of true too. That is pretty true. Well, all I gotta say for this event is that I wasn't disappointed in my forecast. All right, the one thing that I will always say, and Morgan will back me up anytime this happens, or at least back anybody up or any claim up about this, is that I am my worst critic. Okay? I always critique myself in regards to how I conduct forecasts or how I look at the weather and stuff like that. Just all that stuff. I always critique myself. I never said there was going to be tornadoes tonight, Jack. I said there was going to be hurricane force winds. Big difference. Big difference. But yeah, I am my worst critic. And usually when I mess up a forecast, I get pretty upset with myself and whatnot. Things kind of just, you know, don't really end well for me. I get in a pretty bad mood. But today's forecast that I had was pretty good. I was pretty happy with how I saw this event. And so now I'm in a better mood than I usually would be. But anyways. Evening, Brad. Evening. Great stream today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think tomorrow, for sure, will definitely be not as bad as today. There is a little area. There is a little area that I am watching, though, okay? Little cause for concern for me for tomorrow's event, because as I said, we'll be live streaming. We probably will be live streaming for the next 6 days. Help me. You know, Eastern Texas. Eastern Texas has a little bit cause for concern. Only reason why I say that is because there could be thunderstorms that form out in front of the line similar to today. Now, it's not as likely as what happened today. Not as likely as the thunderstorms that formed out in front of the line that went on through and produced the tornadoes, say in Seminole and stuff like that. But it still has a chance. It still has a chance. So that's what I'm watching. But I think otherwise, it'll be a lot of strong damaging winds. I think what NATOcast is looking is based off of the parameters, but not the actual chances of thunderstorms forming within that environment to tap into it. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I should rest at some point. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal. If I'm gonna rest, it's probably gonna be on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday is gonna be like the real events with exceptionally large hail. Is there gonna be a chance of a tornado going tomorrow in Jonesboro? There's the chance for it, but it's on the northern end of the risk, so probably not. But there is a chance. There is a chance. So you want to work in a field that's known for getting it wrong. Beat yourself when you get it wrong. Interesting life choice. I mean, that's the thing of it is that I'm not looking for perfection. I'm just looking for accuracy. Okay? And by the way, I'm not meaning that I have to get every single little thing right. Because once again, that's perfection. That's precision. All right? Accuracy is just getting the general idea correct. And so far, yeah. Not understanding all the rude comments. I mean, people have their own opinions. I'm not going to, attack people for their own opinions, especially if it's their thoughts on me, because I have no room to judge. I'm obviously biased. I'm obviously biased. Speaking of biased, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for portions of Benton, Washington, Delaware, Sequoia, Adair, Cherokee, and Muskogee counties in both Oklahoma and Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So watch out for that. Tahlequah, as well as areas near Stillwell in Oklahoma, and then towards the general vicinity of the I-540 corridor from Bentonville down towards the general area near Fort Smith. They need to watch out for some very strong damaging winds that'll move on through in that general area. Valonia will be fine. It'll be tomorrow. All right. Main areas of central and eastern Arkansas will be tomorrow. Specifically southern Arkansas. It'll be tomorrow. Oh, I know that. I know that even the best get it wrong. But at the same time, if it's like an actual mistake that I made that I could have easily avoided, I'm going to be hard on myself because I'm just like, Nate, why didn't you see this, you donut? You know, go back to the driving range and go play golf or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. I will say this, though. Well, actually, you know what? Let me ask this here real quickly, all right? Did anybody, did people watch my video last night? Did people watch my video last night? And it's not asking about how accurate it was. I was just gonna ask, because people are saying in the chat, that I seem to explain a lot of things. Did anybody kind of understand where I was going with everything on my video last night? I have a little bit of concern whenever I look at my videos, and, you know, when we look at wind shear, I just kind of feel like some people may not understand that wind shear and tornadoes go hand in hand together. And it's just like, you know, okay, how does this form a thunderstorm that produces a tornado? You know? Because that's what I want to try and do. I am going to be making videos still. You know, it's not like I would love to live stream every single day, believe it or not, but I feel like the videos are a lot more resourceful and easier to get word out across. But at the same time, I have like this kind of feeling to where I could easily be putting everything together when I'm like talking about all sorts of stuff in the environment a whole lot better. I feel like I could be doing that a whole lot better, and I just don't know how I can. Like, I know I can, or at least I think I can, but I just don't know how or where I would start. And I'm thinking it's the well, I know where I start. It would probably be around the wind shear aspect. But, yeah. I gotta say, this severe weather season, I've been pretty happy with myself so far. I haven't been really too hard on myself and incorrect forecast predictions. I've been doing a pretty good job. But I could be biased. That's what I was thinking, Jack, too. And then, as I said, just putting everything together as well, I think could be a little bit easier. You're in Mountainburg, Arkansas. You can go to sleep and not get sucked out of your house like a noodle through a straw by a nader. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Where everyone can join the class. I know everyone can join the class. If you want to join the class, all right? You guys might be wondering, what class is this? And listen, Glinda, I understand that it might be weird, but we have classes for weather, all right, where we actually talk about how to forecast, how to look at radar, and it's not just about severe weather. You can look at tropical weather, you can look at snow, so winter weather and ice and sleet and stuff like that. You also have, you know, the severe weather, the fire weather. Fire weather is really interesting too, because fires are fires, and if you're in California, that's all you kind of get over there. And so you can predict as to whether or not which days can be like a significant fire weather event. You know, just all sorts of stuff. All sorts of cool stuff that you can get into, and even the radar aspects of all of that. You know, everything that you think you didn't know about weather, okay, you don't even know those either. And I know that doesn't make any sense, but you think that you know that you don't know? Well, then you really don't know what you don't know. And you don't know what you don't know what you don't know. You know? What's the purple? The purple is basically a place file that I have for my radar that tells me what the environmental factors are within this current event. So for this specific storm, it's telling me that it has a certain amount of energy, a certain amount of wind shear, and a certain amount of lightning strikes per minute, and then a few other stuff. And that basically tells me what the storm could do in the future. I will say, all right, if I do get sponsored, then you probably will have to hear me do the sponsor thing. But the thing of it is I'll do it in my own way. I'm not going to sound like a robot. No, I'm doing my own way of, you know, advertising when I sponsor. All right. It'll be my own unique way that's tailored to the actual channel. And I feel like that'll be a whole lot more attention grabbing too. Will I be covering hurricane season as well? Yes, I will also be making forecasts for that too. And I will do live streams whenever they make landfall as well. So that's another thing. I learned a lot about tropical weather last year. I learned a lot about tropical weather. And when I'm in the groove for tropical weather, I get a feeling that's not similar to severe weather, where I'm just like, oh boy, you know, what's gonna happen now? You know, it's so weird because we don't really know, like, we know stuff about hurricanes, but we don't know about hurricanes at the same time because we're looking at it at such a grand scale, a large scale, and we haven't really take a look at these small, minuscule things quite yet. And that's the stuff that I'm really interested in. Is that if we can get that, if we can find those small, minuscule things, then that's going to make hurricane forecasting and hurricane analysis so much nicer. But all we have is satellite. And so there we have, you know, only so much we can do. Class is super good, basically mentally manageable when it comes to weather. You feel like I'm learning stuff. Listen. You have a literal game that you guys can play to help you guys forecast. And that game is amazing. Like, trust me, if you learn what the different levels of the atmosphere is, you know, and then you learn that wind shear is, you know, strong wind shear is good for severe weather, and you need moisture and whatnot like that, and just identify small little patterns. Dude, this game will help you out so much. And by the way, I'm thinking of actually playing this game on my gaming channel when I actually set it up. Of course, that'll be viewer discretion is advised, because then I'll actually be able to not act like my professional self. I'll be actually able to act like a 20-year-old, a 20-year-old trying to have fun and whatnot. By the way, the other thing here too is that on that gaming channel, okay, there is a video game that is coming out, okay? It's going to be coming out on Steam, so if people know what Steam is, it's going to be coming out on Steam, and it is a storm chasing game that is still similar to Storm Chasers, but it's way better, because the map is 3 times larger than GTA 5, if people know what GTA 5 is. You also have realistic scenarios where you have both reflectivity, so the rain map here, the rain radar that we have in front of us, and then the velocities, it'll have that. It'll have weather stations, it'll have the convective outlooks, it'll have models and stuff like that, it'll have customizable cars, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to make a roleplay server that is basically for people chasing tornadoes, and then we're going to also have cops and stuff like that, and that's going to be the most amazing thing that I'll ever do, you know, with video games that is tailored to weather. And this, it's not out yet. It's not out yet. Still a work in progress. But if you want updates, the game is called Outbreak. Outbreak. So OUTBRK. And you can look it up on YouTube. They've already had test runs, test videos and stuff like that have already came out. But it's one of the coolest things, the coolest ideas that I want to try. Like, I actually want to do this, and it's gonna be pretty cool. Now, as I said, viewers' discretion is advised, because I'm gonna actually sound like an adult for once. Of course, I shouldn't curse, but you know what? It's just, you know, it happens. I'm gonna be as raw as I can be, but still, yeah, it's fun. It's gonna be fun. You know, we can even have the viewers that we have on this channel play with us. Of course, we're going to have our Discord server that I run. They're going to play with us and stuff like that and whatnot. There's going to be a bunch of different stuff that we're going to have. You know, to where we're going to play together and be able to chase tornadoes, get hailed on and stuff like that. And it'll be all sorts of fun and whatnot. Yeah, there is a lot of cursing between Morgan and myself. But it's friendly banter. It's always friendly banter. Local all hazard severe risk continues, according to the Storm Prediction Center. They just issued a giant mesoscale discussion. A decrease in convective organization / intensity has been observed over the past hour, as previous supercells have largely devolved into a less organized convection. Still locally stronger updrafts persist, including a Boeing cluster moving quickly east-northeastward along the Red River Valley of south-central Oklahoma, north-central Texas. Generally, the main risk with overnight storms will trend slowly towards heavy rainfall, though local severe risk, including the potential for a brief tornado or two, will likely persist into the overnight hours. So basically what they're saying here is that these storms are starting to kind of die out more and more, and that's good. The only thing about that, though, is they notice how they had Boeing clusters, and those usually are favorable for producing very strong damaging winds, such as the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we have been looking for. So that's what we are watching very closely, more or less, as this continues to move on through. But yeah. Scusa, s'il vous plaît. Game called again, Outbreak. OUTBRK. Once again, I also will be live streaming tomorrow. It'll be more than likely around noon is when I'm thinking it'll start. But, you know, I could be wrong. Could be later. I hope to God it's not earlier. So who knows? But we'll see, right? You know what we will see as well? We got over 2,700 followers on the Twitter. So we're still sharing this information with a bunch of people. I really do appreciate everyone coming out and stuff like that. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. We had a bunch of link clicks from the promotion. Bunch of link clicks. Because I actually promoted the post that I had for Twitter. We had a bunch of people that joined from Twitter, which is pretty crazy. So that's pretty amazing. I'm glad that the promotion is increasing. And it's a good idea to promote on Twitter. So that'll be something interesting. Yeah, if you have any issues joining the Discord, talk to Jared, or you can DM me. I'll put my thing here in the chat as well. So yeah, Twitter suspended me. Twitter suspends everyone. Everyone gets put down at some point. I do want to mention here real quickly, we also have 13 flash flood warnings and an additional 5 of them being flash flood warning considerable tags. So flash flooding overnight is going to be a concern, especially if you live in valleys and stuff like that. But luckily, if you're not in a valley, hypothetically, you will be sleeping and not driving. So, shouldn't be as significant of a threat, but still, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Because the floods can be a lot shallower than they appear to be, more or less. If that makes sense. We're going to take off the flash flood warnings. By the way, did you guys notice that for the local news networks, they actually turned off flash flood warnings for their radar? I was like, oh, that's interesting. Is Tulsa okay tonight? You guys should be fine, but there's some strong damaging winds that are approaching your area. So, I mean, if you want to stay on, you can. Another 45 minutes is when that storm will be moving on through, producing some strong damaging winds. But other than that, you know, you can go to bed if you really want to. So Altus is getting those showers and thunderstorms. Luckily, it's dodged the supercell part of it. So Altus should be fine. Or at least give it another 5-10 minutes and then they should be fine. If they don't get any more rain, then you guys should be out of the risk with that. Nope. I mean, shallower. Because the thing of it is if you actually look at the flooded roadways, they appear a lot shallower. Okay, so you look at it, and they look like you can be able to just step into it, and, you know, it would only go up to, like, your ankle. But that is, in fact, not the case. So therefore, that's the reason why I said they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Can't imagine, Zach. Is Jacksonville okay? Yeah, they should be fine. They should be fine. Just follow it on Twitter. Nice. Appreciate it, boss. Appreciate it. That's hilarious. Okay, so this is a bad weather take here. This is something funny that I like to look at on social media sometimes, so specifically Twitter. This is from Bad Weather Takes. Love Bad Weather Takes. Love watching them every now and then. And this is a tweet from Damon Lane. All right, so he says, more Oklahoma public schools are allowing parents to pick up their kids early today due to weather. Will count as excused absence. And then the person in the chat, or the person in the comments down below says, but the storm isn't coming for hours. Why screw the kids? And, yeah, sure. You know, says the place that got hit by tornadoes. Well, that's the bad weather take-o-meter. And, yeah, it's cringe. I do agree. That is pretty cringe. You also have some other stuff like "No, you're done," complete nonsense, most wanted, HAARP weather service, they're calling 911, and then the not so bad meh take and whatnot. I strive to not make it onto their I strive to not make it onto their channel. I try to not have a bad weather take. Oh, and this is another one here. This is another one here. Okay, so update: photo of damage sustained to the bridge. Photo taken this morning. We're assuming the bridge has been blocked off / barricaded. Is that correct? And then the person put down on the bottom says, no, it is not correct. There is no cause for alarm because it is a lie. This absolutely has not happened, even though that's a trusted source over there in Fall Apollo. And so they put him in the complete nonsense side. Which it is. Yeah, last minute evacuations are bad. Look at Into the Storm for your source. Go just ask Into the Storm as to how they feel about last minute evacuations. Nevada, Missouri? Yeah, let me take a look real quickly. Nevada, Missouri. Missouri should be fine in general. But, you know, on the off chance that I could be wrong, let's just take a look. Yeah, they're too far north. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Winds have hit. You're in the cellar in Wilson, Oklahoma. Hey, there's nothing wrong with going to the cellar. Rather safe than sorry, my friend. Rather safe than sorry. What does the HRRR say for later on tonight? Put this up here. There we go. Hopefully that'll load. But it'll still do like the swirly thing of death, so it is alright. So we still have some strong storms that are expected to continue overnight. Big bow echo type thing that's going to continue to push on through. And it looks like it reaches Fort Smith in about an hour, more or less. So that'll be interesting. No, I did not make it on bad weather take. Need to go away. Wait, really? Hold up. Stop. If that actually happened, I'm gonna shoot. Oh yeah, it did. It was a meh take. But yeah, my Twitter handle was on that. Look at that. Attend a spotter class 101. Yeah. Bro, I love bad weather takes. Bad weather takes is one of the funniest things for me to look at. So. But yeah, my Twitter handle did make it on there. I thought it was probably going to be for something worse, but oh well. Alright, let's go back to the stuff that's actually happening now. I think when this line officially gets to 540, I think that's when we call it quits, because we do have to live stream tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. Actually, let's go take a look and see when I should live stream. When should I do it? Arkansas. There we go. Reflectivity. Go back to that. When should I start live streaming tomorrow? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically this is telling me for me to go live around Noon mine time, so 11 in the morning for you all. 11 in the morning for you all. Good news is it won't be a moderate. It'll be an enhanced for wind and a 5 tor. There's no way they go 10% chance for tornadoes. There is no way they go 10% chance for tornadoes. If they do, I'll shoot myself in the foot. But it's not going to happen. I don't see it happening. But yeah, I see a lot of strong damaging winds, and I think you guys can see those strong damaging winds too. And even the storms behind that, that'll be something interesting. Can't predict what you can't control, isn't that the truth? Speaking of which, what's happening over here for the east? Regions, southeast. Oh wow. The heck is that? Hold up. I gotta consider the fall. What? West Virginia? Virginia? Potential Nate Chase Day? Question mark? Can Nate chase on Friday? Because I would. I'll go to Central Virginia. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I'll chase. I'll chase in Central Virginia. I'll catch a tornado of my own. I've got the camera equipment to do it. Yep, see ya, Terry. Yeah, I'll chase and stream on Friday if that's what we got. Looks like a warm frontal thing. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, that's a little linear, I will admit. That stuff in West Virginia ain't, though, hopefully. No, it is linear. Okay, well, there goes my chances for chasing, 'cause that's not gonna happen. Vent looks like garbage. What does the NAM 3 kilometers say for Friday? Just on the off chance that the HRRR is, you know, wrong. Even though it usually isn't. With parameters, that is. It's kind of half and half. It's probably not enough for me to chase, unless if I went to, like, Georgia. Which, speaking of which, sleeper event in Georgia on Friday, apparently. Southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia. Don't sleep on that event on Friday. So who knows? I could be live streaming on Friday. And then, of course, on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Jeez. Got all sorts of this activity. You're in Lawton? How screwed are you? Yes. So that one little storm that just passed through you? Yeah, that wasn't even a storm. There's a storm that's over near Chattanooga right now. It's due east of Frederick that's heading off near your area. That could potentially be producing 1-inch sized hail. And it's moving off into your general vicinity. So I'd watch out for that. I'd definitely watch out for that. And then there's another storm that's going to be even behind that one as well. So I would consider multiple followings if you haven't already. But yeah, it should get to Lawton in about, I'd say, a half an hour. Have I ever seen a tornado in person? Kind of. So I've seen like a funnel cloud and then I've seen damage afterwards, but I'm not counting that. I mean, technically I have, technically that's a yes. If I see a funnel and then I see damage afterwards, that's obviously a tornado. But I want to see one that's fully condensed. I want to see one that reaches the ground, so that way I may be able to say big tornado. Stuff like that. Oh boy. Now you know I'm a weenie. Now you really know I'm a weenie. Look at Fort Smith. Now I'm at it. I'm gonna eat my dessert. Wonder if you're gonna see a bookend vortice on radar there. If you're talking about the one that's over in Lawton, probably not. Oh, flash flood emergency. Flash flood emergency. When was this issued? Flash flood emergency just got issued. Wow. The flooding has gotten so bad they issued a flash flood emergency for Okmulgee County. At 11:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Emergency Management reported dangerous flash flooding is ongoing across central and northern Okmulgee County. Home evacuations are ongoing in the city of Okmulgee. Between 2 and 6 inches of rain has fallen, and 1 to 4 inches of rain is still possible. This is a flash flood emergency for Okmulgee County. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, and streets and underpasses could contain life-threatening flash flooding. Wow. So, flash flood emergency for Okmulgee. I want to take a look at GR Earth, because we can actually see how much rain has fallen. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, 8 inches of rain. Yeah, 6 to 8 inches of rain has fallen across that area. 6 to 8 inches of rain. I could go swimming in that. Yeah, they were next to a tornado warning. So yes, they were technically close to a tornado. That is a sheesh. San Antonio is about to get slapped. Yeah, didn't someone say they had like a sky camera that they sent to me for San Antonio? There it is. San Antonio sky cam. Let's pull this over. My mouse is gonna break. Because there's a storm that's about to slap San Antonio. Turn that off. I can't zoom it in, unfortunately. Actually, hypothetically, I can. Let's do that. There we go. It's a little bit better. Yep, see ya, Jasmine. Feel free to come back if you need. Otherwise, take care. Stay safe out there. I have a feeling this camera is not facing the thunderstorm. But you know, what do I know? I'm not there. Never mind, it's facing the thunderstorm all right. Let's turn that status off. Boom, San Antonio. Now we have that in the background. All is well. And the camera said, okay. A lot of lightning over there, though. That's crazy. Flash flood emergency. Alright, so how much time does this line have until we get to 540? An hour. Excuse me? An hour? Yeah, okay, buddy. What's it look like for Mountain View? There's a lot of strong damaging winds. Tomorrow will be a larger threat for you. Even though it technically is tomorrow. But still. Still. Didn't they make a song of that? Christmas song? Yep, see it, Dawson. Yeah, for the people who want to leave, feel free to do so. I'm actually thinking about turning in a lot sooner than it going to 540, to be completely honest with you. And the only reason why I say that is because this severe thunderstorm warning for this line expires in 8 minutes. There's only so much, a few can do. And this severe thunderstorm warning expires at midnight, so that's very nice. But, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Especially because we do want to live stream tomorrow. Van Buren, you guys are going to get a lot of strong damaging winds in an hour. But yeah, we will be live tomorrow. We could be live on Friday. Probably will be live on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So just stay tuned to the channel. Alright, guys. Now, if I am not going to go live on Friday, I'll probably tell you tomorrow. And I'll probably upload a video on Friday. And then I'll tell you guys whether or not I'm going live on Saturday, Sunday, or whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna be really active for the next 5 to 6 days. So look for look for us to be very active on the channel. And, if you want to continue to monitor the channel, see if there's a lot of activity, see if your areas could potentially be getting some of that severe weather, then please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Where's the cold front currently? Lagging behind into portions of central Oklahoma, as well as into northern Texas. That's where it's kind of at. Cold front's really weird. As a matter of fact, I think the Storm Prediction Center noted the cold front. Yeah, it's actually, there's like a stationary boundary that's just in place right now. And the cold front is just coming in behind all this a little bit later on. So, what are we doing for class on Saturday? We're going to be forecasting Sunday. And if we can't do class on Saturday, we're doing class on Friday. So tomorrow I'll be able to tell you as to whether or not we're going to have class on Friday or Saturday. But we are going to try and have class either one of the 2 days. Where's the line of strong wind? Currently, it is localized over the eastern portions of Oklahoma and the western portions of Arkansas, so right along the border. That's where it's currently at. Yep, see ya, Baku Flint. See ya, kill confirmed. Paris, I would watch out tomorrow, but it would be more towards the afternoon. So, like the late morning, early afternoon. I don't know if I'll be live by then. My plan is to be live at 11 in the morning Central, 12 Eastern. But I don't know how well that's going to go over, so who knows? Who knows? But we are going to cover the severe weather. Here's a video someone sent in. So someone's still awake with us, surprisingly. This is in northeastern portions of Oklahoma. Look at this. Whew. Crazy stuff. That crackle and the lightning is just absolutely... How's Eastern North Carolina looking tomorrow? They're not expected to get too much. It'll be Friday if they're going to get anything of significance. All right, 2 minutes until the line dies, or at least this severe thunderstorm warning dies for it. So yeah, I think I am going to end the stream here. A couple of minutes. I think that's probably the best thing for me to do. Especially with sleep. To me, this looks like the event is going to start to deteriorate here soon. The tornadic threat is going down rather significantly. There could still be a storm or two that forms some tornadic rotation, but right now things are just kind of not looking good for it. So, Go until the SPC. SPC is like 30 minutes from now. Hey, I don't blame you, Sonomy. Alright, there's some instances where I sleep through practically anything and everything. Alright, so trust me, especially during thunderstorms. When there actually is thunderstorms that are in my area, I'll sleep through that too. I'll pass out. You could try to mistake me for someone who's dead if you really wanted to. Same thing. Any new stuff from the Lockett tornado? There's been reports of there not being as bad a damage. But there was damage. Stuff like that, so. Slept through an earthquake as well? That seems legit. And that's until 1 a.m. now. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. It does make some sense, though. Yeah, they issued the new severe thunderstorm warning for areas near Fort Smith and Van Buren and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to stay up for that. I'm actually going to go to bed here, so that way I may be able to live stream tomorrow. But I do think that there won't really be a whole lot of a tornadic threat with this line. So we should be fine here for the most part. I think we should be good. We've been live streaming for 10 and a half hours. 10 and a half hours. We have gained so many subscribers. We're hopefully going to gain some more tomorrow. I hope that by the end of the stream tomorrow we get to 32,000 subscribers. But, you know, who knows? We're pretty weird that way. So, we'll see. But, yeah. Fayetteville's not expecting to get, like, some significant activity besides some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Other than that, you guys are fine. So, yeah, I think that's going to be pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, because that does help me get this out to more and more people. Subscribe if you are new, and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I provide on all the impactful weather in the United States and Canada. As well, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. If you want to become a member, link to that is also in the description down below, as well as the nice join button next to the subscribe button. So if you want to hit that, please be sure to do so. And yeah, I will be live streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be live streaming on Friday, but I will be telling you if I'm going to be live streaming or not on Friday by the end of tomorrow's live stream. So if you guys are willing to come back, I'll be able to give you guys an answer. Stuff like that. But anyways, guys, that's going to be it. Should we do the old outro music? I think we probably should. Probably would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's do the old music. I'm okay with that. Alright, well, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. I'm going to die on my bed.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder. I tweak the wooden sway in the wind.